Chapter 901 Linen Falls. Xgui is a lieutenant under the command of Sima. Since Sima joined the Merchant Council, he has been assigned to the linen front line to resist the Imperial Army. For nearly 2 months, they used the sheltering advantage of the trenches to successfully block the Imperial Army from Linen City. Although there are still a large number of casualties in the daily battles, this mutual shooting has not brought their morale to the brink of collapse. But today, a different situation has emerged. They have observed the strange behavior of the soldiers of Dayu State, but they just cannot understand why. Until he saw the dense short sticks flying towards the trench where he was, and then a violent explosion covered a large area. The soldiers in the trench were unprepared at this time. The explosion caused a large number of soldiers to fall in a pool of blood, and for a time the trenches at the forefront were like on earth. A grenade exploded not far from Xgui, and the powerful shock wave caused him to fall directly to the ground. At the same time, the screams continued to sound. Xgui was stunned. He had never seen such a weapon before, and for a moment he was shaking all over with fright. It's just that this was the first round. Before they could breathe, the second round of throwing reappeared, and the soldiers who had just gotten up again withstood the second round of bombing. In this explosion, he heard a nightmare sound, and the charge of Diayugo sounded. On the opposite side, Luffy looked excited. The 800 grenades thrown in 2 rounds covered an area of more than 100 meters, which is equivalent to 8 grenades exploding per meter. Taking advantage of the panic caused by the bombing, Luffy decided to focus on breaking through the 100-meter defensive area. Once in the trench, the convenient way of loading the breech gun will give full play to its advantages. Go! In the sound of the charge, the company commander, the battalion commander, and the regiment commander took the lead in the charge. One by one, the DAU law stipulates that officers must take the lead in the charge, and those who flinch will be removed from their duties and transferred to the military court. The reason for this rule is to promote the army's spirit of fighting bravely. The soldiers screamed and rushed forward when they saw their leader charging. In the military, they're never jealous of their officers, and some are just in awe, because they understand that people who can become officers are definitely not counselors. Especially those officers with royal clan backgrounds. Today's saints have stricter requirements on them. All royal children must be exemplary in civil and battlefields, and charging on the battlefield is also the front line. For this reason, the soldiers increasingly identify with the people of the royal family. Under the leadership of the current sage, the royal family means taking on more responsibilities. Although Luffy wanted to rush over like soldiers with a gun, he could not be so reckless as the commander of the battle. Holding the telescope, he can only worry in his heart. After the charge was launched, the Linen Army, which was stunned by the bombing, could not immediately organize an effective resistance, and the sporadic gunfire was not enough to stop the Imperial Army's charge. Soon, the first group of soldiers rushed to the trench. Some of them jumped into the trench with their bayonet-mounted falcon rifles, while the other soldiers squatted all A down for fire cover. Boom boom boom. The artillery on the trench position of the Sima army began to fire. The emplacement protruding from the trench was pouring solid rounds of artillery fire, and some artillery began to use grape shells. Under the artillery fire, the soldiers on the charge began to suffer casualties. They immediately searched for obstacles on the battlefield, while the soldiers on the flat ground resorted to bending and shooting. Kill the opponent's artillery. Damn, where did they get the artillery from? Luffy was annoyed. During this period of time, their field artillery destroyed almost all the short-range artillery of the rich family, but a batch of artillery appeared today. Boom boom boom. The artillery loaded with the bombardment immediately began to shell the opposing turrets, and turrets were overturned in the explosion. Under the suppression of one's own artillery, Sima's artillery ceased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the soldiers of the second group of regiments began to charge. At this time, the soldiers of the 1st Regiment fought hand-to-hand with Sima's army in the trenches. The grenadiers were mixed with muskets. From time to time, they threw grenades at the dense crowd that rushed toward the other side, and at the same time showed their superiority by reloading rifles. Soldiers ran around flexibly in the trenches and could fill bullets in any position. In contrast, Sima's soldiers could only stand rigidly to load bullets, and this became the target of Imperial soldiers. For a time, Sima soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and the central trench was successfully breached. Seeing that his soldiers had the advantage, Lu ordered all the soldiers to press on, and the 2-month stalemate was finally broken. Kill. Under his order, the remaining 30,000 soldiers launched a collective charge. At the same time, Liu Oxin also launched a charge in Linenxi. Facing the attack of more than 60,000 royal soldiers, Sima's army finally collapsed. The trench lost its advantage, and they could not take advantage of the royal soldiers' firearms. Especially in the face of the skilled bayonet technique of the royal soldiers, they have no hope of victory in hand-to-hand combat. Sima Hao on the Linen City wall saw everything in his eyes, anxiously in his heart. Now the trenches they dug were constantly occupied, soldiers rushed to flee, and the war began to show a one-sided situation. Just as he was desperate, he suddenly saw 4 or 5 hot air balloons floating towards Linen City. Damn, Sima Hao cursed. He has been accustomed to seeing this kind of hot air balloon for the past 2 months, and every time these hot air balloons arrive, they will throw down a large amount of paper. These papers are full of words, all blaming them as anti-thief, and at the same time preaching the ongoing reforms outside Linen. Perhaps this defeat was related to the sudden emergence of new weapons, but he also understood that the propaganda during this period of time had shaken many soldiers' minds. The other wealthy families on the wall suddenly panicked. Now Linen City in an isolated city, the task assigned to them by the council is to hold on to Linen City and wait for support. But now they have been holding on for 2 months, and the council has not sent a soldier. And now Sima has finally realized a problem. The Cao Kun just used it to delay the speed of the royal army's southward move. All the promises he gave were false. It's just that it's too late to think about it now. The royal soldiers seem to have attacked the city, and the artillery of the royal army has also pushed the artillery to the front of the city. Boom boom boom. The flash of fire and smoke from hundreds of artillery made Sima Hao dizzy, and he laughed like crazy when he looked at the broken soldiers. It's the heaven that wants to kill my Sima family, it's not my fault. Sima Hao is like a demon. In his roar, the gate of Linen City collapsed, and the royal soldiers rushed into Linen City in the midst of the sky-shaking cry of killing. Chapter 902 Big Windfall. Congratulations, I am D8, I am promoted to the leader. Under the sky as deep as sapphire, Linen City was covered by artillery fire and gunfire. In order to prevent the royal soldiers from attacking, Sima Hao put most of his troops into the trenches. Now that the trenches have been seized, the soldiers have collapsed, and Linen City has become meat on the chopping board. Kill. Tens of thousands of royal soldiers poured into Linen from all directions, and the stubbornly rebellious families in the city even had no time to escape, so they could only tremble under the imperial power of the royal soldiers. Lu and Liu Oxin joined forces smoothly at this time, and they entered Linen City together under the protection of soldiers. It's been almost 2 months, this Linen City is finally won. Liu Oxin looked relaxed. Linen won, but the Merchant Council has become more active in the south, and this battle is still going to be fought. Lu frowned. Liu Oxin said indifferently, should we not fight as soldiers and go home to sell sweet potatoes? I don't want to fight one day when there is no war, but can only fight birds. Hey, don't think about it. The emperor is ambitious. There will be more wars in the future. There is support from Western countries behind the Merchant Council. Can our emperor's temperament spare them? Lu sneered. The two go to the army academy to study every year. They now know the current situation in the world very well, and they also know that most of the vassal states surrounding Dayu are occupied and colonized by the West. Even if there is no colonized country, it still poses a full threat to the country. In the eyes of the two, the surrounding environment facing the country is very complicated. So, we need to resolve the Merchant Council as soon as possible. If the country is unstable, how can we fight abroad? Liu Oxin's eyes flashed with a chill. Lu nodded. In fact, they began to expand their army after the northern expedition began, but now the expanded army is facing an embarrassing problem, that is equipment. Nowadays, The production of captive rifles has basically ceased, and the production of Falcon rifles is currently unable to meet the needs of so many troops. The only way now is to wait for the equipment to be in place. In this way, their current number of soldiers can at least double. Although they are eager to expand more troops, they are different from the extensive army when they used to be called weapons. Now it takes more money to train a soldier with a Falcon rifle. After all, food, rifles, helmets, military uniforms, and training now cost more money than before, and sometimes this is not a question of money, and it also depends on the production capacity of the military workshop. Because of so many constraints, the current army cannot be expanded in the same way as before. It can only gradually increase the number of troops. When the military workshop becomes more complete, they may be able to expand more troops at once. Let's solve the current problem first. I hope that this time I can make a big gain in Linen City. Now the industry in the north is developing rapidly and urgently needs financial support. This time, the saints in the south can count on us to collect their wealth and concentrate our efforts to advance the industry. Development of Luf pondered for a while and said to Liu Oxin, "Oh, I almost forgot this. This time, we are going to see how much money is in the Chu state treasury." Liu Oxin laughed. While the two were talking, the royal soldiers quickly occupied the main roads of Linen City, and at the same time quickly eradicated the remaining troops of the rich family in the city, and surrounded the royal palace of Chu. When Liu Oxin and Luf heard the news, they got up and headed to the Chu palace. "Commander Liu, oh, Commander Liu, they are still fighting stubbornly at the moment." When the two came, one of the regiment commanders came to report. At this time, gunshots continued to be heard in the Chu palace, and royal soldiers were fighting fiercely with them in the Chu palace. "I really don't shed tears if I don't see the coffin." To the two of them, Sima Hao is just a small person, not important at all, so there is no scruples. "You immediately get 300 grenades and lift the Chu palace." Yes. The captain took the order and left. After a quarter of an hour, the leader of the fortified regiment brought the grenade. After a brief familiarization, they distributed the grenade to the soldiers under their command. After a while, there were continuous explosions in the Chu palace, and the gunfire gradually ceased. Then, the head of the regiment in charge of attacking the Chu palace came out and reported, "Commander, the Chu palace has been controlled by us." A total of 507 members of the rich family were killed and 213 were captured. Sima Hao has drunk poison and committed suicide. Luf nodded lightly. "If you die, you will die. We will waste our bullets if you save it. Pick one who knows more to lead the way, and the others will be shot on the spot." Yes. The order was passed on, and soon there was a continuous gunfire from within the Chu king, and at the same time a wealthy clan whose legs were weakened in fright was taken out. "Commander, his name is Sima Ying. He is the youngest son of Sima Hao. He said he knows where the Linen City state treasury is and where the wealth of other wealthy people is." Liu Oxin and Lu are overjoyed. This is what they want. The dividends of the Southern War are much stronger than the Northern Expedition. It can be said that the Northern Expedition is basically a loss. "Lead the way. If you can bring us enough wealth, we can still spare your life," Lu Feizan said coldly. Sima Ying was so scared that he dared to refute it. He stood up and pointed at the Chu prince's mansion and said, "The treasury is in the Chu prince's mansion and you can enter through the secret road of the royal mansion." Upon hearing this, Lu and Liu Oxin immediately took Sima Ying into the Chu palace. While observing the royal palace of Chu, Lu said, "This king of Chu is extravagant. The palace built by this palace is bigger than the emperor's palace, and it's even more luxurious. It's really rebellious. Hey, this just shows that Chu is rich. Now that all of Chu's wealth is in our hands, it is really pleasing to the people." They talked all the way to the lake in the palace. The lake was about 300 meters long and wide, surrounded by rockery trees. Sima Ying took everyone to the highest rockery, which was covered with vines. It seemed nothing special. "This is where the treasury is located." Sima Ying picked up the vine and revealed a stone gate. "Go in." In order to prevent fraud, Lu asked Sima Ying to go in first. Shocked by Lu's command, Sima Ying pushed aside the Shyman and walked inside. Everyone followed Sima Ying and quickly reached the bottom through the downward passage, when they saw a huge space illuminated by lights. "My God, we're rich now." Before Luff and Liu Oxin could speak, the leader of the team exclaimed, "Make a fuss, don't embarrass me." Luff raised his foot to the commander under his command. This is his soldier. He knows. Li Chuan doesn't know how many things are here. After the death of King Chu, this place has been controlled by us. In fact, this is only a part. This secret room is also connected to other secret rooms. Please come with me. Sima Ying didn't dare to lie, wishing to pour out everything he knew in exchange for his life. Chapter 903. Huge welter lights flickered in the shimmering secret room, and Luff and the others looked at the scene in surprise. In front of them, there are piles of gold and silver objects, and there are countless copper coins, and many of the ropes for wearing copper coins have even rotted. With just this glance, Luff was able to determine that the silver in front of him was at least 6 million tals. In Sima Ying's words, these were not all. "Luff, I've really made a fortune this time. It's worth the 2 months, and it's worth it." Liu Oxin patted Luff's shoulder excitedly, laughing. Luff was dumbfounded, his mouth water almost staying. He said to the generals around him, "You all keep things close to me. If you lose a couple of silver, be careful that I pull your skins." "You are holding the most advanced rifles. Most soldiers are still using old-fashioned rifles. Musketeers, with this silver, they can use it." "Yes, Commander," the generals shouted. Ordered a group of generals. Luff and Liu Oxin continued to follow Sima Ying to other secret rooms. To their surprise, these secret rooms also hide a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, jade and the like. However, this was only the warehouse for storing gold and silver in the Chu Palace. Then everyone followed Sima Ying to the granary in the city. A huge amount of grain and grass are stored here, and cotton, cloth, fur, etc. connected to the grain and grass warehouse are used as taxes and materials. In addition, they went to see the seized wealth of the wealthy family. After inspecting all the supplies in Linen City, Luff took a deep breath. He said to Liu Oxin, "This time we are really making a lot of money. With these grains and grass, we can station in Linen and continue to go south to fight with the parliamentary army." Liu Oxin nodded in agreement. He said, "If this is the case, we will quickly count the materials and transport the seized property to King Zhu." Now the court is short of money everywhere. In addition, the wealth seized from the tyrants of Chu in the past 2 months has been transported together. Now the soldiers are waiting to be equipped with the Falcon rifle, and this grenade is simply a weapon to attack the trenches. Now Sima Hao is in the trenches in the battle. It can be seen that the Merchants' Council is even more familiar with this kind of tactics and must be prevented. Luff said. It was agreed that at this time, the two immediately ordered the soldiers to count their wealth in Linen City, and on the third day they handed the number to the arriving new Ben. Only gold and silver are 47 million tals. Other shops, houses, farms, workshops, grain, silk, etc. are equivalent to 890 million tals of silver. New Ben's eyes almost stared out. "Old General, this is just a rough figure. More detailed counts are still going on." People used to say that the wealth of the Ko family in Dayu was equivalent to hundreds of millions of tals of silver. Now it seems to be true. Too rich. Compared to New Ben, Liu Oquin is a lot more indifferent. He said, "Chu has been operating for more than 300 years since he established himself as a country. If there is no such wealth, then it is really over." New Ben took a deep breath. He said, "This gold and silver will be arranged and shipped to King Zhu immediately. Silk, porcelain, cloth, excess grain, copper, iron, etc. will also be shipped as soon as possible." "Yes, General," Luff and Liu Oxin answered. Liu Oquin looked at the streets of Linen and said, "Yes, this war did not cause much damage to Linen City. It is estimated that the bustling city will be restored soon. When the merchants bring the steam engine to build a workshop here, it is estimated that it will soon be here. It can become a major business center in Great Yu." The bull rushes on this question. Compared with the north being harassed and plundered by the barbarians every year, the south has been stable and prosperous for a long time. Even after this war, the situation of the people is still much better than that of the north during the war. In addition, the southern climate is warm and suitable for growing rice, and the water network is densely covered. As long as it settles down, the grain can be recovered in one season. Fusu. Here was once the land directly under the royal family of the Kingdom of Dayu, but for hundreds of years, the Kingdom of Chu has been exerting influence on it all the time. After the rebellion of the vassal kings, Fusu was the land of the royal family, but it was secretly returned to the rule of King Chu. But after the army of the Merchant Council arrived, it quickly became a paradise for the Merchant Council. At this time, Cao Kun came personally on the Fusu wharf. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing a merchant ship with the word Cao entering the wharf. After the ship arrived at the dock, Cao Kun immediately asked soldiers to the people on board, "Earl Kerry, I said I won't let you down." Standing by Cao Kun's side was an Englishman. He was the Earl Kerry who was in charge of the British East India Company. On the right-hand side of Cao Kun are Brazil and Richard, their eyes watching the 6 people who got off the boat feverishly. "Cao Kun, we didn't misunderstand you." Kerry glanced at Cao Kun appreciatively, and at the same time glanced at Brazil and Richard in disgust, making no secret of their aversion to the two. Now in the North American Colonial War, they gained absolute advantage at the beginning, but the French stepped in at this time. They chose to support the colony. Although they have been dug into the corner by the French in America, they have the same interests in Dau. The French do not want to lose their East Indochina Federation, and they do not want to lose their British India, Malacca and Australia. Moreover, the failure of the northern nomads and the Japanese nation made them more vigilant about this. Especially the mercenaries brought new artillery shells used by the Dau State Navy. For this damned shell, they paid a high price of £300,000. However, in his opinion, this kind of effort is worth it. The sophisticated structure of the shells made their officers amazed. Because of this, they decided to focus on collecting science and technology and talents from the country, and manufacturing chaos fell into second place. Today, after giving a lot of support to the Merchant Council, they finally got what they dreamed of. "Earl Kerry, we French have to pick first," Brazil said unceremoniously. The sea was too dangerous. This time Kerry arrived in Fusu from the interior through their East India Federation. Kerry did not have a choice. Shrugging, Kerry kept a smile on his face, but in his heart he greeted all the French women. "Of course, we will keep our promises, but you had better keep your promises. Otherwise I guarantee that none of your French ships can back to Europe." Bristle's face changed. He snorted and walked straight to the 6 people who got off the boat. After looking at it, he chose 3 that looked stronger. Kerry breathed a sigh of relief. He understood what Brazil was thinking. He was afraid that people with weak health could not survive the drifting at sea. But he didn't care, because the configuration of British warships was much better than the French. Chapter 904 Capital Injection. You are welcome to follow me to England, where the great Queen Vidamia will meet you personally and give you a noble title and beautiful manor. The salty and wet sea breeze continued to blow from the sea. Kerry's hair was fluttering in the wind, but his mouth was uttering a sweet language of temptation. "Thank you, Earl Kerry," the 3 said in unison, and the translator's words made them clear what Kerry said. Choosing to betray is indeed a difficult decision for them. In fact, they liked the atmosphere of Kingsu a lot in Kingsu University these years, and the endless variety of technologies made every student full of passion. But their parents and family are in the hands of Cao Kun. They have no choice, and Cao Kun also told them that as long as they cooperate, they can go to the UK and live a life like a noble family without worrying about being assassinated. The night is long and dreamy, and now the Emperor of Dau must be very angry that we stole his talent. Brazil looked at Kerry lazily. "What do you think, Count Kerry?" "Oh, I want to live in Fusu for a day." Kerry's eyes are shining brightly, so he won't believe in the French. Once he enters the East Indies Federation, he will have no choice but to suffer from Brazil's mercy. Therefore, from the beginning, he did not intend to return the same way, but to return to India through another secret route, and then return to Britain from India. Moreover, he believes that Cao Kun will definitely support him on this issue. because he knows Cao Can's background, and he also knows that Cao Can cannot persist until the end. At that time, fleeing to England was his only choice, and he did not dare to do anything for this back road. Brazil's eyes narrowed. Now this is Cao Can's territory. He can't make any extraordinary actions. After all, both parties are cooperative. Then I hope I won't see you again, and with a soft snort, he walked into the city with 3 people. Upon seeing this, Kerry breathed a sigh of relief and said to Cao Can, "In any case, you must ensure that these 3 people arrive in the UK. This is very important to us." Cao Can nodded. Xiao Ming's army was aggressive, and he wanted to win over any forces he could win. Although he left a way for himself, he was still willing to take the Merchant Council, because every time he dreams back at midnight, he dreams of becoming the supremely powerful person in Dayu. "Don't worry, I will you back safely. At that time, I hope that Lord Earl can say something nice for me in front of Queen Vidamere." Cao Can said. Kerry smiled. This is natural. The two agreed that Cao Can sent soldiers to carry westward. Now they have occupied Dali and can reach British India from this direction. King Zhu. After the good news from Goryeo, Linen also soon heard good news within a short period of time. At the same time, a large amount of gold, silver and other materials came with the news. At King Zhu Station, looking at the supplies in one car, Xiao Ming and the cabinet ministers had heavy smiles on their faces. These materials depart from Linen Wharf, arrive directly at Dengzhou Wharf, and then are transported to Kingzhou by steam locomotive. The whole process goes smoothly. The Emperor, these are the accounts. Pang Yukun tremblingly handed a book to Xiao Ming. The numbers on it really shocked him. After just a quick glance, Xiao Ming's heart suddenly accelerated. It can only be said that this time the wealth of Chu Kingdom has really fed him. Even pure gold and silver equals the taxes he has collected for 4 or 5 years. Congratulations to the Emperor, Hexi. With such silver, there will be sufficient funds for the construction of Dayu State. Jiren flattered flatteringly very appropriately. Once the Emperor and courtier, now Jiren has become Xiao Ming's official, but his thoughts have changed extremely quickly, and he has quickly become Xiao Ming's staunch supporter. Seeing that Jiren said so, other ministers also agreed, and the compliments continued for a while. This time, Xiao Ming was willing to accept it. After all, this is really a happy event. In the past few years, the industries of the country of Dayu have been mainly concentrated in Kingzhou Prefecture. Now that he has the money, he can develop industries in other cities. Undoubtedly, this is a great event, but with so much money at once, we must not waste it. We must use every copper plate in the right place. In my opinion, this silver is mainly used in coal mines and railways, cement roads between prefectures, counties and villages, Kanto industrial base, Songjiang trading port and large-scale urban industrial construction, agricultural production, and bridge construction. There are a lot of things that Dayu country needs to do now, and Xiao Ming can only give a general idea, and the cabinet needs to list details. Among so many things, the only regret for him is that there is no bridge on the Yangtze River. After all, at the current industrial level, he could not build a cross-river bridge on the Yangtze River at all. The problem that this brought him was that the economic exchanges between the north and the south were constrained for this, because it would mean that the railway would also be in a short period of time unable to reach the south. The country of Dayu is still separated from the north and south. When Xiao Ming spoke, the cabinet ministers wrote down his words. Zhang Xingqing said excitedly, "The Emperor, this time I will leave some more funds for the army and military workshops. Without them, I would definitely not get so much wealth this time. Moreover, although business taxes have increased a lot over the years, there is a lot of wealth. They were all captured by the army from the enemy. The Emperor once said that it was through plunder that the Western countries gained their strength today. Now we can follow the example and take back their wealth from the Western countries." The cabinet ministers nodded their heads after hearing the words. The war dividends made them no longer oppose a shore war. Yang Cheng-I said, Not to mention that Korea has profited a lot from plundering the coast of the Great Yu country over the past few years. This is especially true for this Japanese country, and this barbaric clan. They have taken more things. The territories in the northern part of the country of Chongqing have obtained wealth from the land of the country of Great Chongqing, and we have to recover these. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Now these officials have seen the facts of the world more and more clearly. According to contemporary words, the world today is only a true portrayal of Darwin's law of the jungle. Even in modern times, it is the law of the weak and the strong. The big countries make the rules and other people play within the rules. At this time, the big countries are just playing the banker when gambling money. If other people bet how much, he is responsible for the rake. In his era, European powers were making the rules of the game. The emergence of the Great Yu state, a country not controlled by the rules of the game, would inevitably lead to the redistribution of world power. In modern history, whenever international rights are redistributed, a worldwide war will inevitably occur. The victor will set new rules and the losers will be ruled. Chapter 905 Full Attack February 9th. More than 3 months have passed since the Nandu operation, and the season has gradually transitioned from winter to spring. After receiving the materials from Linen a few days ago, the following time a steady stream of various materials entered King's, which was a grand occasion. In this grand occasion, the cabinet quickly allocated funds after discussion, and the key military workshop was even more divided. Chen Qi and Song Qingping breathed a sigh of relief while expanding the production line. The production of the Falcon rifle entered the speed-up stage, and Chen Qi was even more busy. After he supervised the construction of the grenade factory, he began to invest a lot of money in the development of the breech gun. The breech loading method of the Falcon rifle has given him an obvious reminder. After all, the gun is just an enlarged gun. The gun can be loaded from behind the ass, and this artillery can naturally. In this way, the problem of difficult loading of rifled guns was completely solved, and this problem had plagued Chen Qi for a long time. In addition to the military workshop, the railway department also received large sums of funds. According to Princess Pinyang's promise to Xiaoming, the Kingzhou to Yaozu railway was basically completed by the end of the year. After all, the distance from Kaping to Yaozu is only 100 miles. This is not a difficult question. After this achievement, the railway department, which injected a lot of funds, started the construction of the Kaping Chainan railway line, and the construction of the Laiwu-Gzazu-Jinling railway. The 4 railways from east to west, north to south, are of course not a straight line, but twists and turns, passing almost every important city. Once all the railways are open to traffic, the entire north will be connected together, but it will take at least 2 or 3 years to achieve this goal, and the railway construction in Kanto will be even more difficult. While vigorously laying the railway, the construction of cement roads has also been going on. Now the main roads from Kingzhou to nearby county towns have all become cement roads. Some roads in the county and in the countryside were also rebuilt. At the same time, businessmen who had the qualification to build factories began to go to other cities to build cement plants. Because some wealthy cities began to build roads under the order of the imperial court, but because there were no cement factories in the area, businessmen who pursued profits naturally saw this business opportunity. Just building a cement plant is not a simple matter. You have to look for ore and have mining equipment. As a result, there are related factories established to provide supply and demand for the mining plant. The industry of Dayu State began to radiate from Kingzhou Prefecture due to the recovery of the northern economy, and another batch of capital investment accelerated this process. The Emperor, this capital investment is now blooming everywhere in Dayu, and all walks of life have been greatly expanded. If this goes on, the total amount of industry in Dayu will have to double again within a year. Pang Yukun handed him the summary form of payment. Xiaoming smiled. In fact, there is no way. Because the total amount of industry is small, it will be so easy to double. However, it is a miracle that the country has grown from scratch in the past 9 years. The only effort he needs now is to expand the local industrial development to the whole country. Otherwise, It is not enough to just make a small mess in one place. After all, the Western countries today are a holistic industrial system. This is the charm of money. Xiaoming bared his teeth, and the wealth seized from Linen was quickly squandered by the ruling cabinet. He is now thinking about auctioning the houses, workshops, shops, and part of the land left by the rich. At this stage, it is necessary to concentrate funds on major events, not to mention that the bulk of Linen wealth is these things, but businessmen who have been used to living in Qingzhou don't seem to buy it. But it doesn't matter. What he is a way to stimulate economic development if the rich do not consume. Everyone is a piggy bank, and only in and out of it can be detrimental to economic development. After a pause, he said, I have an idea. Now the businessmen in Qingzhou are too crowded for the balanced development of the industry in the country. A business zone should also be established in the south. All businessmen doing business in the business zone can get preferential treatment. If you think about it, paint Suzhou, Songjiang, and Nanjing as a business district. Pang Yukan instantly understood what Xiaoming meant. Now that the thermal power plant in Qingzhou has started, it will not be long before Qingzhou will enter the electricity era first. Once entering the power era, many backward workshops will face elimination. But it is a waste to weed out these workshops now. After all, the spread of industry requires a process, and there are still many places in the country that are not covered by the light of industry. Therefore, it is necessary for the imperial court to induce the merchants to move the backward workshops to a place where they may be afraid, so that the country of Great Chongqing can form a wave of industrial development process. Qingzhou is the center of the wave, representing the most advanced technology. The technology outside the wave is getting lower and lower, so that no productivity can be wasted. It's time to draw a commercial area. Pang Yukan laughed sly. Once the commercial area is established, those big businessmen with sufficient funds will go back to these areas to purchase land and real estate and establish workshops. In this way, the industry and commerce in this place will survive, and the court can obtain a lot of funds through the sale of wealthy assets. After all, the fixed assets of these wealthy families are huge, which is no less than the wealth shipped to Qingzhou. The two made up this plan with a smirk, and Pang Yukan immediately went back to think about how to plan the matter. While Qingzhou gained tremendous vitality from funding, the fighting in the south continued. After conquering Linen, Nu Ben did not choose to continue the offensive, but rested in Linen City to wait for ammunition supplies and reinforcements. Linen is only one point in the process of going south, and there are many more points in the south of Linen, and he must have sufficient preparations. After waiting for more than a month, the second batch of 20,000 grenades was sent to Linen, while 40,000 recruits equipped with falcon rifles went to the battlefield. At this time, the number of troops going south reached 140,000. 140,000 people are enough. Nu Ben of Linen temporary staff has a firm look. Now for every soldier, the most important thing at the moment is to end the war in the south. After all, there is still a lot of trouble waiting for them to deal with. Luf, you are responsible for attacking Shaoxing, Ningzhou and other cities to the south. Liu Oxin, you are responsible for attacking Huizhou and other cities to the west. After the goal is achieved, you two will attack the southwest together and regain the southwestern lands. Yes, General, Luffy and Liu Oxin said simultaneously. They are now full of confidence, because the production speed of the military workshop has been greatly increased, and they are not afraid of anyone with sufficient ammunition. Liu Oquin reminded, although we have more advanced firearms, we must never take it lightly. The Merchant Council still has a few brushes. Chapter 906 Food Upgrade April 13th. This is a bright and beautiful day in spring. The weather in Linen City has warmed up this season and the environment is comfortable and pleasant. After the news of the full southern expedition was delivered, Luffy and Liu Oxin led the troops today. Their goal is to smooth the Merchant Council in the shortest possible time. According to the plan, after clearing the city on the offensive route, they will start a decisive battle with the Merchant Council around Fuzhou, Guangzhou, Nancheng, and Dali. After all, these four cities are currently the most important cities for the Merchant Council. Once these big cities are captured, the Merchant Council will have no place to stay. On April 21st, Luftstiger First Army first arrived in Shoxing, and Liu Oxin arrived in Huizhou on April 25, and the all-out war against the Merchant Council officially started. King Zhu Xiaoming outlined 2 offensive lines on the map of Dayu State, which is exactly the direction of Lu Fei and Liu Oxin's offensive now. Nu Ben's decision was not made on a whim, but after close discussions with him. For him, the Merchant Council at this time was just a puffy person. The reason was simple. Cao Kun did not have a solid industrial foundation, which meant he could not continue to provide weapons and ammunition for his soldiers. Second, he did not have mature taxes. With regard to the tax system, the Blue Dragon King's failure to accept food promises will only aggravate this financial crisis. Third, the Merchant Council seems to have gathered a large number of soldiers in a short time, but these soldiers lack training and are just a mob. Therefore, in the face of such a Merchant Council, they must not have a chance to breathe for a moment, so they will soon disintegrate by themselves. I don't know what the rich family would feel when they knew that the court would distribute their land to the people and sell it. Pang Yukun stood behind Xiaoming. After the Yangtze River trade zone was finalized, it quickly aroused widespread discussion in Qingzhou, and many businessmen had already moved to Songjiang, Linan, and Suzhou to build factories. Many merchants consulted and purchased the houses, manors, and shops listed by the court, and everything was proceeding according to his plan. It must be heartbroken when they realize that they will never get their things back. The Merchant Council will have a problem. Xiaoming smiled, confident and firm. Pang Yukun nodded. As the so-called misfortune lies, the Merchant Council is a great trouble, but it gives us a reason to completely eliminate the wealthy families in the south. In this way, the reform will be more thorough in the south. That's right. That's why I wanted to establish the Yangtze River Commercial District. After I occupy Guangzhou, I will also establish the Guangzhou Commercial District, so that the industry and commerce of the country can continue from north to south. Xiaoming looked at the map. A large blueprint for Yugo's future emerged in his mind. He has been longing for the unification of this country for too long, and now he finally sees hope that the great Yu country after unification will exert greater vitality under his leadership and rank among the world's forests. Pang Yukun's eyes were slightly hot. He recalled all the things in the past 9 years. After this year, he was followed Xiaoming for 10 years. In the past 10 years, Qingzhou's industry and commerce have grown from nothing to strength, and the kingdom of Diaoyu has also become increasingly strong and vigorous in the hands of this emperor. Now he is very fortunate that he has followed the right person. It is because of his identity as Xiaoming that he can witness the day of the reunification of the Great Yu Kingdom. In the future, he will also accompany Xiaoming to witness the Great Yu Kingdom's move to the top of the world. Xiaoming's eyes were always on the map. He didn't notice Pang Yukun's look, but continued to ask, "By the way, how is the population migration during this period of time?" Mentioned that Pang Yukun's spirit was concentrated. When he was going south, he had promised to migrate 5 million people to Kanto. So far, Xiaoguan has migrated 700,000 people from Chu, and the entire south is down. 5 million should not be difficult. 700,000? Well, it's already pretty good. Xiaoming expressed satisfaction. In fact, he is now very worried about the situation in Kanto. Although he has left Qi Guanyi in Kanto, Qi Guanyi is sometimes weak in the face of the sparsely populated Kanto. From time to time, the barbarian cavalry would bypass the city and attack the people of Kanto, robbing them of their harvest. After 1 million slaves were transformed into Kantos, they were very weak on such a large land. Because of this, he had to emigrate 5 million people. In this way, 6 cities divided 1 million people, and he could organize an effective militia team to raid the barbarians. And he has already begun to consider giving some of the eliminated weapons to the militia and guards so that they can exert greater strength. In addition, the immigrant population is also for the industrial construction of the Kanto region. Without a sufficient population, it is difficult to develop industries in this era, and Kanto region is a land of agriculture and resources. It's all because of this war. Otherwise these people would not be willing to migrate. Now many people who migrate call this Guangguandong. Pang Yukan laughed. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Although he created this war, it is inevitable. Sometimes it is inevitable to sacrifice the interests of some people for the victory of the national strategic level. Although it's cruel, but the court can only do it hard. Because compared to this, a country and a nation are more important to survive and the world. Otherwise, if you lose Kanto, more people will suffer. It's a good word. Let's add this word to the secret guard's propaganda when you break through the Guangdong. Xiaoming said lightly. Looking away from the map, Xiaoming continued, the soldiers in the south are fighting battles. The only thing we can do now is to provide them with high-quality weapons, ammunition and food. Pang Shufu, how is this military can now? Going back to the emperor, except for the first batch of glass cans. All we sent to the south are iron cans. In order to strengthen the army's logistical supply capabilities, the Qingzhou government has now built 6 military food factories. The official also gave them the food formula provided by the emperor. Xiaoming is relieved now. For him, long-term quality military food is very important, because it can not only reduce the logistics pressure of soldiers, but also a necessary condition for the fleet expedition. In modern times, the West can colonization not far away. In addition to warships, this canned food also plays an important role. In addition to the canning, Xiaoming also gave the process of compressing biscuits to the military food factory. In fact, the process of biscuits and compressed biscuits is very simple. The biscuits are nothing more than sugar, flour, and eggs. Compressed biscuits are just crushing the biscuits and compressing them again to become more compact cakes. In addition to compressed biscuits, instant noodles are followed by compressed biscuits. This kind of military food can also be easily realized at present. After all, simple instant noodles are just cooked noodles and then fried. Xiaoming didn't seek to achieve modern results. As long as the soldiers were able to report their stomachs on the battlefield, it was enough. Chapter 907 Competition of Comprehensive Strength. Step up production, and take advantage of this war to improve the military industry, food and other related industries that serve the military, so as to avoid wars and turmoil. Sitting down in his chair, Xiaoming said to Pang Yukan sternly. 9 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and now it is time for Dayu State to embark on the road of normalization, and can no longer be as careless as before. Both the military and government affairs must be closer to modernization, so that they can adapt to the continuous development of technology. Yes, the emperor. This is a serious question, and Pang Yukan dare not care. This time he asked Pang Yukan to ask questions about agriculture in addition to explaining the military industry. After all, the country of Dayu still cannot escape the mode of agricultural society. Since the barbarians were expelled from the customs, the north is relatively stable. How is the agricultural sector now recovering? Xiaoming asked. Only after confirming this question can he decide the possibility of the next battle. After all, if there is not enough food, the war can only be cautious. Pang Yukan showed a calm look at this time. He said, the emperor, now the agriculture in the north has been fully restored, and there has been a large surplus in the homes of the people 2 years ago. This situation has even caused the price of grain to fall. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are now vigorously promoted by state governments. Almost every state and county is now planting potatoes and sweet potatoes, which has greatly alleviated the food problem. With the use of phosphate fertilizers, food is now more abundant. So now the court has sufficient grain reserves? Yes. In accordance with the requirements of the emperor, every state and county has set up a granary to store grain. With a light breath, Xiaoming felt relieved. The state of agricultural recovery is gratifying. Now he doesn't have to worry about food. With sufficient food, the population of Dayu can continue to grow. After asking the current urgent question, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukan to go back and catch the armament factory again, striving to replace the soldiers with equipment as soon as possible. In his opinion, this war in the south cannot be resolved overnight, and every year or a half cannot be determined. During this period of time, in addition to meeting the needs of the war, he will continue to grasp the industry and commerce of the country. At the same time, he decided to open up more technology to the people. After all, some simple things do not need to be grasped firmly and also waste resources. For example, the production of civilian machinery such as harvesters and their spare parts can be handed over to merchants. Having decided on this matter, Xiaoming picked up a pen to record his future plans, and at the same time wrote down the direction of future technological development for use. In this busy state, the war in the south has also entered a fierce stage. After winning Shuxing in 3 days of fierce battle, Luff advanced all the way, winning Ningzhou, Zhu, Jinhu and Wenzhou successively in the next 4 months, and went straight to Fuzhou City. And after Liu Oxin conquered Huizhou all the way to the west, he took Zhujiang, Yuqing, Zhu, and Qing all the way to the west, and then he went south and headed for Nanjing. During these 5 months, the north, under the supervision of Xiaoming, made every effort to produce for the war, and batches of hand grenades were shipped from the military factory to the front. At the same time, the production of Falcon rifles reached 20,000 per month. The recruits equipped with Falcon rifles continued to go south to support, and the tide of war fell on him little by little. Compared with the Royal Army's ample ammunition, firearms, artillery, and support troops, the Merchant Council quickly showed weakness. Insufficient ammunition, damaged muskets and artillery blasts could not be refilled in time, a large number of recruits lacked weapons, and the Merchant Council without strong industrial support realized that war was not only a contest of will, but also a contest of comprehensive strength. Fuzhou front line. Lu flicked his lips as he watched a group of supplies that had just arrived, and the soldiers in the trenches were acting like him. Since 3 months ago, their food has improved suddenly. After fighting for so many years, Luff discovered for the first time that he could still eat so well on the battlefield. Not only the generals, but the soldiers also had a high morale due to the improvement of the living conditions on the battlefield. The wooden boxes were unloaded from the carriage, and Luff immediately ordered the commanders to take their supplies back and distribute them. "Oh, I don't know what was delivered this time. Is it compressed biscuits or instant noodles?" a teacher asked excitedly. "I hope it is compressed biscuits. This instant noodles are vomiting." "I didn't eat the compressed biscuits. The instant noodles accompanied by canned fish are delicious." The 4 commanders are excited with each sentence. Luff squinted at these commanders under his command. 5 months of continuous combat made them unkempt and looked like beggars. The soldiers are even more so. When they were sorting supplies, a clean army came to them. This was the Tiger's 5th Army supporting them this time. When these recruits came, they looked excited, but after seeing the veterans in the trenches, their expressions gradually became thicker. Obviously, the war was not as glamorous as they thought. Hey, another group of stunned people came. The commander of the 1st Division teased. During this period, many recruits came to support, but they also suffered the most casualties. New recruits who are not familiar with the battlefield are always accustomed to doing things impulsively, and are often used to recklessly charging during the offensive. Luff picked up an iron can and pried it open with a knife. It was a canned meat. After sniffing the canned meat, he said, "The veteran is also a recruit. Don't read the jokes now. Let's try the new canned pork." When they heard the word meat, the teacher's eyes brightened. "This is a rare can, and only a small part of the supplies are sent each time. They often pour the canned pork into a large pot and cook it so that the soldiers can eat some meat." Seeing this, the division commanders completely forgot to tease the recruits. They took people and started robbing canned meat, for fear of being taken away by others. In addition to eating, they also received some Falcon rifles. During the war, their Falcon rifles will also be damaged. Generally, they will repair the ones that can be repaired, and replace the ones that cannot. After receiving the supplies, the commanders returned to their positions. It has become a rule to send some meat before each war, and this time they are facing Fuzhou, where the Merchant Council is stationed with heavy troops. The war will be more difficult. The division commanders left, and Luff took a telescope to observe the situation in Fuzhou. According to the information they received, Fuzhou was the temporary residence of the Merchants' Council, and a large number of members of the council were in the city at this time. In order to defend this city, they mobilized 200,000 troops to defend Fuzhou, of which 80,000 were musketeers and 12 were newly recruited recruits. These recruits were not even equipped with weapons, and the dilemma of the Merchant Council was an idiot. Merchant Council, the sun is over. Luffy's mouth showed a mocking smile. Chapter 908. Move forward. Move forward. Without food, guns and ammunition, how can we fight the royal army? Luffy has surrounded Fuzhou. Liu Oxin has also reached Nancheng, and the parliamentary army has been defeated and retreated. It will not take long for them to reach Guangzhou. In the city of Guangzhou, where the temporary parliament is located, Cao Kun is surrounded by a group of core members, and an impatient color appears on everyone's face. That is, the problem now is that we can't sell weapons and ammunition even if we have the silver. It's just that the hundreds of thousands of people gathered by the Azure Dragon King cannot fight this battle. Everyone understands that fighting them is not just a matter of courage. Those soldiers with wooden sticks on the front line are simply going to die and they are too easy to collapse. Another person said. Cao Kun and his son glanced at each other, their brows furrowed, and their enthusiasm was gradually shattered by the cold reality. They finally realized the difference in the strength of the two sides in this war. The North now has an excellent industrial foundation, education system, and taxation system. They can produce tens of thousands of weapons and ammunition at any time, and the military academy can continuously climb out of the middle-level generals and enter the recruits recruited by the military leaders. The taxation of agriculture and industry ensured the logistics of the war. In this contrast, they had nothing. After losing the country of Chu, they found that the vast southern base was weak. Even if the British and French passed on the flintlock technology to them, they could not produce a sufficient number of firearms, not to mention the captive rifle, and the falcon rifle that is now being used. After all, apart from the lack of skilled craftsmen, they also lack the two most important things, coal and iron ore. Now that things have progressed, he finally realized a problem. In his opinion, Xiaoming was actually planning to move south, because he unknowingly controlled the area with the richest coal and iron in the country. The areas north of the Yangtze River and south of the Great Wall, Bashu and Guangdong, were controlled by Xiaoming successively. Before the war began, these places no longer sold even a little coal and iron ore to the south, and it is also the reason why the more embarrassed they are as the war goes on, because they can't buy anything even if they have money. In addition, the coast was blocked by the Qingzhou fleet, and the supply of France and Britain could only be carried by land, which in turn restricted the amount and speed of support. At the same time, the support from France and the United Kingdom has now appeared to be a bit weak, and they can't continue to send supplies to him for thousands of miles. The only support they can provide is from the colonies. I know that the war has been losing, but we should believe in France and the United Kingdom. They will send troops to help us. Cao Kun swore a swear word. Trust me, if you keep going, we will definitely win. Cao Zhengtong echoed, yes, we will get more support. The congressmen were silent. They looked at me and I looked at you, and the anger on their faces finally turned into a sigh. Cao Kun continued, please come back, everyone. Our Cao family will not retreat anymore. It is here in Guangzhou that we will fight Xiaoming to the death. Then you will see them being defeated and retreated by our coalition army. I hope so, said a member. Cao Zhengtong took the opportunity to say, but if we want to persevere, we still need to buy more things from the French and the British. This requires a large sum of money, and you will need your generosity. The councillors frowned and sighed again, and they asked their servants to go back and fetch the money to the parliament. After sending everyone away, Cao Kun and his son lightly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the Long King came in from outside the door. He said, let these fools stay and die. We should go. Don't be anxious. Be careful to show your feet. Cao Kun's expression became serious. He asked, how is the transportation of gold and silver treasures? This is the capital for us to live in the UK. Naturally, there is no problem. As long as you pass Dali, these things will directly enter the sphere of influence of the British. King Long Wang said lightly. Cao Zhengtong was a little unwilling to hear that. Father, Did we fail like this? We underestimated Xiaoming. It makes sense for him to defeat the barbarians. The current battle is not determined by the number of people. Moreover, different voices have appeared in the parliament. The failures have caused many people to question us. Today is an example. Cao Kun said slowly. For the present, I can only leave a way out for myself, in order to make a comeback in the future. But, can I come back from this trip? Cao Zhengtong was a little sorry. It's better than death here. The Azure Dragon King waved his hand. When Xiaoming caught him, none of us can live. Cao Kun nodded, and he comforted. Earl Kerry promised that they will recognize us as the orthodox country of Great Chongqing. That is, even if we go to England, we are still the actual ruler of Great Chongqing in name. Novel. They won't recognize the Great Chongqing ruled by Xiaoming. Maybe one day, we will come back with the power of Europe. After all, we have given them enough. I hope so. Cao Zhengtong looked to the west, and they did give enough. They sacrificed 500 people on the way to 6 students. The secret guard planned 21 assassinations on their way forward. The 3 students who followed the French were left with only one severely wounded student whose life or death was unknown. The British guarding also killed a student and 2 suffered gunshot wounds. But no matter what, they were in danger again to British India, and then they transferred a large amount of wealth to prepare for escape. After all, the haze of the assassination has been hanging over them, and Guangzhou is no longer quiet. Fuzhou. After a night of ammunition supplies, Luff launched an attack on Fuzhou City early the next morning. 300 field guns hit the walls of Fuzhou City severely in the roar. Amid the violent explosions, the walls of Fuzhou City collapsed. At the same time, a soldier with 5 grenades on his body crawled out of the trench to charge. The ammunition was sufficient so that they could use the grenades in luxury. Kill. The veteran led the recruits across the trench in the screaming roar. The Royal Army, which had doubled in number, quickly gained an advantage, and the Council Army, which had been exhausted and lacked ammunition, collapsed at this moment. A large number of parliamentary soldiers fled into the city, and the soldiers of the Huben army were chasing after them, and the situation outside Fuzhou suddenly became one-sided. The situation on the battlefield was seen by Lif, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he guessed, the parliamentary army had now lost the spirit of the previous few months and was frightened by them. Chapter 909 One Great Cause Nanching. Liu Oxin took out his pocket watch from his arms and looked at the time, then he ordered the soldiers to sound the offensive charge. For him, there are really not too many challenges in this way. The Battle of Linen City did gain some time for the Merchant Council to stabilize in the south, but it was only a little bit. In such a vast area, the Merchant Council's control power can be said to be extremely weak. In many cases, it was only the rich family in a certain city who took refuge in the Merchant Council and changed the flag after a few tribes. The combat power of these rich family was only the level of the Cold Weapon Army 10 years ago. Faced with their muskets and artillery, it would be good for these tycoons to be able to resist an hour. In many cases, he can regain a county seat with just 1,000 people, and a state-level city with 3,000 people. For example, in the city of Nanchang now, his current number of soldiers is only 8,000, and the rest are sent out by him to attack other states and counties at the same time. After all, the influence of the Merchant Council in this area is relatively weak, and the difficulty is Luff's way. Boom boom boom. With a roar of artillery, the city gate of Nanchang was turned into dust in the explosion, and the soldiers stood in 3 rows, holding up their guns and shooting at the soldiers on the wall. However, the Nanchang soldiers on the wall did not have any weapons that could threaten them. This method of warfare has almost become the norm. They are just shooting targets, one by one. The soldiers on the Nanchang city wall fell from the wall, and chaos soon appeared on the city wall. These soldiers had never experienced such an incredible war. The legend from the north became reality, and now they just want to survive. Flush. As the order was issued, the soldiers rushed into Nanchang city in a hurry. However, as soon as they entered the city, they found some soldiers walking towards them carrying white flags. They are not surprised at this situation. In fact, this is what they taught. Before each attack, they always threatened them in advance. asking them to surrender under the white flag. If the opponent does not accept, it will attack. After passing these surrendered soldiers, the royal soldiers immediately rushed into the city. As usual, they immediately searched for members of the city's council and arrested the wealthy people who supported the council. After all, a city was thrown to the merchant council. Most of the wealthy people in the city must have chosen the merchant council. Liu Oxin entered the city under the of his personal guards. He shouted to the teacher under his command, "Search carefully, you can't let go of a couple of silvers from the rich family. Think about the canned food you eat, think about your waste. The grenade, you wouldn't have anything without silver." Liu Oxin's words made the soldiers more excited. It has become their habit to seize the wealthy property without entering a city, and they are happy that more wealthy families rely on the merchant council. This way they have a reason to deprive them of their wealth. After taking down Nancheng easily, Liu Oxin unfolded the map. According to the current plan, the next step was Changsha, and then he was going all the way to Guangzhou to join Luf. Closing the map, he shouted, hurry up, the rest will be left to the officials, and we will continue to go south." As they went south, officials led by Fiji took over the cities they had taken one by one. Many of these southern cities were once under royal management. Many local officials have met Xiao Wenxian in Beijing and are familiar with Fiji's important officials. Therefore, every place in Fiji, the government will be re-established according to the roster to find officials of poor origin or good local origin. Because of this, they were able to quickly stabilize the city they captured, and for some important cities, they also chose to station troops to prevent it from falling into the enemy's hands again. On October 11, Liu Oxin led his troops to the south after a short rest. In 3 months, he successively conquered Changsha, Hangzhou, Yangzhou, Chenzhou, and Shizhou, and arrived in Guangzhou in mid-January of the following year. At this time, Luf also conquered Quanzhou, Zhangzhou, Kazhou, and Huizhou and arrived in Guangzhou. Liu Oxin. Under the city of Guangzhou, Luf couldn't help himself. Counting from the south, they have been fighting for a year. Now they have taken over most of the territory controlled by the Merchant Council and are advancing all the way. In front of us is the largest and the most prosperous Guangzhou occupied by the Merchants' Council. As long as this is conquered, the Merchants' Council will no longer have a place to stand. The remaining wars can no longer become wars, but can only be called bandits. Liu Oxin walked towards Luf, and the two patted each other on the shoulders. He looked at Luf behind the dusty but extremely refined soldier and said, "Many of them are new faces. These new recruits have become veterans." No, in order to take the south as quickly as possible, batches of recruits went to the battlefield. Now they are all elites, Luf said with a smile. Liu Oxin nodded. Not only Luf, but he also brought out a lot of officers from the army academy along the way, and the recruits have now become veterans. However, he is very fortunate that he has learned a truth from the army academy. Sometimes the competition in war is the comprehensive strength. This war was destined to be crushing from the very beginning. As a result, it was a royal unity war, not an alien invasion, and the people's resistance was not very fierce. Those who are desperate to fight with them are those who are afraid of losing their status and wealth. Moreover, the thoroughness of the Chu state reformation has allowed many people who see to be believing to see the benefits of following the royal family. On the contrary, the Merchants' Council has done a lot of dirty things this year. After all, the members of the parliament are complicated and there is no one. Some members of the parliament are not much better than the bandits. Many people hate it. Secondly, regions dominated by agriculture are not rivals in regions with strong industries. Hey, this time going south has become a school for training soldiers. Liu Oxin looked at Guangzhou city in front of him. When do you want to start the fight? In order to defend this city firmly, the Merchant Council arranged all the last elites here, and it is said that the people bewitched by the Azure Dragon King are also in the city. What's the hurry? You and my armies have just joined forces, so let the soldiers rest, eat and drink before fighting, and go. In order to reward us, The emperor specially rewarded King Zhu drunk and prepared some side dishes. Relax tonight. Liu Oxin licked his lips. The battle was an extremely difficult task. The soldiers who went south had not suffered many casualties in the war, but there were many casualties caused by mosquito bites and poisonous mists. If the doctors who accompanied the army were exquisite in medical skills, he would be going crazy. What Luf said now, he really wanted to relax. Eat and drink before you beat them severely. Liu Oxin pointed to Guangzhou city and cursed. Luf suddenly laughed when he heard the words. Chapter 910 Battle of Guangzhou February 15th. This is a sunny day with a sunny sky and bright spring. If it were in Qingzhou, it would be a bit cold in this season, but here, the climate is still warm and pleasant. On the third day after the confluence of the Hubei army and the Shenji army, the two who had been exhausted from the long march issued a general attack on Guangzhou city. At this time, coupled with the continuous support of the new army, the number of soldiers outside Guangzhou has reached 170,000, and the number of field fears has reached 700. 700 field guns, 300 mortars. This is enough for them to drink a pot. Liu Oxin was excited. He is good at commanding artillery, and now is the best opportunity for him to take advantage of artillery. Luf said, the Merchant Council is basically over after taking down Guangzhou city. Now that there is enough ammunition, you can use the artillery as you want. There was a light of excitement in Liu Oxin's eyes. There are not many soldiers equipped with firearms in Guangzhou now, and they are all recruits for them. These soldiers do not have much combat effectiveness. The people who bewitched by the Azure Dragon King are even more cannon fodder. It's time to end this farce, Liu Oxin said in a loud voice, and then he began to deploy field guns and mortars. In order to achieve the effect of destroying the enemy in one blow, he did not choose to shell all four at the same time. Instead, all the field guns and the mortars were gathered in front of the north gate of Guangzhou city. Now the water surrounding Guangzhou city is impenetrable. He has no fear that they will escape. In one morning, a total of 1,000 artillery pieces were assembled for fear of field battles and mortars. Following Liu Oxin's order, the Battle of Guangzhou city officially started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Boom boom boom. In the sound of shelling that the world faltered. Raindrops fell on the city wall just north of Guangzhou city. In an instant, the city wall was covered by a sea of fire. The bricks shattered, and flesh and blood flew all over the place. The defense of the northern part of the council military city was shattered in just one round of shelling. Boom boom boom. After the first round of shelling, the second round of shelling followed one after another, as if the parliamentary soldiers who had walked around in fell into terror again. Then came the third and fourth times. When the smoke dissipated, less than 40% of the parliamentary soldiers survived on the wall after 4 rounds of shelling, and the artillery of their structure was basically destroyed. I want to go home, I want to go home. On the Guangzhou city wall, a parliamentary soldier collapsed. The hellish experience made him run down without regard to anything. The soldiers who survived looked numbly at the densely packed corpses on the city wall. This was not a war, it was a massacre. The screams of the soldiers tightened their hearts one by one. After the first soldier collapsed, the remaining soldiers fled the battlefield desperately. In the city of Guangzhou, the people under the Qinglong king looked frightened and uneasy. The huge explosion from the north made their hearts touch their throats, and then the bloodied soldiers made them more worried. Hurry up and run for your life. If you can't win, you can't win. A soldier shouted sternly, but he stopped abruptly before he said his words. A general's knife pierced the soldier's heart severely. Withdrawing the knife, the general shouted, "All forward, don't you want to get the land? Don't you have to pay for food? The royal army is outside the city. As long as we win, we will have everything." Charge! Some desperados in the crowd yelled. Their immediate interests made them forget their fear, and they yelled and went north. Outside the city, the royal soldiers were sitting leisurely in the trenches. They were waiting for the shelling to end, and they had experienced wars of all sizes. They had thoroughly seen the fighting power of the Merchant Council. Now they are very confident. Boom boom boom. After a short interval, the roar of artillery sounded again, and the entire artillery position was full of fire and smoke. The city walls of Guangzhou gradually appeared tottering after being continuously bombarded by cannonballs like raindrops. Upon seeing this, Liu Xin urged the artillery to continue the shelling. Finally, after the 17th round of shelling, the northern city wall of Guangzhou collapsed, and the soldiers of the Azure Dragon King also arrived under the city. The sudden collapse caused many soldiers to mess up their positions, but something more terrifying than the city wall happened. For the first time, they realized what shelling was. The soldiers hadn't recovered yet, and the dense shells fell beside them. Shrapnel flew. The air wave rolled, and the soldiers of the Azure Dragon King were killed and injured in an instant. These soldiers were ordinary people in the field, and they had never experienced such a terrible war. Looking at their fallen companions, they cried and ran away, but at this moment, a terrible news suddenly came. "Don't fight, everyone." The Azure Dragon King ran away, and the Cao family father and son ran away. "Our silver was taken away by them. Now they are just leaving us to die. Don't resist, otherwise you will only lose your lives in vain." The person who spoke was Lin Yaod, and now members of the council in the city found that the Cao family, father and son and the Azure Dragon King were no longer in the city and had been fried. Hearing the news, he immediately spread the news, and it was the time when the parliamentary army was disturbed. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, the soldiers were in an uproar. They fought because of their belief in the Blue Dragon King of the Merchant Council, but they now shamelessly abandoned them. "Mother, let us die," but they ran away. Brothers stopped fighting. A general scolded fiercely. "The Merchants' Council is a nest of liars. They lied to us and we have nothing now. Kill them." An irritating sentence was uttered from the soldiers. Instead of rushing to the front line, they took up arms and rushed towards the parliament station. At this time, Lin Yaod was dressed as an ordinary soldier, and he smiled when he saw it. As long as Guangzhou was chaotic, they would be able to reduce casualties. When the angry soldiers rushed into the garrison and found that the Cao family, father and son, the Blue Dragon King was really no longer there, even greater chaos appeared, and the soldiers began to shoot at the council in the council. For them, they just want to vent their anger. At the same time, when the city wall of Guangzhou collapsed, Luf gave the order to charge. The royal soldiers took up their bayonets and falcon rifles flooded into Guangzhou city like a flood. Facing the chaotic Guangzhou city, they quickly controlled the situation. The people and soldiers who saw the royal soldiers rushing over immediately chose to surrender, and the royal army's offensive went smoothly all the way, and there was basically no resistance. Liu Xin and Luf entered the city after the city broke. When they saw Lin Yaod walking towards them, the two got off the horse and smiled. "Lin Yaod, you are still alive." "How could I die before the Merchant Council was destroyed?" Lin Yaod laughed. He met the two of them before hiding in the Merchants' Council. At that time, Li San led him to meet with the soldiers for today. Chapter 911 Destruction. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter came from Luf and Liu Xin. In the eyes of the two, it is not easy for Lin Yaod to be able to lie in the Merchant Council for so long, and to convey a lot of important information. After the greeting, Lin Yaod's expression suddenly became serious. He said, "It is not the time to relax. The Cao family and the King Long King took away a large amount of the wealth they searched. This wealth was probably smuggled to the UK a few months ago. Human territory. Damn it!" Luf cursed. "This killer, if I catch them, they must be skinned and cramped." Lin Yaod looked a little regretful. He said, "I also made mistakes this time, but the three people have made it too deep this time. Until now, many congressmen have been buried in the dark." "About how many things they carried away?" Liu Xin asked. "After losing the war again and again, they behaved a little abnormally. They kept asking the councillors to pay for weapons. At the same time, they would be killed and searched for gold and silver. I guess they stole at least 1 million tals of gold and silver, 6 million tals of silver, and there are a lot of jewelry and other things." Lin Yaod said, "This is because they don't have enough manpower to transport them. If there are, I'm afraid they will be transported more." "That's a lot." Luf felt a pain. It was all real money, not land, or the house. Don't just sigh. It is estimated that you will not be able to chase it back unless you hit their territory. Liu Oxin persuaded, it is better to collect the current seizures. There are a lot of big fish in the city this time. Luff immediately beamed, calling his commander to let them collect the spoils. After the Imperial Army entered the city, the war in Guangzhou came to an end. A large number of soldiers surrendered to them. When they arrived at the parliament residence, they found that the congressmen were basically killed. The angry people and soldiers had already released their hatred on them. It doesn't matter to Liu and Liu Oxin. Anyway, these tycoons are dead in their hands, and now it saves them a lot of things. After taking control of Guangzhou Cheng, under the leadership of Lin Yaod, they immediately paid off the wealth of the councillors. Now they all understand the truth. This war is the same as doing business. The more you fight, the more profit you can make. A loss-making war is a heavy burden on the country. Only a profitable war can make the country richer and richer. In the process of the southward journey, the existence of the Merchant Council gave them reasons to clean up the rich family. Almost every state and county who resisted the rich family was fined and confiscated. The land was distributed to the people, the houses, and the shops were sold as long as they could be sold. All the gold and silver items were transported away. The war fortune they made this time was much more than they had earned in industry and commerce these years. Only then did they understand why the barbarians are keen to go south, because it is a profitable business for them to grab the country of Dau, and it is a business to lose money when the country of Dau fights them. If things go on like this, the country will only lose. February 25, Qingzhou. The news of the victory of the Guangzhou War came into Qingzhou with the voice of the postman. The postman holding the victory report rode all the way into Qingzhou city, yelling while riding. When he arrived at the palace, he immediately submitted the battle report to the guard leader Du Boyuan, and the news soon reached Xiaoming. At this time, the officials of the outer palace also heard the news, and Pang Yukan got up and went to the study room. The city of Guangzhou was broken, and most of the members of the Merchant Council died. Now the Merchant Council exists in name only. The only pity is that the Ko family and his son and the Azure Dragon King escaped. Pang Yukan showed a pity. After reading the battle report, Xiaoming frowned. The most hateful thing is that they have also taken away a lot of gold and silver jewelry. These three idiots. Do they really think the British will always protect them? He comes from modern times, and he knows the faces of these robber countries. The Ko family and his son went to England with their wealth, but the result must be taken advantage of by the British. This Britain is really hateful. It is everywhere that our great country is against it. Now that the Merchant Council is destroyed, we can take out our hands to clean up them. Pang Yukan said fiercely. This is what I think, but now there is a more difficult problem. Xiaoming handed the information Wang Zhuan sent back to Pang Yukan. Just glanced, Pang Yukan exclaimed, "The barbarians have taken refuge in Tsarist Russia. How is this possible?" Nothing is impossible. The great country is changing, and the barbarians are also seeking a way out. According to Wang Zhuan, after losing the Kanto, the barbarians are also squeezed by the Ottomans in the west. We and the Ottomans are facing feuds. Tsarist Russia is the only force he can rely on. Xiaoming frowned. In fact, he has been faintly worried about this. But now he is still happening. Similar to contemporary history, the nomadic peoples in the north prefer to seek refuge in Tsarist Russia instead of being attached. It can be said that this is the dignity of the nomadic tribe, or it can be said to be the wolf's contempt for a flock of sheep. Perhaps in the bones of the barbarians, would not surrender to the great kingdom, which they once became the two-legged sheep. Pang Yukan is no longer unfamiliar with the current situation of the world. He knows that Tsarist Russia is a big country with a population of 46 million, and this country is good at annexing other countries. Now that the barbarians are thrown into the arms of Tsarist Russia, and with their Cossack cavalry, they will become the strongest enemy in the northern part of the country. It's really a wave of unrest. Pang Yukan shook his head with a wry smile. Their internal worries had just been resolved, and now the external worries were coming. Ha ha ha, Pang Shufu, don't have to worry. Today's Great Chongqing is no longer the Great Chongqing of 10 years ago. We can fight back any aggression at any time, and once the railways to Kanto and Chang'an are repaired, we can quickly transport troops there. At that time, both the barbarian cavalry and the Cossack cavalry would lose the advantage of mobility. Xiao Mingling said. Pang Yukan came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "What the emperor said is that the old official was confused for a while. Since the robbers came, he can only compete with him." Xiao Ming nodded. He said, "There is no need to worry about the north for the time being. Qi Guanyi and Liu Ohong are here. They won't be able to turn the sky for the time being. What is now the ultimate goal is to integrate Jiangnan and Jiangbai to achieve the unification of the world, so that the soldiers who marched south can be withdrawn." Yes. The emperor and the lower officials have drawn up a new administrative division plan for the country of Dau, and then they are ready to implement it to achieve the integration of the north and the south as soon as possible. It's so good. Now Guangzhou is broken and the overall situation is set. The rest is to establish government offices and eliminate the remaining thieves. I will leave you a part of the army in the south to cooperate with your management. We must let the south recover as soon as possible. While speaking, Xiao Ming looked at the world map in front of him. He didn't feel much relaxed after the civil war. Now the world's territory is basically divided by the great powers. The rising Great Yu state cannot escape the Thucydides trap in this barbaric era. This means that a newly rising power will inevitably challenge the existing powers, and the existing powers will inevitably respond to this threat, and war will become inevitable. Chapter 912 London Tulip Palace *www.swyman.la. This is the palace where Queen Victoria lives and works. Prime Minister Murphy arrived here early in the morning. "Miss Millie, please tell the Queen that the guests from the country of Dau have arrived, and now the members are waiting for her." When the palace housekeeper appeared, Murphy couldn't wait to say, because in his opinion, this matter is very important. Without waiting for Millie to speak, at this time a graceful woman dressed in costume came out of the room. She was Queen Vidomia, who inherited the throne at the age of 16. "Viscount Murphy, I haven't forgotten this important thing. Let's go. Let us see what the scientific level of the country is like." Vidomia has pure golden hair, her white face is like winter snow, and her red lips are like flames. Every time Murphy sees her, she can't help but wonder. "Yes, Your Majesty." Murphy retracted his eyes. He now has a family, otherwise he has no doubt that he would surrender under this beautiful queen's skirt, just like many young nobles in London now. The white dome carriage belonging to the queen had stopped in front of the castle. Murphy got on his horse and followed the queen's car to the House of Lords on Benjamin Avenue, where the British royal family, nobles and parliamentarians were waiting for them. "Viscount Murphy, are all the scholars who belong to France really dead?" Entering the clean bluestone streets of London, Vidomia remembered the news she had just received. Britain is too far away from the country of Dau. When she learned of this, more than half a year had passed. "I can't be sure." It's hard to believe what the Frenchman said. "After all, our relationship is not harmonious at all." Murphy frowned. After the French Revolution, French capital merchants ruled the country. They used steam engine technology stolen from Britain. French industry developed rapidly and its national power became stronger day by day. For the United Kingdom, this is definitely not good news. Therefore, the friction between the two countries has continued. During this period of time, France's intervention in the war in North America has caused the two countries to freeze. If it were not for their common interests in Asia, they will not choose to cooperate. That said, the scholar from Great Yu country may be alive. This is really bad news. Vidomia lifted her chin and looked at the black plume of smoke outside London, which is produced by factories using steam engines. After concealing it for 7 or 8 years, the steam engine is no longer a secret to Europe. In particular, the Dutch bought the reciprocating steam engine from Dau, which made their hard-to-secure technology cheap. So, in order to earn the surplus value of the steam engine, the House decisively decided to sell the steam engine to other European countries. Anyway, they can get it from the country sooner or later. Instead of doing this, it is better to earn it by themselves. In response to the threat from Great Chongqing, those who originally opposed the use of steam engines also shut up. Because for the first time Europe has encountered a real enemy in the world, and this country is already using steam engines to build an industrial country. So how can the noble Anglo-Saxons lose to the natives of Asia? They have a solid industrial foundation, more talents, and a more open academic atmosphere. Therefore, in this atmosphere, the use of steam engines is unimpeded, and factories with black plumes of smoke appear in every city in the UK, and their industrial products are also increasing day by day. The only regret is that they found that this was not enough, because the Dutch's knowledge in the country really surprised them. As we passed the Thames, Murphy looked at the bustling streets. Today's Britain is as vibrant as the sun at the beginning of the day. Everyone in the UK will be confident in the future until they are defeated in Asia. This is indeed a helpless thing, but at least we got a living scholar. Murphy smiled. While talking, the two arrived at the House of Lords. At this time, the British royal family, nobles, and parliamentarians have fallen, and two people from Great Chongqing are standing in the middle of the House of Lords. At this time, a dozen famous British scientists are surrounding them and asking about something. Your Majesty, today is a really good day. An older nobleman with white hair stood up. He is the Duke of Parston and is now the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's really a good day. Vladimir smiled. She took her seat. After years of fighting with the Conservative Party after her ascension, she now holds the real power of Britain through the Liberal Party. The Duke of Parston is her uncle, he occupies an important position in the Liberal Party, and she has always valued him. Your Majesty, we figured out the artillery shells and rifles of Daewoo a month ago. I have to say that their design is amazing. Just a change in the shape of the bullet makes the gun more powerful, and this kind of shell is even more powerful. It's subtle. After Parston, a middle-aged man stood up. He came from the British Association for the Advancement of Science. They were responsible for cracking the technology from the country. Baron Cordial, I think bullets are a problem, but rifling is also another problem. Murphy shrugged. Cordial has a high status in British academia. The scientist known as the All-Rounder designed a series of machinery. Of course, this was difficult before, but with the steam engine, rifling is no longer a problem. I think we should replace the old flintlocks, said Cordial. We can't be left behind by France and the Netherlands. It is said that the Netherlands has purchased a large number of muskets from the country. The most embarrassing thing is the battleship of the country is escorted by the country, arrived in Europe in name, and returned in a majestic manner. Shouldn't the ocean be the backyard of our Royal Navy? Vladimir looked serious. He looked at Cordial. I'm afraid we have fallen behind the country in science and technology, but now we still have a chance to catch up. It all depends on you, for the benefit of the British Empire. For the benefit of the Empire, everyone said in unison. Now they are facing a very obvious problem, that is, an Eastern power is rising, and the most deadly thing is that they have the ability to sail to Europe. Vladimir nodded slightly. She looked at the two traitors of the Great U Kingdom in front of her and said, as long as you can teach us the technology, I am willing to give you titles, castles and manors in the name of the Queen of England. The more changes it brings to the UK, the more it will get. Thank Your Majesty the Queen. The students, one tall and one short, said gratefully. For their own benefit, they betrayed their own country. They have seen Britain become prosperous and powerful, and their shame is gradually leaving them. Now they desperately want to integrate into this new country. For them, the price of betrayal is enough. Chapter 913 Climbing Technology. The Emperor. Do you want to send secret guards to Europe to continue to assassinate them? Li San looked a little guilty in the Imperial Library. After the war in the south was over, he returned to King Zhu. No, there is so much difference between the appearance of the people of Daewoo and the British. This is just like the Westerners in Daewoo. They will definitely be stared at. This incident is indeed not very pleasant for Xiaoming, but the loss of talents is unavoidable. For the sake of money and status, there are always some people who are willing to abandon their conscience and commit betrayal, whether it is contemporary or ancient. Instead of wasting energy on this matter, it is better to concentrate on development, so that domestic talents have a comfortable environment, and even attract Western technical talents. Yes. The Emperor Li Sanqing breathed a sigh of relief. This time he did his best. This time, the French and the British have done their best to protect those people, and their strength is limited. After all, the army had not yet reached it. Guangzhou, lying on a chair and looking out the windows, Xiaoming sometimes had to admit the fact that the ability of the secret guard is also limited. It is impossible to stare at everyone, and it is impossible to succeed in every mission. To really solve the problem still requires a strong comprehensive national strength, and in the face of scientific awareness and national awareness in Europe, technology imitation will continue to appear in the future. What he needs to do is to always maintain the leading edge and make the formulation belong to the Great Chongqing. The rule of ignoring this matter, Xiaoming said to Li San, by the way, now Jiangnan is stable. You will recall the idle personnel and let them go to the Japanese and Western colonies to listen for information. These sticks are in Dau. The country is so happy, it's time for them to pay the price. Li San nodded in excitement. The internal chaos calmed down, and now the country of Dau was glowing with unprecedented potential. Consistent with the outside world was their next strategy. Having said this, Xiaoming asked Li San to go back, and then asked Song Chengping, Su Liangkai, and Lin Wentao, who had been waiting outside the door, to call over. His Majesty, see your Majesty. The three said in unison, nodded slightly, and let the three of them flatten. Xiaoming looked at Song Chengping and said, you come to me, is there any new progress in the rifle? Yes, your Majesty. This time the subordinates are here to stop the manufacture of Falcon rifles and produce a new rifle that the subordinates have just tested successfully. Oh? Xiaoming showed interest, and he said, what rifle is this? Pull a bolt-action rifle after rotating. After pulling the trigger, the firing pin of this rifle will pierce the paper shell. The bullet hits the primer and detonates the bullet. Compared with the Falcon rifle, the stability is much higher. A lot of improvement. Xiaoguan thinks this kind of rifle is more convenient than using flash hider. Song Chengping said every word. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. In fact, the Falcon rifle was only an upgrade that Xiaoming did not want to waste the conquering rifle. However, this type of revolving rear-action rifle is the future direction of gun development. According to Song Chengping's description, he was basically sure that the rifle he made this time was similar to the Dreiser rifle. The main point of this gun is the bolt that can be rotated and pulled, and the hollow position of the bolt is a spring, and a firing pin pierces the ammunition by pulling the spring back and pulling the trigger to release the pressure of the spring. This principle is actually not difficult. The hard part is the strength of the firing pin. The weak point of contemporary Dreiser rifles is the fragile firing pin. But now Dau has a high-strength alloy that can produce sufficiently hard knives, which is naturally no problem for them. In addition to the firing pin, there is another problem with the airtightness of the breech gun. Compared with the breech gun, the airtightness of the breech gun cannot be compared with it, which is why the breech gun it appeared in the 15th century, but it has not been used on a large scale. Because of the poor airtightness, the breech gun will be reduced in range and power, but the relatively flexible combat method makes up for this shortcoming. As for the breech gun, the real solution to the airtightness problem is the emergence of metal shell bullets, but it is a pity that he does not have the ability to build a metal bullet production line. Thinking of this, he looked to Su Liangkai. Now that more than a year has passed, the thermal power plant in Qingzhou has been built intensively. In order to fully support him, the cabinet has given money and people unconditionally. Everyone is waiting for Qingzhou to enter the power era, and among these people, Xiaoming is the most yearning. Because he has come from the power era, he naturally understands the benefits of electricity. And these days, when he searched for the content of the technology spa, he also found the technology of the nuclear fusion power station. He felt deeply about this technology that is still struggling to be pursued today, because once this technology is realized, it will mean the coming of the era of unlimited power. But although this is very tempting, he can only think about it now. After all, he is still far from his current level. and he has a long way to go. This rifle is indeed very unique in this case. Follow-up rifles should use this rifle, but the airtightness of the breech gun still needs metal shell bullets to solve this problem. When speaking, Xiaoming looked at Su Liangkai. Su Liangkai, although this problem belongs to Song Chengping, it won't work without your electricity. The production of metal shell bullets requires stable energy and mechanical power. The purpose of Su Liangkai's visit this time was for the thermal power plant. He said, "The Emperor, the thermal power plant can basically be completed in the second half of the year, but the current production of the transmission line is a problem. One is copper and the other is electric wire insulation. This is a big problem." It is said that this Xiaoming suddenly became big. For the country where copper resources are scarce, copper is money. With the improvement of industry, more and more places are used for copper, whether it is wires or motors. A lot of copper. But even so, these copper extrusions are still there. The most important thing is the insulation coating. In the field of wire and cable, the insulation coating is generally divided into two types: plastic and rubber. Plastic is currently impossible. Rubber is available, but not much, and even if the Dutch sell in rubber, the price is high. If the price of rubber cannot be lowered, the future industrial development will obviously be restricted. Let's use rubber to produce insulated wires. Roll the copper wire in the hot rubber once. After cooling, it will become the wire. If you don't understand, go to Lu Tong again. He will help you solve this problem. Things can't be delayed. Xiaoming made up his mind. For him, King Zhu's industry is now experiencing a bottleneck. Some things cannot be produced without electricity, such as aluminum. In addition, there are electroplating and electrolysis to produce chemical gases. Of course, the most important is the technology of electric welding, which is the key to the production of ironclad ships. Chapter 914 Improve the industrial system. A gentle breeze blew into the imperial study room and settled the affairs of Song Chengping and Su Liangkai. Xiaoming looked at Lin Wentao. Lao. Regardless of whether it is steam engine power or electricity, the change of energy is part of the Industrial Revolution, and the machinery that is upgraded with energy is another part. He said to Lin Wentao, "The time for the thermal power plant to be put into use is running out. Now you have to find ways to transform the machinery so that future machinery can use electricity smoothly, especially all kinds of lathes, but the production of steam engines does not need to be stopped. The construction cost of thermal power plants is high, and they cannot be promoted in DAU within a short period of time. Relatively speaking, steam engines spread faster and only need coal." Although the emergence of electricity made Xiaoming very excited, he understood that it was not the time to abandon the steam engine. After all, even in the electricity era, steam engines still account for a large proportion of all walks of life. Moreover, it is the completion of the Industrial Revolution represented by the steam engine that the Second Industrial Revolution represented by electric power can be implemented smoothly. Otherwise there is no way to produce the equipment needed by thermal power plants. At this point, Xiaoming is very calm. Nowadays, only King's Mansion is the most deeply industrialized area in the country, and many other areas are still blank. This industrial capacity can only meet the use of King's Mansion. If you want to carry out the Industrial Revolution across the country, you must continue to expand the industrial area. Therefore, the only thing that can get rid of thermal power plants and put into production alone is steam engines. Yes, the Emperor. Lin Wentao bowed his orders. Xiaoming nodded, and then he handed a thick book to Lin Wentao. "This is the type of electric machinery I listed above, with detailed structural drawings, required materials, and manufacturing processes. Take it back. Just follow the input research above." Lin Wentao was agitated, and sometimes he had to admit that his abilities were limited, but to him the abilities of the Emperor in front of him seemed infinite. If he develops from scratch himself, it is estimated that it will take more than 10 years, but with these instructions, he can imitate the things on the drawings in a very short time. In fact, these young state capitals have always followed this path. After making arrangements for the electrical machinery, Xiaoming asked the three to leave. and then he got up and walked out of the imperial study room to the cabinet with Qian Defu. Now that the north and the south have been reunified, the government affairs of Dayu has suddenly doubled, and the cabinet has become extremely busy, but this kind of busyness is painful and happy for the officials, because they have never managed a great Yu country with such a territory. Emperor. When he arrived in the cabinet, Pang Yukun greeted him, and Xiaoming asked, "How is the division of administrative regions now?" Pang Yukun has been very busy these 2 days. Because of this, after the reunification, the Great Yu state will once again carry out government reforms to adapt to the management of the country. The lower officials have already drawn up 31 prefectures, and each prefecture has one capital, which is the administrative center of the prefecture and governs counties, towns and villages within the prefecture, said Pang Yukun. Xiaoming nodded when he noticed that Pang Yukun was marking the map. In fact, the division was instructed by him this time. These 31 provinces are basically the same as contemporary provinces. The government here is equivalent to the province, the state is equivalent to the contemporary city, and the capitals of each government are equivalent to the provincial capitals. The biggest change is that he has also incorporated towns and villages into the management system. This is the focus of this change. From then on, the court will directly manage the towns and villages instead of giving the gentry and tycoons to control the grassroots. Well, it's basically the same as my vision. By the way, Guangzhou should be marked as a business district that needs to be developed, Xiaoming said. After the administrative management system was finalized, he proceeded to realize the overall industrialization of the country. The industries concentrated in Qingzhou need to go out and go to other provinces. For this reason, he asked all provinces to introduce preferential policies to attract merchants to build factories and encourage people to invest in industrial and commercial construction. In order to lead the West in overall industrial capacity, he wants to radiate industrialization to the whole country with the Qingzhou government as the center. When the two were talking, Yang Cheng'ai walked over. After entering the cabinet, he was mainly responsible for industry and commerce. It can be said that his responsibility is heavy. Before Guangzhou, there were industrial and commercial districts with Linan, Jinling and Songjiang as the core, Guangdong Industrial and Commercial District with Jinzhou as the core, an industrial and commercial district with Qingzhou as the core. In addition to Guangzhou, they now have 4 key industrial and commercial areas to support. If all these 4 areas are developed, Dayu will build a coastal industrial belt from north to south, relying on the shipping capacity of ships. These 4 industrial zones will be perfectly established. Yang Cheng'ai agreed with Xiaoming's plan. If you want to develop industry and commerce, this resource is the first, and the resource needs to be transported. Dayu is separated from the north and south by a Yangtze River. Railways cannot pass now. Only maritime transport can ensure the development of industry. This is also the reason why he established the industrial zone on the coast. In addition, with the enhancement of industrial capacity, the industrial products of the country need to be sold to the world through maritime trade. These coastal areas have natural advantages. But even so, industrial development is a long way to go. By the way, have you read the books on the industrial system I have shown you? Xiaoming asked Yang Cheng'ai. The real purpose of his coming this time is to find him. When I returned to the emperor, I watched all of them. Among them, all those that were owned by the country were viewed, and the officials were also working on perfecting the industrial system of the country. Yang Cheng'ai said. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Entering the era of electric power, he can try to build a comprehensive industrial system. At present, Dayu is too far away from this goal, and there are still many industrial branches that have not been established. In order to solve this problem, he deliberately recorded the perfect industrial system form from the technology spa taught to Yang Cheng'ai. From now on, from a small screw to a large battleship, Great Chongqing will gradually establish a complete industrial system with thousands of industrial categories. Once a war is encountered in the future, Great Chongqing's industry must be able to ensure that everything is cut off. It can also produce all industrial products when contacting. Of course, this table only lists the types of industries that can be achieved at present. and he did not write down the technologies that he has not yet mastered. Instead, he compiled a step-by-step technology development plan for King's University to implement it step by step. Up to now, King's University has become the academic research center of Great U, and the endless stream of talents gradually differentiated into more detailed categories. They will help Great Ugo continue to achieve technological progress. Very well, don't ask about other things. Focus on industry and commerce. And you must perform your own duties. Although the Merchant Council is destroyed, the Great U country will face more powerful enemies in the future. We should not have a little slack, Xiaoming said loudly. His eyes turned to the north, where there is the Japanese kingdom, Tsarist Russia, and the Golden Horde that has taken refuge in Tsarist Russia. Chapter 915 Wag Market. The Emperor. Now the merchants are very eager to open the Japanese market and have tasted the sweetness of Goryeo. Their appetite has now grown. Li Kaiyuan has already reflected the voice of the merchants many times to the lower officials. Swyman. As if he had understood Xiaoming's thoughts, Pang Yukun took the opportunity to say. After returning to his senses, a smile appeared on Xiaoming's mouth. Li Kaiyuan now bears the name of the chairman of the Council of Political Affairs, and the businessman directly approached him in response to demands. In this way, the voice of the merchant appeared in the court, and many merchants felt relieved. Xiaoming was not surprised by this demand. This is an inevitable demand in the development of industry and commerce. With the improvement of industrialization, while meeting the domestic demand in Dau, merchants need to sell their goods to other markets in exchange for funds. A virtuous circle. Because of this, in the process of European industrialization, they actively competed for colonies in order to expand their commodity sales market, so that their domestic industry and commerce can continue to increase and form a virtuous circle. Once the market is sluggish and businessmen are unprofitable, industrial development will lack motivation, which is fatal to a country. In contemporary times, Xiaoming sometimes understood but didn't understand it deeply, but now he has become the emperor to understand the purpose of some national strategies. After all, whether it is a war or a trade organization, the purpose is to grab market share. In the past, the country of Dau was an agricultural country. Self-sufficiency does not need to worry about this. But now the transformation of the industrial country has forced him to embark on this road of competing for market share. The Japanese market, this is indeed very tempting. But the Yamada daimyo of the Japanese country is very tough. No matter how hard it is, can it still be harder than our shells? Pang Yukun said jokingly. Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed. Now that the growth of industrial and commercial tax is almost doubling year by year, Pang Yukun is also shocked by it. His idea of holding agricultural tax in the past began to change and gradually shifted his focus to industrial and commercial tax. It is normal for him to seek benefits for the businessman now. Pang Shufu's remarks are interesting. It is true. This Japanese country does not see the coffin and does not cry. It should be cleaned up. The market with a population of over 20 million is very attractive. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed slightly. For the country of Dau, the country of Japan cannot pose any threat. The main threat from the land comes from the north. But it is unwise to go to the north to fight a loss-making war just after the war in the south is over. For Xiaoming, at this stage, the Great U country's wars must be fought more and more profitable, so that stable growth of national power can be achieved. Therefore, fighting the Japanese kingdom is a profitable war, and fighting the Golden Horde is a loss-making war. Comparing the two, he is willing to fight the profitable war first. In this way, he bulged his pockets, and he had the capital to spend money in the losing war. Pang Yukun's reminder made Xiaoming made up his mind, and casually asked the ministers in the cabinet to return to the inner palace. After the war in the south was over, Nu Ben and Liu Oquan both returned to King Zhu, and he immediately summoned the two to discuss the attack on the Japanese kingdom. On July 9, an order departed from the palace and arrived in Dengzhou. After receiving the order, Yan looked excited. Facing a group of admirals, he said, "The emperor's order has arrived. And now it is finally time to clean up the Japanese kingdom. Long live my emperor! The admirals shouted in unison, all excitedly. Most of these generals came from coastal fishing villages. They were once harassed by Japanese pirates, and their hatred of the Japanese nation has never been wiped out. Although they besieged the Japanese nation for a year, their purpose was to blockade and cut off the Japanese nation and the outside world. But now it's different. This time they will lead the army directly to the war country and use cannons to reason with the war country. Assemble the Marines immediately. This time, the Emperor has high hopes for us and wants our navy to resolve the issue of the Japanese nation independently. As the saying goes, the Emperor has taken care of the navy for a long time. We must not let the Emperor disappointed. Yes, General. The generals shouted. Disbanded. Yan asked the generals to go back to prepare, and stopped Liu Chen, who was about to leave. He was an important general of the Marine Corps. I am afraid that there will be a bad battle to be fought this time. It can only succeed without fail. During the war in the south, the Emperor under pressure replaced the Marines with Falcon rifles. Yan said. He understood that the purpose of this time was to open up the Japanese nation market. But if you want to open up the domestic market to the war country, you must defeat Nobunaga Yamada. Only if the war country concedes defeat can this plan succeed. 30,000 Marines are not vegetarian, General. Don't worry. Liu Chen looked firm. Now the most famous names in the army are Liu Oxin, Ming, Chi Guanyi and others. As the navy, they have made little progress during this period, and seem to be forgotten in the corner. Now, for the first time, the Emperor has entrusted the Navy with an important task. He felt that the glorious era belonging to the Navy was coming soon. Not only him, Yan also noticed that the domestic dispute is over, and the following great issue must be done at sea. After all, the warships of the western countries have been cruising in the southern waters of Great U. In their eyes, that is the back garden of the country of Dau, and no one is allowed to interfere. Okay. I will wait and see. Yan nodded in satisfaction. After Liu Chen was sent away, he looked at the map of the waters surrounding the war country. After annihilating the war country warships in Suwon City, the war country navy was seriously frustrated. The remaining warships kept hiding to avoid fighting with them. In order to annihilate the last Wago naval division, they have been searching for it at sea but to no avail. This time he is going to stop directly at the Busan City pier from the front to attack the coastal town of Wagonazi, which is contemporary Fukuoka. Because this city was facing Goryeo Busan and the straight distance between the two was the shortest, he did not believe that Nobunaga Yamada could sit still. This matter was determined. 3 days later, Yan led the fleet to Busan City. This time he led 72 warships to Busan City, including 16 hybrid warships built this year. 2 days later, the fleet successfully arrived at Busan City, and he saw Yi Kinyan, who had not seen him for a long time, on the Busan City pier. When the old friend met Yi Kinyan, he showed a happy smile. Yi Kinyan was the governor of Dengzhou. The two have worked together for a long time, and they have a very personal relationship. Commander Yi, I haven't seen it in half a year. Yan was in a good mood when he saw his old friend, but when he saw the soldiers lined up behind Yan, he asked, You also received the Emperor's order? Of course, but don't worry, I can't manage the affairs of Korea. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the country. I am only responsible for providing you with supplies this time. Chapter 916. Storm is coming. Bright eyes shone down from the blue sky, and the sea breeze slowly set off crystal-like waves. Undoubtedly, it was a good weather. www.swiman.la. Yi Kinyan's words were just talking about Yan's heart. He didn't want outsiders to intervene in this attack on the country. He waited for so many years to kill his mother's current enemy. I feel relieved if you say that. I thought the Emperor gave you other orders. Yan patted Yi Kinyan on the shoulder. Frowning, Yi Kinyan said, The Emperor knows that I can't get out at all now. Since the execution of King Goryeo and his vassals, all this Goryeo incident fell on me. The Emperor trusts you, otherwise I won't let you be the chief official of the frontiers alone. Yan joked. Not to mention that it takes only a day to return from Haiguching to Dengzhou after having a steamship, and it is said that the railway also has the plan runs through Goryeo. There is indeed such a plan. Yi Qian does not deny that now, under the supervision of the railway department, the railway has spread outside Shanghai Aiguan, and the railway from Jinzhou to Busan has also been included in the plan. And this plan is also strongly demanded by him, because once the railway is connected, Dau can perfectly control Goryeo from sea and land. Of course, the most important purpose is to quickly exchange the raw materials of Korea and the products of Great U, so as to bring huge profits to Great U. At the same time, railway transportation is also conducive to the dispatch of the army and logistics. For example, in this military operation of Yi Qian against the war, he needs to mobilize a large amount of materials from Korea to provide supplies. With a railway, this kind of supply will be more convenient. In addition, the shipyard's pure steam engine-powered warships are also under construction, which requires the establishment of a large number of coal supply points along the coast. Busan City is also one of them. The two were talking, and suddenly there was a clamor outside the dock. The voice came from a group of well-dressed Korean scholars. When they saw these people, Yi Qian frowned, and Yan asked, "What are these? They're so rampant." With a slight sigh, Yi Qian said, "These are some Korean scholars. Yesterday, officials in Busan City arrested one of their companions in the name of harboring illegal books. They are just taking the opportunity to make trouble." "Illegal classics?" Yan showed an interesting expression. Yi Qian explained, "Although the Goryeo nobles headed by the king of Goryeo are punishable, their fabricating historical classics is still popular in Goryeo." Based on this, the emperor asked us to take all these fabricated things back and burn them, and the harbors will be punished. People can think about Kanto just like the barbarians, and at the same time, this is also to prevent future use by enemy countries and disasters. Yan nodded softly. "I have been long heard that when the Golden Horde attached to the Golden Horde, the nobles headed by the king of Goryeo fabricated a lot of Goryeo history that was unnecessary, and even included the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom into Goryeo, claiming to get back their land sooner or later. But the Golden Horde was defeated by us. They naturally can't do what they want, but it is indeed a trouble to pass on these things. It should be burned." "That's the case," Yi Qian said. After learning about Goryeo, he realized how shameless the king of Goryeo people are. They fabricated history and provoked the anger of the Korean people. Having said that, he said to the officials around him, "All these Korean scholars should be imprisoned. There is no room for this matter. Also, as soon as possible, send the books from the country of Dau to the public." "Yes, Lord Governor." The Korean official in Busan City showed a flattering smile, turned his head, his face suddenly twisted, and shouted at the Korean scholars, "You are looking for death. Come here, give me a stick, beat it up and lock it all up." Looking at this scene, Yan felt more and more interesting. This is what the emperor said to rule the barbarian with the barbarian. I wonder if the Japanese kingdom can be realized this time? This estimate is difficult. Goryeo was first invaded by the Japanese kingdom and then abandoned by the Golden Horde. Only then could it be easily controlled by the Great Yu Kingdom. However, the population of the Japanese kingdom is 4 or 5 times that of Goryeo. A more difficult role than the king of Goryeo, making him accept a treaty similar to Goryeo is impractical. Yan frowned, and the failure of the Japanese kingdom in Goryeo didn't make Yamada Nobunaga hurt his muscles. But he had already understood the military strength of the Great Yu Kingdom, and he dared not provoke the Great Yu Kingdom anymore. But this does not mean that Yamada Nobunaga has surrendered to them. This man who has become the supreme ruler of the Japanese country from a peasant all the way is not a fuel-efficient lamp. It's okay, then try the bottom line of the Japanese country first. Now it's a game of cat and mouse. We have time. Yan's eyes narrowed, and he already had a plan to stir up disputes. In Nagasaki, Nobunaga Yamada is listening to reports from pirates under his command. Over the past year, the blockade of the waters of the country by the warships of the Great Yu Kingdom has become the norm. However, the ocean is very large. No matter how big Yu is blocked, he can still send pirates under his command to operate on the ocean and collect news from the sea. However, the news he received today clearly made him very unhappy, because he learned that a huge fleet had left Dengyu and headed for Pusan Castle, the Goryeo castle opposite Nojin. What is the Dao fleet coming to do? This is an obvious question. After taking control of Goryeo, driving out the Golden Horde, and resolving the war in the south of the country, is the country free to clean him up now? Yamada, what should we do now? A samurai said. In the quaint hall, Yamada Nobunaga sits on both sides of the samurai who are loyal to him. It is the following of these samurai that he has today's status. What else can I do? I would rather kill them all, a samurai said angrily. It's easy to say. Now it's not just courage to win, not to mention that the soldiers of Dao are also fierce. We have already lost the firearms competition. Listening to the quarrel of the samurai, Yamada Nobunaga's eyes gradually sharpened, and he said angrily, "Shut up, Paul. Dao hasn't come over yet. Are you now in trouble?" After a pause, he continued, "The most important issue now is not Dao, but the dissatisfaction of other daimyos. The failure of Goryeo makes them more and more dissatisfied with our rule. If Dao attacked, this kind of fragility, the relationship may be broken." The samurai were silent. The purpose of the attack on Goryeo was to take the land from Goryeo and distribute it to those who followed them. Now that hope has fallen, the daimyos are naturally very dissatisfied and asked Yamada Nobunaga to redivide the land, but the domestic land has been occupied by other daimyos. How could they spit it out? Thinking of this, Yamada Nobunaga couldn't help being upset, but at this moment, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and a plan came to his mind. Explanation 1. I ran to the hospital for a day today, plus a cold. I really can't move. There is only one chapter tonight. The snail will make up for it in these 2 days. There is really no way. The little princess of the snail family started having diarrhea more than half a month ago. The local county-level hospital ran countless times and could not diagnose the exact cause. After taking all kinds of medicines, the more it didn't work. I went back for a review today. It showed that the number of white blood cells had risen to 5, and the occult blood was positive. When I got the checklist, the snail really broke down. After weighing it down, Snail is determined to go to a professional children's hospital in a nearby prefecture-level city tomorrow, so he needs to make sure to get up early the next day and not stay up late to write a chapter. I am really sorry. The snail knew that he owed everyone too much, and he had no face to say anything, so he could only ask for understanding with a cheeky. Chapter 917. Not to incident. Fight first, then make peace, the samurai exclaimed in unison. Yamada Nobunaga picked up the tea on the low table and took a sip, feeling the elegant fragrance in the tea. For a long time, he explained, if you don't fight, you can make peace. Other famous names must be blamed on my cowardice. If they lose, they have nothing to say. At this time, they can see clearly the disparity in strength between the country of Japan and the country of Dao. Of course, if they win, there is no need to worry. After a pause, he continued, as for peace, it's a courageous strategy. The navy of Great U is too large. Our warships are not rivals at all. The land we grow on is surrounded by sea. If foreign trade is impossible, it will never develop, not to mention that there were Dutch first, then British, and now the country of Great U was added. All these indicate that we have been left behind by them in the weapon. If we no longer think of progress, the future result will be just like Goryeo. It would be worthwhile to exchange the temporary humiliation for the country's industrial contribution from the country. After all, decades ago, we paid tribute to the country every year. Da Ming, I am afraid that the purpose of Dao this time is to prepare to annex us. It is not like the previous punishment. Ever since the prince named Xiaoming became the emperor, Dao has changed its general appearance, the samurai said worriedly. Yamada Nobunaga looked at the talking samurai. This was the most trusted samurai around him. His name was Hideyoshi Sato. He had a flexible mind and a keen sense of intrigue. It is with his assistance that he can have the status he is today, and Sato Hideyoshi is from the Sato family, the eldest son of Daimyo Sato in China. So this time we have to show our belief that we are determined to join the Great U country. Unlike Goryeo, Our firearms and population are several times that of Goryeo. It is not so easy to conquer us thoroughly. Nobunaga Yamada sternly said. Yes. A group of samurai bowed their heads in response. After getting together with Ikinyan in Pusan City, Yan did not stay in the Flower Street and Liu Lane of Pusan City, but returned to his flagship. He had his own lounge in the battleship. Scanning the map, Yan's gaze stayed focused on the Nozijin Bay, which would be their first step to attack the Japanese kingdom. The next morning, he ordered the warship to move to Notsu. The distance of 400 miles from the sea was only a day's journey for the warship. At the same time, Yamada Nobunaga is also mobilizing the remaining Japanese warships. In fact, in order to keep the only 200 warships left these days, he ordered all the houseboats to escape in the inland river and installed artillery to deal with Tyne country. Now the news of the full-scale attack of the Dau State Navy is conclusive. He can only fight his back against the water according to his own plan and work hard to reach his current position. He doesn't want to be dared by other big names. In addition to the Ansai ship, he also mobilized 80,000 musketeers, 200 iron cannons, and 8,000 cavalry. Like the Battle of Goryeo, this time he still recruited soldiers of various famous names, which also coincided with his purpose. In the tense atmosphere, Yan's fleet arrived at Nozijin Bay at dusk that evening, and he looked at the empty dock with an inexplicable smile. Like countless fleet inspections, every time they arrived outside of Nanatsu, the place was empty. He knew very well that there had been Japanese boats cruising in the nearby waters. These ships are small in size and fast. They can't keep up with sailing warships. They can only catch up with steamships. There are no fewer than 10 Japanese boats that they have sunk. But they couldn't keep chasing these Japanese pirates who pretended to be fishermen. After all, attacking Nojin was their goal. As the saying goes, if you can run, the monk can't run to the temple. The merchant ships at the Nanatsu wharf are gone, but the wharf is there, and the city is also there. General, do you want to enter the inland river? Liu Chen asked. Nozijin was built on the bank of an inland river, through which the city can be directly bombarded. You can't take this risk. As soon as the warships of the country of Japan may be hidden in the inland river, the surface of this inland river is narrow, and the artillery of the country can shoot directly at the surface of the river, which will be troublesome. Before he came, Yan had already planned. War is no longer the way he used to play. Now the final thing is landing. You lead the soldiers ashore to build a position immediately. After all, he picked up the binoculars and looked at the dock. At this time, many Japanese soldiers had arrived on the dock. Some of these soldiers were armed with matchlocks, some with flintlocks, and even a few imitating golden tents. Artillery shaped like the kunate. The artillery is ready, Yan said lightly. The army's tactics are changing, and the Navy's tactics are also changing at the same time. Since the deployment of bombs, the Navy now has the ability to carry out saturated artillery bombardment on land. After all, there are even hundreds of artillery pieces on a battleship, and even on one side, there are about 50 artillery pieces. More than 20 battleships can fire thousands of artillery pieces at the same time. But such a high-density shelling can only be described as luxury. But Yan doesn't feel sorry for the shells at all today, because for him, he will definitely find someone to pay for the shells. Despite the hatred in his heart, he still did not forget his true duty. Send someone to send the treaty over and limit them to reply within 2 days, otherwise we will start a full-scale war. With everything ready, Yan handed a prepared treaty document to the adjutant on the flagship. After a while, a small boat was put down, and the soldiers holding the documents of the treaty went down to the small boat and rowed towards the dock. When they arrived at the dock, the soldiers handed the treaty to the Japanese general. Only the Japanese general took a look and threw the treaty to the soldier, and drew his sword to threaten the soldier who sent the letter. As a last resort, the soldier had to row back. General, what exactly did you write that made the generals of the war country so angry? Liu Chen said with interest. It's very simple. Let the Japanese country admit defeat, cede land and pay compensation, give Great U country the most preferential treatment, and pay 40 million taels of silver for war expenses. Of course this is only a rough idea. Hearing this, Liu Chen smiled helplessly, which is exactly the same as the original Korean treaty. No wonder he was so angry. Liu Chen curled his lips. The opportunity has already been given to them. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Yan said excitedly. This treaty is indeed unequal, but the country has never talked about equality with the country of Dau. Now the country is not compromising in his arms. And this is what the emperor meant. For him, an island country like Japan must have the ability to attack their homeland to contain them. So, after pondering for a while, he finally shouted, "Fire!" With an order, 6 warships fired at the pier at the same time, and more than 300 shells covered the pier in an instant. The flames burst into the sky and the explosion sounded endlessly. Chapter 918 Gathered forces. The edge of the blue sky and blue sea seemed to be a blooming flame flower, beautiful and coquettish, but extremely deadly. It was just a respite, and the No-Jin soldiers guarding at the Wago wharf were reduced to ashes in the artillery. When the smoke and dust cleared, no soldier was still standing on the wharf. "You must not be kind to the enemy, otherwise we will pay the price," Yan seemed to say to the generals around him, as if to himself. The experience of countless wars told him that the enemy would not show mercy when he wanted to kill them, so now the extra pity is the benevolence of a self-deceiving woman. The Marine Corps soldier on the flagship glanced at Yan, then looked at the dock with a firm expression. "The country in front of us is the enemy of the Great Yu. It is always waiting for an opportunity to swallow the Great Yu in a weak period. The Japanese troubles along the coast, the Battle of Korea, hundreds of people and soldiers died in their hands. Now it's time for them to repay." Login. Confirming that the dock is safe, Yan gave Liu Chen an order to land. Soon, the boats were lowered from the battleship, and the Marine Corps soldiers hung grenades around their waists, carrying their falcon rifles, and rowed to the shore. They will take advantage of the wharf position before the arrival of the soldiers assisting the country, relying on the gunfire of the battleship to stabilize their heels in Nizijin. At this time, at the head of Nizijin city, which was only 5 miles away from the pier, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was observing what happened on the pier through a telescope. The 300 soldiers who watched him were killed and wounded in an instant. His legs could not help but softened, and after seeing the soldiers of Dau Kingdom starting to land, he became more helpless. Main Tokugawa, the artillery of Great Yu is too fierce, and the forces of Nizijin city can't fight it at all. If there is a direct conflict with Great Yu, I am afraid that our Tokugawa clan soldiers will be lost. It's time to ask Yamada Daimyo to gather other daimyo's clan soldiers to defend against the invading enemy. When the middle-aged man was hesitant, a samurai reminded. Tokugawa nodded when he heard that. Nagasaki, where Yamada was located, was just over a day away from Nozu. Quickly, if we don't protect the Danjin, our Tokugawa will not protect it. Tokugawa has a strong expression of benefit. In his eyes, the country of Great Yu is a scourge, with strong hostility in his heart. After all, he was the most active when attacking the coast of Great Yu, and he sent the most soldiers. It is thanks to the wealth brought by the looting of Great Yu over the years that Nizijin has become the prosperous Japanese country second only to Nagasaki city. So after the Great Yu Kingdom drove them out of Goryeo and sealed off the coast, they were also the ones who feared the most, because he knew very well that once the Wa Kingdom was defeated, the Tokugawa family would inevitably face destruction. Upon receiving the order, the samurai immediately rode out of the city and headed towards Nagasaki. At the same time, after him, more cavalry went in all directions. Tokugawa Huiji sent a message to other daimyo for help while reporting to Yamada. However, when Dakun benefited and was frightened, the soldiers of the Great Yu state who came ashore did not rush to attack, but quickly took control of the pier, and then began to dig trenches in front of the pier with a shovel, which meant that they were stationed for a long time. At the same time, some warships began to dock at the pier, and the warships were hoisted down for field runs. In addition, boxes of ammunition, cans and other materials were also removed from the ship by the soldiers. One afternoon plus one night's preparation. The Marines stood firm at the dock. Liu Chen looked at the warships behind him. They would be their own powerful fire support. Of course, their firepower was not weak. Grenades and field running also enough for the Japanese army to drink a pot. Ask the general if he wants to win that Jin during the night, Liu Chen said to the flag whisperer. After receiving the order, the semaphore turned around and flicked the semaphore to the sea. After a message came, Yan asked them to garrison in place, waiting for the arrival of the Japanese reinforcements to annihilate them in one fell swoop. In Nagasaki, a large number of soldiers have been assembled here, and he has made comprehensive preparations for the operation of the Great Yu Kingdom. Undoubtedly, the Great Yu State's operation was full of malice, and Yan led the troops to be full of malice, although he had set a plan to retreat. But as Sato said, the Emperor of the Great Yu State has never followed common sense. Therefore, under consideration, he decided to make two-handed preparations. If he loses, Dau country agrees to negotiate, then he will follow his intentions. If the country of Dau does not agree, he will only be left with the country of Dau who used war to sit down and negotiate. He believes that the country of Dau is not willing to focus too much on his country. While he was thinking about it, a samurai suddenly came in with a panting man, who was wearing a samurai uniform embroidered with the Tokugawa family crest. Daimyo Yamada, the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom, is outside the city of Nisitsu. Their soldiers have already occupied the pier. Daimyo Tokugawa asked the daimyo to send troops to help immediately. The samurai said in one breath, "Sure enough, it is Nanitsu." Yamada Nobunaga's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Is Tokugawa still reporting to others?" "Yes," said the samurai. Yamada Nobunaga nodded slightly. He was suddenly a little happy. Originally, he was worried that other big names would oppose him. But now the actions of Dau Kingdom seemed to give him a chance to unite with other big names. This war may be won. Yamada Nobunaga's decadence was suddenly replaced by confidence. Thinking of this, he said, "The great names are in the same spirit. Tokugawa's distress is my distress." In order to resist the invasion of the Great Yu Kingdom, our soldiers have already assembled. Now is the time to help the Tokugawa family. In addition, you take my soldier talisman to give you Tokugawa daimyo. Let him mobilize the Naruto to attack the navy of the country. Delay their attack. Of course it is the best to hit them hard. Yamada Nobunaga solemnly said. Yes. The samurai bowed his head and shouted loudly. He took the talisman and turned and left. Watching the samurai of the Tokugawa family leave, Yamada Nobunaga smiled, and he said to the samurai beside him, "Takasugi-kun, the battle of Nanitsu is yours." The samurai who became Takasugi-kun by Nobunaga Yamada was tall and thin, his face was a little dark, and he looked unsmiling. He said in a loud voice, "I will definitely not let the daimyo down." After speaking, the armored young man walked out of the main hall, mounted his horse and led the assembled musketeers and iron artillery forward towards Nanitsu. As he rushed to Nanitsu, other daimyo who supported Nanitsu also sent troops. The next day, a steady stream of soldiers appeared in Nizijin city. Tokugawa finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. With the addition of other daimyo soldiers, there are now a total of 200,000 soldiers in the city of Nizijin, while only more than 20,000 soldiers have come ashore in the country of Dau. Chapter 919 Absolute Strength. At noon, the sea breeze slowly blows across the head of the city of Nizijin, and the sun is very soft on the blue sky. On the rippling blue sea, the battleships of the Kingdom of Great Yu gathered together. If it weren't for the confrontation between the soldiers of the two countries in front of the beach, all of this would look particularly beautiful. General, there are more than 200,000 soldiers who have arrived in the country before and after. Do you have to wait? On the dock, Liu Chen asked Yan using the rest. You don't have to wait. Yan asked the semaphore to reply. Through the intelligence of the secret guard, he learned that the current Japanese country is actually composed of 26 daimyo-controlled vassal states, and Yamada Nobunaga was only jointly elected by these daimyo as the Japanese kingdom. Only the supreme ruler. In Yan's view, if all the 26 great names are assembled, The power that erupts from the Japanese country is still a bit troublesome. After all, the 26 million people in the country are controlled by the 26 million people on the intelligence soldiers, enough to make up hundreds of thousands of troops. Although the cold weapon units in many are nothing more than cannon fodder for them, their goal this time is to quickly defeat the Japanese nation and make the Japanese nation surrender and sign a treaty, so that the Japanese nation will become a market for exporting goods and ingesting profits in the Great U nation. The war with the Japanese kingdom was not what they expected, because it would drag down the development of the Great U kingdom and delay them from catching up with the goal of the comprehensive national power of the Western powers. Of course, they did not let the Japanese kingdom mean, but tried to raise silkworms like silkworms, spit out the silk and tidy up. Therefore, he needs to give enough deterrence to the Japanese country, but he cannot fall into the quagmire of war. After receiving Yun's order, Liu Chen licked his tongue excitedly, and they had already constructed the trench during the time when the country was rushing to help. They are completely unafraid of the impact of the Japanese cavalry, and they also have the firepower of grenades and field artillery in the face of the charge of the infantry. But what surprised Liu Chen most was that the Japanese army did not stay in the city this time, but chose to gather outside the city, as if they were going to drive them into the sea. This is when he suddenly realized that the roles of Dayu Kingdom and Wa Kingdom had changed. Now they invaded, and Wa Kingdom wanted them to drive away. Interesting. Today your grandpa Liu fed you with cannonballs and bullets, Liu Chen said excitedly. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of cannons rang out on the sea, which surprised him. It's not time for shelling. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly saw a Wago's houseboat rushing out of the inland river to fight their warships. At the same time, the Japanese soldiers in front of Nanatsu Castle began to approach them. Brothers, without the support of the Navy's artillery fire, we can kill them as well. The bullets are loaded, the grenade is placed in front of them, and the artillery is ready. Liu Chen arranged it in an orderly manner. As he spoke, the conditions on the sea became more intense. When Yun discovered these Anzai ships, he ordered 26 steamships to go to Jiangku, leaving the remaining warships to support Liu Chen. Although the current Anzai ship is equipped with artillery, he already has a navy who destroys the Wa country with 26 steam engine ships. Therefore, he let the Japanese warships rush out from the inland river instead of stopping them in the inland river. After more than half of the Japanese warships entered the sea, Yun led the flagship to form a horizontal formation, which formed a T with the warships of the Japanese kingdom. Although the British supported many weapons in the Japanese country, they did not hand over their naval warfare to the Japanese country. Yun could see at a glance that the current Japanese naval division had not made any progress. And using the high maneuverability of the steamship, he easily grabbed the T-shaped side. Sink all the enemy ships, Yun said coldly. Boom boom boom. Following his order, the 26 steamships roared, and at this time the warships of the Japanese nation could not even aim their guns at the warships of the Great U Kingdom. In the face of a sudden shower of bullets, the soldiers of the Japanese country fell into despair. They knew the power of the artillery shells of the country of Dau, and understood that they would die if their advantage was lost. Sure enough, the flower bomb hit the first Anzai ship and made an explosion, and the huge Anzai ship gradually sank in the explosion. The first warship was sunk and blocked the way of the second warship. Suddenly, the formation of the Japanese warships began to be chaotic. Coupled with the bombardment of the Great U State artillery, the Japanese warships were even more unbearable. Each of them turned into a sea of flames on the sea. The samurai banners at the head of Nanatsu Castle looked at everything on the sea, their scalp numb, and a shadow over their hearts. Stop the attack! Takasugi roared from the head of the city. At this time, they racked their brains to disperse the great Chongqing fleet in order to cooperate with the land attack, but they were disappointed that only 26 warships went to respond, and there were still 50 warships staying on the dock. And now rushing over is still to die. On the battlefield, the excited Liu Chen's face suddenly darkened, and the soldiers of the Japanese nation suddenly stopped charging. The artillery, Hit me hard. The 200,000 people of them must be wiped out today. Liu Chen shouted loudly. All the way to his words, the field artillery began to shoot at the Japanese soldiers outside the city. A blossoming explosion of flame exploded in front of Nuzijin city, and the Japanese soldiers fell one by one. Looking at this scene, Gao Shan's face turned pale. For the first time, he realized the combat power of the Great Yu Kingdom. The same goes for the other big names. The explosive shell made them panic, but then a scene that made them even more terrified appeared. The battleships on the sea burst into flames. After a while, black barrage appeared in their eyes again. Boom boom boom. 2,000 cannonballs hit the front and the walls of Nuzijin city, and the flames filled the sky like the flowers of hell. Along with the tremors of the city wall and the howls of the soldiers, the entire Nuzijin city gate suddenly became the azure hell. Liu Chen was also stupid. He didn't expect the navy to be able to shoot shells close to 5 miles away, which might be the limit of naval guns. In order to defeat the war country this time, the navy used all its capabilities. This round of shelling completely frightened Tokugawa to pee. At this time, he understood that Dayu had treated him very softly on the first day. Takasugi-kun. Takasugi-kun. Tokugawa Huiji came back to his senses, only seeing Takasugi's mouth bleeding. When he looked carefully, a shrapnel pierced Takasugi's chest, bleeding at this time. Without waiting for him to breathe, a bright flame appeared on the sea again, and another round of cannonballs flew towards the wall of Notsu. At this time, he no longer cared about Takasugi's life and death, and climbed and fled with the other famous names. City wall. At this moment, the entire Nuzijin city wall collapsed, and the soldiers in the city were exposed to the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. Liu Chen blew a loud whistle and triumphantly. Today the navy showed its true strength. Faced with Nuzijin, which was not protected by the front wall, he said to the soldiers, "Assemble all of them. This time we will teach Japanese soldiers what they are." 3 shots. Chapter 920. Blood and Fire. The melodious voice of the assembly number floated in the air, and the soldiers of the Great Yu State who had been ordered walked out of the trench. Following the orders of the officers, they laid out the classic arrays used during the southern expeditions and northern wars of the Kingdom of Daiyu, but the difference is that they all used falcon rifles this time. The daimyo and the soldiers in Nanatsu City had not recovered from the shelling of the battleship, and the entire Notsu City was in chaos. The first thing that reacted was Dakuin benevolence. He saw the soldiers of the Great Yu country approaching them, and he hurriedly shouted, "Where is the artillery? Fight back, hit me hard." No one answered him. The artillery mounted on the city wall was almost lost in the collapse, and the remaining artillery could not immediately find the artillery from the ruins. Seeing this, Tokugawa Huiji showed despair in his eyes. He looked at the other big names, and everyone showed the same look as him. It's not that they are not brave enough, but that the gap between the two sides seems too big this time. At this time, he looked at the sea, and the An's-high ships that attacked turned into burning wood piles, while the 26 warships attacked by Daiyu Kingdom were undamaged, which made him even more frustrated. In the distance, Daiyu's army was getting closer and closer. Gritted his teeth, and Tokugawa benefited immediately to collect the remnants with other daimyos. He could be defeated, but he could not escape, otherwise the Tokugawa family would be honored among other daimyos. Sweep the floor. Interesting. Liu Chen led the Marine Corps forward in an orderly manner, and he smiled when he saw some Japanese soldiers gathering in front of the city. In his opinion, the fighting power of the country is better than that of Korea. If the soldiers of Korea encounter such a situation, they must have escaped, and the country can continue to fight. But this is exactly what he wanted, and this time he must hurt the country. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. At this time, the artillery advancing with field artillery began to fire at the Japanese soldiers. Blossoms of flames exploded in the array of the Japanese soldiers, blasting the array of Japanese soldiers to pieces. When the artillery attacked the soldiers of the country, cavalry armed with katana and armor suddenly filed out from the side wall, and these cavalry rushed directly to the artillery position. The 2,000 soldiers protecting the artillery lined up in 3 rows immediately when they saw this scene, and started shooting when the cavalry entered 300 meters. Bang bang bang! A burst of intensive gunfire sounded, and the Mercedes-Benz cavalry fell one after another. The Falcon rifle already had good accuracy at a distance of 300 meters, but the war country was showing an intensive charge. This is undoubtedly make it easier for soldiers to hit. Compared with the great horses of the cavalry of the Great U, the war horses of the war short-legged horses, although they are not as good as those of the Great U, they also show the spirit of fearlessness at this time. The horses in front fell, and the remaining Japanese cavalry rushed forward without slowing down. Bang bang bang! The soldiers replaced the paper shell bullets and continued to shoot one round. When the Japanese cavalry rushed into within 50 meters, the soldiers of the country had already fired 4 rounds, and 3,000 or 4,000 cavalry fell in a pool of blood. Faced with the remaining 4,000 to 5,000 cavalry, the soldiers did not continue shooting. They took out grenades from their waists, pulled off the cords and threw them one by one in the middle of the cavalry. Boom boom boom! The violent explosion instantly covered the cavalry, and the power of the grenade explosion directly destroyed slices of cavalry. The short distance of 50 meters became an insurmountable obstacle, and hundreds of surviving Japanese cavalry rushed to the artillery position amid the continuous sound of explosions. They were greeted by a dense array of bayonets. Stab! The sound of the bayonet entering the armor came. The DAU soldiers in the first row fell directly backward because they could not withstand the impact of the cavalry, while the Japanese cavalry killed by the bayonet flew out under the influence of inertia, falling on the ground, dying. Within a short period of time, the 8,000 cavalrymen of the Japanese nation were completely exhausted. Liu Chen lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to lead the soldiers to keep the array forward. As if to retaliate, the artillery fire became more intense. The Japanese soldiers desperately filled the array, but were destroyed by artillery shells. Finally, the distance between the two sides reached 150 meters. Liu Chen ordered the soldiers to raise their guns. At this distance, the dense Falcon rifle shooting had the greatest advantage. Basically, the soldiers were able to concentrate the opponent's soldiers. Seeing the soldiers of Daewoo State stopped, the soldiers of the Japanese state began to move forward. They could not shoot at each other from this distance. First row, shooting! Liu Chen shouted. Following his order, the first row of soldiers collectively turned into a half-kneeling posture. In an instant, they began to shoot the Japanese soldiers who were walking towards them. Bang bang bang! The gunfire sounded, and the soldiers in front of the Japanese array fell as a whole. The second row shoots! Liu Chen shouted. There was another neat burst of shooting, and the Japanese soldiers fell again. At this time, the second row of soldiers squatted down to reload, and the third row of soldiers fired again, and before the third row of firing was completed, the first row of soldiers finished reloading. Now the efficiency of three-stage shooting is much higher than before. With the advantage of the Falcon rifle, the array composed of more than 18,000 people continued to output firepower. The soldiers of the country were like cutting leeks. Enter the range where they can shoot the soldiers of Daewoo. Because they died before that, huge casualties continued to appear. The walls of Nizijin were covered with the bodies of Japanese soldiers. After tens of thousands of lives were paid, the Japanese soldiers finally lost control and began to collapse. This kind of desperate battle is not something everyone can bear. Tokugawa benefited a group of famous names with waxy faces, and the densely packed corpses of soldiers seemed to ring the death knell of the doomsday again. They tried their best to gather soldiers, but no one was willing to fight. In the previous battle, the Japanese soldiers with muskets lost most of them, and the rest of the feudal soldiers were uneven, and there were soldiers with swords. They knew that they were not even opponents. Keep going. There was a smile on Liu Chen's mouth. What they wanted was this effect, but it was not enough now. They wanted to achieve greater results. The melodious chants sounded again, and the soldiers neatly pressed down on the city of Nanatsu, destroying any enemy fighting them along the way. Soon, they entered the city of Nizijin. At this time, Liu Chen asked the soldiers to eliminate the Japanese soldiers in the city with companies as a unit. Whether they were soldiers or Japanese people, all resistors would be killed. When Liu Chen achieved brilliant results, Yan had already destroyed the only naval battleship left in the Japanese kingdom. On the burning sea, Yan led the battleship through the burned battleship. Floating in the sea are the corpses of Japanese soldiers, and the sound of flame burning and screams in the ears. Enter the inland river. Yan gave the order. When Nizijin fell, he no longer worried about the safety of the battleship in the inland river. From now on, this place will be another supply point for the Dau State Navy. Chapter 921 Treaty of Nanatsu lost. In Nagasaki, only one day later, Yamada Nobunaga received the news of the fiasco of Notsu, Takasugi's death in battle, and 70,000 musketeers' casualties, almost all the elites under his command. The feudal soldiers of the Tokugawa family, the Sato family, the Otomo family, the Mori family, and the Rokaku family also suffered heavy losses. Now these broken soldiers are on their way back, and the most miserable Tokugawa family fled directly to Nagasaki. Now it is Tokugawa who has brought him the news. The 200,000 soldiers and horses lost to the 20,000 people of Great U, and all the naval ships were lost. Yamada Nobunaga said incredulously. Tokugawa benevolence was very embarrassed. At this time, his clothes were ripped everywhere, and his face was black and white, like a beggar. We lost all. Dayu's firearms are too powerful. We are not opponents at all. I and the other daimyo insisted to the end, but the soldiers were still disintegrated. Tokugawa benefited from a nose and tears. If it was before, Yamada Nobunaga might have suspected that this was an excuse that Tokugawa benefited from. But now he understands that this is a fact. To him, the news was like cold water, extinguishing the hope that had ignited in his heart. In that case, how did you come back? Yamada Nobunaga asked coldly. Mentioned this matter, Tokugawa Huey looked guilty. A general named Liu Chen let us go, and he asked me to give Da Ming a word. Say, Commander Liu Chen said that as long as the daimyo surrenders to the Great U country and the Nizijin Treaty is signed, the war between the two countries can be stopped. If the daimyo does not understand, their next goal is Nagasaki until the country is destroyed. Tokugawa Huiji said cautiously. What is the Nanatsu Treaty? Yamada Nobunaga frowned. Tokugawa Megumi immediately took a copy of the treaty from his arms and gave it to Nobunaga Yamada. After receiving the treaty, Nobunaga Yamada just glanced at it and stood up angrily. Asshole, asshole. 200 million of silver in war reparations. Is this preparing us to be slaves to the Great U country for generations to come? Yamada Nobunaga furiously. Tokugawa Huiji sighed. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take more than 10 years to gather the power of all the big names. Nobunaga's chest was violently ups and downs. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and watched. In addition to the first compensation of 200 million of war indemnity for the Great U, the second humiliating treaty officially designated there was the Great U. Regarding the names of their countries, Article 3 requires them to recognize the independence of the three mountain kingdoms. From then on, the three mountain kingdoms and a series of islands in the south of the Japanese kingdom should not be coveted. The fourth article requires the Japanese kingdom to cede Nanatsu Castle and open Nagasaki, Shimoda, and Urahi, Kanagawa and other ports, and provide coal and water to the ships in and out of the country. Article 5. Great U has the right to navigate the inland rivers of the country. Attacks on warships and ships of Great U in the inland river will be regarded as acts of war. Article 6. All the expenses of the troops stationed in Nizijin of the Great U state shall be borne by the Japanese state, and all the residents of the Japanese islands in Nizijin who have not been approved by the state of Great U shall be departed from Nizijin within a period of 3 months. All the buildings and materials in the city are provided. It is the property of Dayu State. Article 7. Wago City allows King Zubank to settle in, agree to use the currency of Great Yugo for domestic transactions, and give merchants of Great Yugo the most preferential treatment, without any taxes. Then, the following also agreed on the time for the Japanese to repay the war reparations. The 200 million of silver will be paid off in 8 times. For the first time, 40 million will be paid to the country, and the remaining 7 times will be gradually reduced. After reading all the treaties, Yamada Nobunaga almost fainted. This treaty is simply a humiliation to the country. If he signs it, he will be stinking for thousands of years. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Yamada Nobunaga slowly sat down with the pillar, and he threw the treaty to the ground. Tokugawa Kegashi is more anxious than Yamada Nobunaga. Nanitsu is the property of the Tokugawa family. Ceding it out is more painful than cutting him. Ming, the country of Dau deceived people too much. It is better to gather all the big names and have them break the net. Tokugawa benefited angrily. Nobunaga Yamada shook his head in pain. He said, "We can't win. Maybe we can win a short time. But Dau has only sent 20,000 people this time. How about tens of thousands? The most important thing now is to keep our position." Tokugawa Huiji immediately recalled that they already knew what Dau did in Korea, and now they can't help but shudder. The world has changed. If we can't keep up, we will be left behind. We can agree to these conditions, but Dau must promise us to send people to study abroad. Yamada Nobunaga said. "But will the people of Dau promise us? If we don't agree, we will fight them to the end until the last person." Yamada Nobunaga said with squinting. Tokugawa Megumi nodded after Wenyan. "If so, I will send someone now." "Send the news back." Having said that, Tokugawa benefited from calling a cavalryman and let him return to Nanitsu with news. The next day, the news passed to Yun's hands. Ha ha ha. This Yamada is a bit interesting. He asked to send a samurai to study in Dau country. Yun sent the letter to Liu Chen. It seems that the emperor is right. Nobunaga Yamada is still a bit far-sighted. Liu Chen asked, "So what should I do now?" Yun had a plan for a long time. He said, "The emperor has said it can be agreed, but the war compensation should be increased to 300 million tals. At the same time, as a defeated country, the Japanese country must hand over the command of the army without the approval of the Great Yu country. No army can be formed, only soldiers who maintain law and order can be retained." The emperor agreed. Liu Chen said incredulously, "Why? What if the Japanese nation becomes stronger because of this? This emperor must be better than us." "Even if the Japanese country sends people to Dau, what they teach and how much they teach will be under our control. Otherwise, they will learn from Europe and the trouble will be even greater." As for the industry, the merchants of Dau, the ability to take the opportunity to control the economic lifeline of the country is all for controlling the country more deeply. Moreover, the merchants will also bring some industrial machinery to the country for profit, such as mines. Liu Chen nodded. "Yes, it is unrealistic to keep the Japanese country at this level of science and technology forever. Now that they are defeated by us, they understand the power of industry, and it is even more unrealistic. They will definitely do everything possible to develop the industry. It is, instead of letting it steal our technology sneakily, it is better to let the merchants take the opportunity to control their industrial lifeline with some technology. Coupled with the military and political control, it is difficult for the country to stand up again." Yun was cold. Said. Chapter 922. Fight again. Nagasaki. Yamada Nobunaga quickly got a reply. Looking at Daigo's additional conditions, his heart sank a little bit. "Receive the military power and add 100 million tals of silver." Sato gently read the content of the letter. His voice fell, and an angry roar suddenly broke out in the hall. "The country of Dau deceived people too much. We have tolerated it to such a situation, but they pressed on every step of the way. If this is the case, we will fight with them. Yes, now we will recruit soldiers. Kill them all." The samurai and daimyo screamed angrily, one by one like crazy. Yamada Nobunaga was also extremely angry. He could accept an additional 100 million tals of silver, but Daigo tried to control the military power of the war country, which was simply a dream. Now, he completely gave up the peace talks and prepared to continue to fight against the Great Yu state. After thinking for a while, he said, "Now you immediately summon all the soldiers. We must tell the Great Yu state that we will never compromise." "Yes." Yamada daimyo. The samurai and the daimyo shouted loudly. Yamada Nobunaga nodded, and at the same time sent someone to contact the daimyos in the north, hoping to unite all the daimyos in attacking the country. The change in Nagasaki quickly made the secret guards who had been in Nagasaki discovered that they calmly passed the news to Nanitsu. General, this is interesting. Yamada Nobunaga turned down our additional terms. Liu Chen took the intelligence sent by the secret guard and found Yun, who was studying the map of the country, in the room. After the two argued yesterday, they also bet whether Yamada Nobunaga would give up. The facts now proved that he lost, and Yamada Nobunaga refused. The look of Yun Gyujing is not waived. It can be said that they are prepared for all the actions taken by the Japanese country now, including Nobunaga Yamada's refusal to add conditions, and the two sides are again in war. I hope they won't accept it, so that we can fight them more miserably. Yun smiled and said, let the soldiers rest for a few days. We still have battles to fight next. This time, we have to let them. The Japanese people feel desperate. Ha ha ha. Yes. Liu Chen nodded excitedly. 7 days later, 26 steam battleships in the port of Nanitsu slowly left the port towards Nagasaki, and at the same time Liu Chen completed the reinforcement of the wall of Nanitsu. This time there were 14,000 soldiers stationed in the city, and another 6,000 soldiers went to Nagasaki with the warship. According to the plan, they would blow up Nagasaki in a mess. At the same time, the daimyo from the north arrived near Nanitsu with the feudal soldiers, and soldiers from Nagasaki also gathered near Nanitsu, and the war was about to start. July 30th, after half a month of the truce, a joint army composed of many magnates from the Japanese nation launched an offensive against Nozu. The soldiers of Great Yu, who took advantage of the defense of the city, took advantage of their condescending advantages to launch a fierce counterattack against the soldiers of the Republic of Japan, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Remember, the Battle of Nanitsu is the first battle of our Marines. If we can't win, we will always be the laughing stock of the army. Even if we fight to the last person this time, we will have to win. Liu Chen walked back and forth on the city wall, and the sound of soldiers firing rifles and artillery filled his ears. He is not nervous now. Although there are more soldiers besieging Nanitsu this time than the first time, he can see that most of these soldiers are the soldiers of the daimyos. The real elite have been killed in the first battle. They are wiped out. Therefore, the Japanese army with flags outside the city of Nozijin seems to be huge, but in fact, its combat effectiveness is much weaker, not to mention that they are defending the city and they are attacking the city. Just the grenade dropped from the wall is enough for them to drink a pot. This time, it was Sato who was in charge of contacting and commanding the daimyo. All the 260,000 troops gathered by the daimyo are now facing a very embarrassing situation. Facing the fierce firepower of the Great Yu country, they are now suffering heavy losses. The traditional siege ladder is a joke in front of the country. The soldiers of Dayu State would drop something that could explode from the city, and this kind of thing caused a lot of casualties to the soldiers gathered under the city. The siege only lasted an hour, and now at least 8,000 soldiers have fallen under the city. The most important thing is that some big names who have never been exposed to this mode of war are frightened, and they are unwilling to continue to die in vain. While Nozijin was in a bitter battle, the fleet led by Yun suddenly appeared in Nagasaki. This time the war country concentrated its forces to attack Notsu. This Nagasaki must be weak, and it is a good time to attack. The battleship of Great Yu Kingdom is here. The battleship of Great Yu Kingdom is here. The Japanese soldiers stationed on the Nagasaki wharf quickly spotted the Great Yugo battleship that was smoky, but it was too late for Nagasaki. Ordering the warship to enter the dock, Yun immediately ordered shelling. Nagasaki was built along the sea, with dense buildings along the wharf. This is also a symbol of Nagasaki's prosperity. In order to completely destroy the will of the Japanese country, he decided to take revenge on the Japanese country this time. Not to mention this country originally it means that the house is not broken for 3 days. Boom boom boom. A huge roar sounded on the sea, and artillery shells shot from the battleship straight to the quaint buildings along the coast. In the light of the fire, these buildings immediately turned into dust. For a time, the streets of Nagasaki were extremely chaotic, and there were escaping Japanese people everywhere. At this moment, There is fear in their eyes. For thousands of years, no country has been able to attack the mainland of the country of Japan, so they were unscrupulous when looting outside. Because every time their countrymen return home with a full load, they feel the joy of a bumper harvest, never considering that they will suffer revenge. Now Nagasaki has become a battlefield of blood and fire for them. This is a kind of shock, a kind of fear. They realize that their enemies can easily destroy themselves. Nobunaga Yamada didn't expect the Dayu Congress to be so bold. After learning the news, he came out of the daimyo mansion and saw a raging fire. At this moment, his heart trembled, and the fear that had disappeared in his heart for many years came to his heart again. It was just that when he saw the battleship of Dayu State starting to put down the boat, he suddenly realized that Dayu State was not only for shelling Nagasaki this time, they had already prepared soldiers to land. Daimyo, it's still too late to escape, a samurai said anxiously. Now Nagasaki's forces are weak, and once the soldiers of the Great Yu country get ashore, they will have no way to escape. Escape? Where to escape? Yamada Nobunaga said hoarsely. At this time, the samurai lowered their heads. They lost this time, and they lost thoroughly. They finally realized that no matter what they did now, they couldn't undo the defeat. This time, it was only the navy of Dayu State who had attacked the country. If other troops arrived, they would have no chance of winning. Don't wait, everyone. Nagasaki, opening brace WW soon la. Yamada Nobunaga quickly got a reply. Looking at Daigo's additional conditions, his heart sank a little bit. Receive the military power and add 100 million taels of silver. Sato gently read the content of the letter. His voice fell, and an angry roar suddenly broke out in the hall. The country of Dayu deceived so much. We have tolerated it to such a situation, but they pressed on every step of the way. If this is the case, we will fight with them. Yes, now we will recruit soldiers. Kill them all. The samurai and the daimyo screamed angrily, one by one like crazy. Yamada Nobunaga was also extremely angry. He could accept an additional 100 million taels of silver, but Daigo tried to control the military power of the war country, which was simply a silly dream. Now, he completely gave up the peace talks and prepared to continue to fight against the Great Yu State, and he pondered for a moment, and he said, now you immediately summon all the soldiers. We must tell the Great Yu State that we will never compromise. Yes. Yamada Daimyo. The samurai and daimyo shouted loudly. Yamada Nobunaga nodded, and at the same time sent someone to contact the daimyos in the north, hoping to unite all the daimyos in attacking the country. The change in Nagasaki quickly made the secret guards who had been in Nagasaki discovered that they calmly passed the news to Nanatsu. General, this is interesting. Yamada Nobunaga turned down our additional terms. Liu Chen took the intelligence sent by the secret guard and found Yun, who was studying the map of the country, in the room. After the two argued yesterday, they also bet whether Yamada Nobunaga would give up. The facts now proved that he lost, and Yamada Nobunaga refused. Yun's expression was unwavering, and they were prepared for all the actions taken by the Japanese country now, including Nobunaga Yamada's refusal to add conditions, and the two sides fell into war again. I hope they won't accept it, so that we can fight them more miserably. Yun smiled with a cunning. He said, let the soldiers rest for a few days. We still have a battle to fight next. This time we have to make the Japanese people feel desperate. Ha ha ha. Yes. Liu Chen nodded excitedly. 7 days later, 26 steam battleships in the port of Nanatsu slowly left the port towards Nagasaki, and at the same time Liu Chen completed the reinforcement of the wall of Nanatsu. This time there were 14,000 soldiers stationed in the city, and another 6,000 soldiers went to Nagasaki with the warship. According to the plan, they would blow up Nagasaki in a mess. At the same time, the daimyo from the north arrived near Nanatsu with the feudal soldiers, and soldiers from Nagasaki also gathered near Nanatsu, and the war was about to start. July 30th, after half a month of the truce, a joint army composed of many great names in the country launched an offensive against Nanatsu. The soldiers of Great Yu, who took advantage of the defense of the city, took advantage of their condescending advantages to launch a fierce counterattack against the soldiers of the Republic of Japan, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Remember, the Battle of Nanitsu is the first battle of our Marines. If we can't win, we will always be the laughing stock of the army. Even if we fight to the last person this time, we will have to win." Liu Chen walked back and forth on the wall, and the sound of soldiers firing rifles and artillery filled his ears. He is not nervous now. Although there are more soldiers besieging Nanitsu this time than the first time, he can see that most of these soldiers are the soldiers of the daimyos. The real elite have been killed in the first battle. They are wiped out. Therefore, the Japanese team with flags outside the city of Nuzijin seems to be very powerful, but in fact, their combat effectiveness is much weaker, not to mention that they are defending the city and they are attacking the city. Just the grenade dropped from the wall is enough for them to drink a pot. This time, it is Sato who is responsible for contacting and commanding the daimyo. The 260,000 troops gathered by the daimyo are now facing a very embarrassing situation. Faced with the fierce firepower of the Great Yu country, they are now suffering heavy losses. The traditional siege ladder is a joke in front of the country. The soldiers of Dayu State would drop something that could explode from the city. This kind of thing caused a lot of casualties to the soldiers gathered under the city. The siege only lasted an hour, and now at least 8,000 soldiers have fallen under the city. Most importantly, some big names who had never been exposed to this mode of war were frightened, and they were unwilling to continue to die in vain. While Nuzijin was in a bitter battle, the fleet led by Yun suddenly appeared in Nagasaki. This time the war country concentrated its forces to attack Notsu. This Nagasaki must have weak forces, and it is a good time to attack. The battleship of Great Yu Kingdom is here. The battleship of Great Yu Kingdom is here. The Japanese soldiers stationed on the Nagasaki wharf quickly spotted the Great Yugo battleship that was smoky, but it was too late for Nagasaki. Ordering the warship to enter the dock, Yun immediately ordered shelling. Nagasaki was built along the sea and has dense buildings along the pier. This is also a symbol of Nagasaki's prosperity. In order to completely destroy the will of the country, he decided to take revenge on the country this time, not to mention that this country was originally not a house for 3 days. Uncover tiles. Boom boom boom. A huge roar sounded on the sea, and artillery shells shot from the battleship straight to the quaint buildings along the coast. In the flames, these buildings immediately turned into dust. For a time, the streets of Nagasaki were extremely chaotic, and there were escaping Japanese people everywhere. At this moment, there was fear in their eyes. For thousands of years, no country had been able to attack the homeland of the country of Japan, so they were unscrupulous when looting outside. Because every time their countrymen return home with a full load, they feel the joy of a bumper harvest, never considering that they will suffer revenge. Now Nagasaki has become a battlefield of blood and fire for them. This is a kind of shock, a kind of fear, and they realize that their enemies can easily destroy themselves. Nobunaga Yamada didn't expect the Taiyu Congress to be so bold. When he heard the news, he came out of the daimyo mansion and saw a raging fire. At this moment, his heart trembled, and the fear that had disappeared in his heart for many years came to his heart again. It was just when he saw the battleship of the Great Yu State starting to put down the ship, he suddenly realized that the Great Yu State was not only for the bombardment of Nagasaki this time, but they had already prepared soldiers to land. Daimyo, it's too late to escape now, a samurai said anxiously. Now Nagasaki's forces are weak, and once the soldiers of the country of Dau go ashore they will have no way to escape. Escape? Where to escape? Yamada Nobunaga said hoarsely. At this time, the samurai lowered their heads one after another. They lost this time, and they lost completely. They finally realized that no matter what they did now, they couldn't save the defeat. This time, it was only the navy of the Great Yu Kingdom that was attacking the country. If other troops came, they would have no chance of winning. Chapter 923 Surrender Kill. As the troops of the Great Yu State drew ashore at the pier, the soldiers of the Great Yu State rushed into the streets of Nagasaki. Swam and La. Armed with a falcon rifle, the soldiers assembled quickly. When they were on the ship, they had already remembered the map of Nagasaki collected by the secret guards well, and they knew the layout of the city of Nagasaki. Therefore, The soldiers appeared orderly after landing. After the first 2,000 people assembled, they immediately went straight to the daimyo palace where Nobunaga Yamada was. Boom boom. The soldiers of Great Yuland landed, and Yamada Nobunaga immediately mobilized the remaining soldiers in the city to fight back. The samurai with the katana and the elite with the flintlock flocked from all directions to the coastal road of Nagasaki, facing them. The soldiers of Dayu State took a decisive shot. Many of the Marine Corps soldiers came from the coast, and the hatred of the Japanese pirates has always been remembered, especially these warriors in samurai uniforms. They were the most vicious in the robbery. I don't know how many old and weak women and children died in their hands. Therefore, there is no mercy for these beast-like soldiers of the country of Japan. The soldiers of Dau, on the contrary, there is a pleasure of revenge. After the first group of soldiers landed, the second group of soldiers went ashore immediately. They quickly went to support, and fierce gunfire continued to sound in Nagasaki. At the same time, the sound of artillery on the sea became more and more intense, and the black artillery shells formed a rain of bullets constantly bombarding the buildings on the streets of Nagasaki, and the entire Nagasaki became a sea of flames. For Yamada Daimyo, go! Their warriors who charged led the soldiers of the war country to charge against the soldiers of the country of Dau. They had fierce faces and red eyes, but the soldiers of Dau Kingdom were not afraid of the Japanese people at all. They did not retreat and took a firm position to shoot. Soon, the corpses of Japanese soldiers and warriors lay on the streets. In order to regain Natsu, Yamada Nobunaga transferred most of his troops away, and now the thousands of soldiers remaining in the city are simply unable to stop the attack of Great Yu. After wiping out the soldiers from the country of Japan who were protecting the Daiming Mansion on the streets, the soldiers of Dau State immediately marched towards the Daiming Mansion. It's just that when they entered the Daiming Mansion, they found that people had gone to the building. "Report to the general immediately," said the marine officer who broke into the Daiming Mansion. The soldiers got the order and immediately spread the news to the sea. Seeing the semaphore coming from the shore, Yan asked the semaphore to reply, "Confiscate all wealth in Nagasaki." Upon receiving instructions, the soldiers of Dau State immediately began to control Nagasaki city, and at the same time began to collect materials for Dau State from every household in Nagasaki. On the sea surface, Yan calmly watched the fire in Nagasaki. Although Yan's personal feelings are part of the decision to plunder, his main purpose is to prompt the Japanese to surrender and sign a treaty as soon as possible. For the Japanese, a country that has never invaded by foreigners, a blow to their bones will make them see reality clearly. Of course, he also thought about completely destroying the Japanese country, but it is not the time yet. I have to say that Yamada Nobunaga still has some skills. Brainwashing the thinking of the Japanese people has given the Japanese people some national consciousness. When he was in Nizijin, he saw the resentment in the eyes of the expelled people. In terms of strength, although they can wipe out the big names headed by Yamada Nobunaga, they are full of flames and can't bring benefits to Great Yu. Will become a drag. After all, they will have to station a large number of soldiers in order to suppress the rebellion of the Japanese country. Instead of doing this, it is better to control the Japanese country with the Japanese country, get as much benefits from the Japanese country as possible, and transfer the resentment of the Japanese people to the great names of Yamada. After all, they lost war, and Dau country only needs to control these big names. Of course, in order to completely castrate the future development of the country, they will design a trap in this soft control so that they will never turn back. Yamada will surrender to us soon. How can people who have been sitting at the pinnacle of power for a long time willing to let it go? Yan's mouth was filled with a smile. As he spoke, Yamada had fled outside Nagasaki city under the protection of the samurai. Looking at the flames that continued to ignite inside the city, Yamada stopped. No more escape. Once we lose Nagasaki, we will lose everything. Yamada Nobunaga suddenly realized something. In the Japanese country, only Nagasaki is his sphere of influence. He will only live in the territories of other daimyos when he leaves here. What dignity does he have at that time? The more he thought about this, the more he was scared. He recalled that he had walked step by step from a farmer's son to today, and he was really unwilling to lose everything like this. "You return to Nagasaki now and take me to bring a message to the people of the Great Yu country. As long as they withdraw from Nagasaki and support my rule over the Japanese country in the future, I will agree to all their conditions," said Yamada Nobunaga. The samurai who followed Yamada Nobunaga were extremely loyal to him. They never considered the right or wrong of Yamada's decision, and were only responsible for the implementation. When his words fell, a samurai volunteered to go to Nagasaki. Watching his subordinates go away, Yamada Nobunaga sighed up to the sky. This decision is very difficult for him, but he understands that the fate of the Japanese kingdom will not be worse than this. If it is caught in a long war with the Great Yu state, the Japanese kingdom will be forever then stuck on this island. The most important thing is that he has now completely put away his contempt for the country of Dau. He used to be a samurai before, and the only person he respects is someone who is better than himself. Obviously, now that the country of Dau is much higher than the country of Japan, he surrendered sincerely. The samurai who went to Nagasaki returned in the afternoon. He brought a decision that made Yamada Nobunaga breathe a sigh of relief. If Yamada Nobunaga signs a surrender treaty on the flagship at noon 2 days later, the two parties will have a rest war. "Let's go, we should go back." Nobunaga Yamada looked gloomy, and he had no choice now. At the same time that the Nagasaki sneak attack has achieved brilliant results, the Battle of Nanatsu has come to an end. In the fierce battle, the daimyo suffered heavy losses, but Nizijin was intact. Looking at the still Nizijin, Sato sighed and led the clan soldiers to retreat to Nagasaki. On the city wall, Liu Chen took binoculars and looked at the scene in front of him leisurely. What they lost was only ammunition, and what the Japanese people left was a corpse. He believed that the Japanese team would not be stupid enough to continue to attack the city. With the cessation of the war, the strong atmosphere gradually dissipated. 2 days later, the defeated daimyo returned to Nagasaki. They learned that Yamada Nobunaga was signing the Nanatsu Treaty with the Kingdom of Great Yu and that no one came forward, oppose, but show unusual tameness. However, at this time, the name of the Nanatsu Treaty has been changed to the Book of Surrender of the Kingdom of Japan. Chapter 924 Peace Law. Sign it, Yamada Daimyo. It seems that other daimyo have no objection. There was a smile on Yun's face on the Chi King. Tsuingla. At this time, the transformed King Chi was crowded with navy soldiers and officers. A table was placed in the center of the battleship. Yun was sitting east and west, and Yamada Nobunaga was sitting opposite him. On the table is Yun's rearranged surrender book, with a pen on it. After Yamada Nobunaga boarded the Chi Wang, they learned the news that other daimyo had come to Nagasaki. The fiasco of Natsu made these daimyo lose their tempers, and they all behaved extremely submissively. I have to say that this made Yun very shocked. One reason is that the barbaric nation of the Japanese kingdom will show such a different attitude in an instant. The second is that his Emperor's Majesty is like a god. The process of this war is basically it was almost as he expected. Yes, Your Excellency Yun. Yamada Nobunaga held the pen on the treaty strangely. He had never seen this thing before, so he was not sure if he used it to write. The soldiers and officers of Great Chongqing burst into laughter. They saw the embarrassment of Yamada Nobunaga. In fact, with the beginning of the industrialization of Great Chongqing, small things like fountain pens have become popular, so this time they felt a bit fun. When Yun saw this, he was full of pride in his heart. If it were not for the Emperor, how could the country of Dau be as brilliant as it is today? Even this small pen can see the gap between the country of Dau and the country of Japan. After a light cough, Yun took the pen and demonstrated it, which made Yamada Nobunaga's eyes widened. He picked up the pen and carefully wrote his name on the surrender book. The letter of surrender was officially signed. At this time, the soldiers of the Great Yu country on the battleship raised their guns and fired a round of fire at the same time. Seeing such a picture, Yamada Nobunaga's heart trembled. He understood that at this time, Dau was deliberately showing off his strength. Yamada, I hope we can cooperate smoothly in the future. Yun's words contained threats, and additional conditions were added to the treaty signed this time. From today onwards, the country will officially repay the arrears of 300 million tals of silver to the country. The arrears are mainly offset by silver, grain, gold, sulfur and other materials. The first payment will be made to the country within 3 months of signing. 50 million tals of platinum. Yamada Nobunaga squeezed out a smile, which was uglier than crying. If he knew in advance that there was today, he should agree to sign the treaty earlier. Now, while signing the letter of surrender, Yan also established a law of peace for the Japanese nation. The explanation was that the Nasuzu Treaty was a treaty of goodwill, while the letter of surrender was a treaty of defeat. The two have different meanings. This law of peace stipulates that the Japanese nation abandons war as a means of resolving foreign disputes. At the same time, it prohibits the Japanese nation from any form of military establishment in the form of law, cancels all Japanese conscription agencies, and prohibits the Japanese nation from developing its navy and other foreign threatening services. In addition, the Japanese nation must not manufacture and develop any threatening weapons of war, and unswervingly develop peacefully. In the future, I hope Your Excellency Yan can take good care of you, Yamada Nobunaga said bitterly. Since today, the Japanese will no longer have the ability to invade abroad, and only possess the so-called self-protection capabilities stipulated by the Great U State. Even so, the small amount of self-defense troops retained by the Japanese state will be in charge of what weapons the Great U State will use. In his view, this law of peace is to turn the country of Japan into a fat sheep that can shear wool at any time in the Great U country, and this sheep has no teeth and horns. This is natural, and we will see each other often in the future. Yan smiled unkindly. Nozijin got it, and the country of Wa was completely castrated, and the country of Daya lost one more enemy in the northeastern waters and added a steady stream of resources. Now they are finally able to focus on the war with Western powers for colonization. I'm looking forward to next time. Yamada Nobunaga's smile became more bitter. Yan laughed. At this time, he asked Yamada's accompanying samurai to send Yamada Nobunaga back to Nagasaki. Originally, Yamada Nobunaga asked him to have dinner with him, but he was too disgusting to go to this place of Japan. So I declined. Now that the war with the Japanese country is over, he just wants to return to Tengu as soon as possible, leaving some soldiers here to supervise Yamada Nobunaga's implementation of the treaty. Moreover, he is not afraid of Yamada repentance. In order to control the country, or protect the country, a 20,000 strong army will soon replace their Marine Corps in Natsu and control the country as a permanent military force in the country. Watching Yamada Nobunaga leave, Yan made a gesture at this time, and the fleet slowly left the Nagasaki pier and headed towards Nanatsu. On the sea, Yamada Nobunaga looked enviously at the warships of Dau that could gallop on the sea without relying on wind. But it was a pity that the Japanese could no longer develop a navy. Hey, what a vicious country! Nobunaga Yamada was heartbroken. King Zu. The news of the defeat of the Japanese kingdom and the signing of the letter of surrender arrived here 3 days later. Looking at the surrender letter that Yan had sent back, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. This is the most ideal situation for him at present. In the future, the country of Wa will become a place for shearing wool in Great U. This is more than occupying the country completely. You need to make money if you consume national power. After all, occupying a country is like opening a branch by yourself. The personnel and expenses are all your own. In the face of a situation like the country of Japan, it may be a loss of money and the risk is relatively high. But now, he is tackling the bully at the door of Wago and stipulating that he will not only lose money but also pay protection fees, so that he will not lose money. In this way, getting supplies from the country will make the country more prosperous. The Emperor. It is a double happiness. This King's Zoo thermal power plant is about to try to generate electricity, and the country is also solving it at this time. In the past 2 years, the harem has added 2 princes and a princess to the emperor. The country is really thriving, Qian Fu said with a smile. Xiaoming laughed when he heard this. In the harem, Qi Xuya gave birth to a prince, and Luluo and Zixuan gave birth to a daughter and a prince respectively. In addition to Xiao Yi, now he has 3 more children, and the palace is getting hotter. It's indeed a great event, but we can't relax our vigilance now. There are still many enemies in the country that need to be resolved. Xiaoming squinted at the world map. The war country in this era was only an enemy a little higher than Goryeo, and the emperor was just a symbolic figure with no real power. Compared to the Japanese country, Europe is the most dangerous thing in this era. They're Xiaoming's real enemies. If he wants to establish the status of Great Yu in the world for hundreds of years, he must grab food in this era. Chapter 925 War Bonus. Early morning, amidst the crisp cries of newsboys, newspapers with Wei Igo formally submitting a letter of surrender to Daigo spread rapidly across the streets of Qingzhou. Last night, under the instruction of Xiaoming, Qingzhou Daily specially printed this good news worth celebrating. As he guessed, this news had a huge impact when it came out. Since the emergence of newspapers that convey major events at home and abroad, the people of Qingzhou have become more and more recognized with newspapers, and the number of newspapers printed has increased dozens of times. Coupled with the development of the public now, the literacy rate of the people in the country is increasing day by day. Not only are young school children, many people have also begun to learn words and various knowledge through various means in order to integrate into the ever-changing Qingzhou. The rise of new Confucianism has gradually allowed the common people to abandon their ignorant ideas and identify with the strong scientific atmosphere. The entire community is undergoing changes that Xiaoming expects, and a brand new Great Yu country is beckoning him. It's so relieved. When our Ding family was in Jinling City, the business was harmed by the Japanese nation. It's a pity that Wang Wei was weak at that time and didn't dare to do anything to the Japanese pirates. Now these have finally tasted the retribution they deserve. In the Ding's compound, Ding Wangquan and Ding Wu were having a meal. They were eating steamed buns while reading the newspaper. They cheered loudly when they saw wonderful places. Ding Wu looked excited. He said, "These are all the emperor ruling the country. It has only been a few years. The enemies that once threatened the country have fallen one after another. The life of the people of the country is getting better and better. No, it's just a pity. If your father and I had joined the emperor earlier, maybe the Ding family's status would be even higher today." Ding Wangquan was so proud that he was very fortunate to have left Ding Wu to make two-handed preparations. Now that the entire Ding family has moved to Qingzhou City, Ding Wu, an illegitimate child, is also recognized by his family because of his abilities. No one dares to make irresponsible remarks. Ding Wu smiled and shook his head. For him, this newspaper not only made him proud, but also showed him business opportunities. When Goryeo fell, the products of the Great Yu country soon occupied the Korean market. Nowadays, the Koreans exchange large amounts of real gold, silver, grain and various mineral resources for the industrial products of the Great Yu country. As a result, the merchants made a lot of money. At this time, they finally tasted the sweetness of the industrial country to the agricultural country for the first time. In many cases, the wealthy households in Korea needed hundreds or thousands of she of grain in exchange for a cow-powered dump truck. Irrigation. Father, in this newspaper, the Japanese country is a country with a population of more than 20 million, which is much larger than the market in Korea. Now the Japanese country has signed a letter of surrender, and the merchants of Dau basically have the same treatment in Korea. This is a huge business opportunities, Ding Wu thought. Ding Wangquan basically no longer manages the business of the Ding family. He said, "You can do it yourself. Old antiques of us can't keep up with the rapid changes now." A smile appeared on the corner of Ding Wu's mouth. He understood that his father was delegating power to himself. He said, "That's true. I will go to Chairman Li Kai-yuan now to see if I can get a guide to doing business in war. Whether it's Goryeo or in the Japanese country, officials and businessmen are always the first to eat meat, and we have to take advantage of the situation and drink some soup." While Ding Wu eagerly fists, the businessmen in Qingzhou who learned the news started to take action. Once the market is opened, The Korean experience tells them that it is the imperial court who eats meat and drinks soup. Buy a steam engine to expand production immediately. Don't delay, go. In the Zujia White Sugar Workshop, Zhu Liu ordered immediately after reading the newspaper. Over the years, he had a keen sense of business. After entering the Goryeo market, his workshop expanded production and almost doubled its scale. After the reunification of the North and the South, the scale of his business has expanded more than tenfold. Now, the country is a blank market. Naturally, this opportunity cannot be missed. After all, with the boom in commerce, more and more people are now investing in trade. In addition, Kingsu Bank has been providing loans to support private industry and commerce. Now many people can borrow money to do business. In just a few short years, there have been workshops in and around Kingsu. The most terrible thing is that with the establishment of the 4 major industrial and commercial districts of the country, the merchants in these areas have shown explosive growth. They purchased equipment from Kingsu and returned to their cities to build workshops to produce various industrial products, which challenged Kingsu's industry and commerce. In addition, after the restoration of agricultural production in the city to the west of Kingsu, with the support of various state government offices, many former wealthy families have transformed into local businessmen, and some local wealthy households are also in a growing atmosphere. Project to build factories and do business. Therefore, although the market in Daewoo country is getting bigger and bigger, he dare not take it lightly, because he understands that there are more and more commercial rivals. In addition to expanding production, he has to beat his rivals in terms of quality and price. Kingsu Chamber of Commerce. Li Kai-yuan got the news before the newspaper was published yesterday. The palace gave him the news. So today he was prepared to be blocked by a businessman. However, although being surrounded by business people is a headache, I have to say that it is a pleasant headache. After all, compared with the private sector, the biggest gainer is the Chamber of Commerce. At present, government-run workshops and private workshops coexist in Daewoo State, but the government-run workshops have always been the first in trade. After all, a large part of the government's fiscal revenue now comes from the profits turned over by the government-run workshops. In the past 2 years, the profit of the Chamber of Commerce in the Goryeo market has reached 10 million golden dragons. If it is converted to the previous silver of the city, it is about 3 million tals. After the reunification of the North and the South, the merchants in Kingsu are the first to get the most profit. In 1 year, the profit of commodities in the southern market reached 80 million golden dragons, which was about 24 million tals of silver. Of course, the reason why they are able to make such a huge profit is because high-end technologies such as steam engines are under the control of merchants, and they make a lot of money just by selling steam engines. Wago, another piece of fat is coming. Li Kai-yuan was so excited, he could already imagine going to the country to get a large amount of raw materials in exchange for industrial products from the country. On the exported industrial products, they can set high prices to make huge profits, and the most important thing is that the surrender book clearly stipulates that Kingsu Bank can enter the country. The Japanese government allowed the use of the Great Yu Kingdom currency to trade. In his view, this was the main point of the surrender. Now he is no longer Wuxiaman, and he knows how terrible it would be if the Japanese nation is financially controlled by the Great Yu State. Because once the Japanese nation uses the currency of the Great Yu State, the Japanese economy will become a dependency of the Great Yu State. It's very simple. Daewoo can buy goods from the country by printing money, but it leaves the negative effects of the money printing in the country. Chapter 926. Incandescent lamp. A faint of autumn wind blows through, and the fallen leaves rustle down, laying a golden carpet on the stone road in the harem. Swiming.la. In the imperial garden, Xiaoming is visiting the garden with Fu Er and others to appreciate chrysanthemums. Now Xiao Yi is 5 years old and has a tiger-headed brain. In modern times, he is about to go to school, but he did not hire a teacher for Xiao Yi, but left Xiao Yi's education to Fu Er. Following Xiaoming, Fu Er was greatly influenced by Xiaoming. Although she did not participate in any scientific research, in Xiaoming's view, Fu Er's knowledge was not inferior to those of Lin Wentao, even higher. The last one, so Fu Er taught Xiao Yi personally. He was relieved. He was also very enthusiastic about this recognized crown prince, and he didn't want Xiao Yi to embark on the road of reversing history in the future. Behind Xiao Yi were Xiao, Luluo, and Asta. The three were pregnant last year, and now they have successfully given birth to the prince and princess. Xiao gave birth to the second prince, named Xiao Tong. The third princess born to Luluo was named Xiao Yashu, and the child of Asta was the fourth prince named Xiao Xian. Now the three people are pushing a stroller behind Fu, and the four are laughing. This stroller was designed and produced by Fu. Although the material is incomparable with modern strollers, it is finally a cross-age industrial product in Dau, and this stroller is very popular with Xiao, because in this way, they could push their babies out to play, and under their lead, the stroller quickly became popular in Qingzhou. Soon, a folk workshop specializing in the production of strollers was established, and strollers began to appear in the homes of some wealthy people. The emperor, Pang Shufu, begged to see you. Qian Fu came over while everyone was playing. Fu heard the words and smiled. This Pang Yukan is just not easy to see the emperor, so he came with us for a while. No, it's rare for the emperor to have such a leisurely sentiment. Xiao agreed while teasing the child. Asta and Luluo looked at each other, pursing their lips and laughing. Xiaoming shook his head lightly. Pang Yukan had offended the four women for now, but this fellow Pang Yukan did happen every time he was free. But he also knows that every time something like this happens, something big will happen, and this time he basically knows that there should be a breakthrough in electricity. Don't ridicule Pang Shufu. This time it is estimated that there is movement in the power plant. Xiaoming said lightly. Power plant. Fu's eyes lit up, and she said, so we can use electricity soon? Xiao and others had long learned about the magic of electricity from Xiaoming, and they couldn't help showing their expectant gaze. No accident, it should be. Xiaoming's face showed complacency. Thermal power generation has always been a matter of great concern to him. In his view, it is even more important than defeating the Japanese nation. Fu nodded, no more, but sensible, and took Xiao and others to entertain themselves. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming and Qian Fu went to the imperial study room, as he expected. As soon as he entered the imperial study room, Pang Yukan started the matter of the thermal power plant. The emperor, this time Su Liangkai, also produced something called a transformer, which is very important for power transmission, Pang Yukan said excitedly. Xiaoming showed a look of relief. During the time he attacked the country, he had been correcting the problems in the development of science and technology in the country. He felt that there was no need to go through the details in the development of science and technology, so he directly studied with Su Liangkai a complete power transmission system, which includes generators, transformers, and transmission lines. Among them, generators and wires already had mature technology when the thermal power plant was built, and the one lacking was the transformer. So he handed over the principle and structure of the transformer to Su Liangkai. This makes the production of transformers easier. After all, this kind of transformer is the most primitive transformer, which has appeared in the 19th century. This kind of transformer is composed of a shaped iron core and a coil. The coil has two or more windings. The principle is similar to the Faraday induction coil. It can transform AC voltage, current and resistance. With this thing, thermal power plants can transmit power farther, so Qingzhou Power can avoid the initial experimental stage and directly enter the application stage. In the past 2 years, Su Liangkai has also cultivated a large number of electric power talents. After the thermal power plant is put into production, he will lead the establishment of the Great Yugo Electric Power Company, officially opening the power era. Well, this Su Liangkai's efficiency is not bad. Let's go and see what electric performance he can show me, Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan was also looking forward to it. He and Xiaoming got up and walked out together. Under the protection of the guards, the three arrived at the thermal power plant in the western suburbs of Qingzhou. Standing outside a thermal power plant, The first impression is that you see a huge chimney in front of you, but this is the standard structure of a power plant. Su Liangkai led the workers of the thermal power plant at this time and was waiting for Xiao Ming's arrival. Seeing the crowd arrived, he immediately greeted him. The Emperor, the Qingzhou thermal power plant is officially generating electricity. Please take a look inside, Su Liangkai said in a proud tone. Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan looked at each other, and they followed Su Liangkai into the power plant. Compared with modern thermal power plants, the current Qingzhou thermal power plants are still a bit rough, to put it simply. The entire thermal power development consists of a large steam engine and a large generator. The steam engine is connected to the generator. The huge boiler is connected to the steam engine. At this time, a large amount of coal is entering the hopper through the conveyor belt, and entering the combustion suffocation through the hopper. Above the combustion chamber, the water is evaporated. The steam enters the cylinder of the steam engine to drive the steam engine to do work and drive the generator to rotate. The electric power enters the transformer and is sent to the grid through the wires connected to the generator. The Emperor. This way, Su Liangkai led Xiao Ming and Pang Yukan through the production workshop of the power plant into the office area on the west side. Stopping here, Su Liang pointed to the light bulb in his office and said, "Please look at the Emperor." "Emperor, this is the electric light?" Pang Yukan was dumbfounded. At this time, a glass bulb above his head was emitting a bright light, which shocked Pang Yukan for a while. The Emperor, after experimenting with a lot of materials, the next official found that tungsten wire is the best and most durable. Su Liangkai looked at Xiao Ming with some admiration. Without his guidance, he would take more detours, and fortunately, in order to make knives, Dao began to use tungsten as a metal very early, so the tungsten bulb did not have much difficulty. Chapter 927 Not optimistic situation. The bright light of the incandescent lamp illuminates the office of the power plant. Opening brace WW Soon La. Even in the daytime, it can't hide the glare of electric lights. Good, very good. Xiao Ming stared at the incandescent lamp above his head with a slight excitement. Electricity, the modern energy that has spread to millions of households, has finally reappeared in Great Chongqing. The power revolution will also break out on the basis of the steam revolution in Great Chongqing. The excitement on Su Liangkai and the workers in a group of power plants is hard to say. The Emperor's sure is the greatest recognition for them. They have been working hard to achieve this goal for nearly 2 years, and now they have finally succeeded. As long as the Emperor is satisfied, the lower officials will feel at ease. Su Liang said with a bow. Pang Yukan patted Su Liangkai's shoulder vigorously. Dao country needs talents like you to make the country stronger and stronger. After I return, I will ask the cabinet to reward you. Thank you, Pang Shufu. Su Liangkai was slightly excited. Although he and Lin Wentao are good friends, they are still inferior to him in terms of achievements. Therefore, he has been chasing after this time, and now he finally sees hope. After observing the electric lights in the office area, Xiao Ming, Pang Yukan and others went to inspect the laying of the power grid. Because of the mature technology as the foundation, Su Liang was very familiar with power construction. The telephone poles extended from the power plant to the Qingzhou city. As long as the power grid in the city is established and the two are connected, Qingzhou can officially enter the power era. Satisfied with the situation of this inspection, Xiao Ming asked Su Liangkai to go to the palace to participate in the DPRK meeting tomorrow to discuss together how to use electricity. The next day, Xiao Ming woke up early. Before the early dynasty, he sent someone to inform Lin Wentao, Song Chengping, Chen Qi, and Lu Tong. The victory in the Japanese war was worth celebrating, but it was only a victory. Next, the country of Dao will face a more tragic war, so he needs to have an overall plan in industry and military to deal with future wars. Boom boom boom. When it was 8 o'clock, the pendulum clock made a crisp sound, and Xiao Ming, who had finished breakfast, walked towards the Zhengde Guingming Hall. At this time, a group of ministers in Qingzhou City were already waiting in the hall. This time, in addition to Su Liangkai's general technical personnel, There were also cabinet and military aircraft personnel. "Long live my emperor, long live, long live." As soon as Xiaoming arrived, there was a loud voice in the hall, and a tie was made. Xiaoming asked the ministers to calm down. He said, "Yesterday, I and Pang Shufu went to a thermal power plant. You Aking must have known it. I think you now have some basic understanding of electricity. Simply put, this will be more than coal. Clean energy, and electric motors are also more efficient power than steam engines. Once factories replace steam engines with electric motors, the efficiency of the factory will be greatly improved, and the accuracy of lathes will also have room for improvement." The ministers pricked their ears and listened carefully, for fear of missing a word. Nowadays, the country of Dau is changing too fast. If you don't study hard, they will soon be pulled down. Therefore, the ministers are also down one by one. The north was too busy, so they went to King's University to listen. Fiji returned to King's from the south half a month ago. After this period of arrangement, the government offices of the southern states and counties have gradually stabilized. The imperial court has basically achieved control of the southern states and counties. An unprecedented unification of the country has emerged. During this trip to the south, he deeply felt how powerful a unified Great Chongqing Congress was. At the same time, he was fortunate to be able to serve under Xiaoming. Now that fascinating electricity has also appeared, he is even more excited. Long live my emperor. This is really a happy event for the court, and a happy event for the world. The unified Great Yu country will surely be prosperous for generations under the emperor's governance. The cabinet ministers laughed one by one. They understood Fiji's slick temper, but he could hear the sincerity of the compliment this time, because that was what they thought. Xiaoming smiled. "Thanks to the auspicious words of the old Ch, I will definitely work hard for it. But whether or not Dau can deter the country at home and abroad still requires you to work the international community. The ministers will be conscientious and hard-working." Hearing this, the ministers bowed and shouted. Nodding slightly, Xiaoming continued, "The so-called matter of summoning you to come today is exactly what needs to be prepared after the power plant generates power." After a pause, he looked at Lin Wentao. "Lin Aking, the application of electric power is imminent. Nowadays, the machinery factory is studying steam engines at the same time to carry out related research on electric machinery, making full use of electric power to improve the industrial level of Great Chongqing. In addition, we have already integrated many. The power product structure is handed over to you, and a group of students from King's University who are proficient in power products have been assigned to you. I hope to see related products come out soon." Yes, the emperor and the lower officials have been making preparations, and some progress has been made in some aspects. Lin Wenyao bowed and said, "While the thermal power plant was being built, he started the research on power products, and some of them have been after doing simple experiments. Once the electricity is applied, he can quickly put it into production." Remind Lin Wenyao, Xiaoming said to cabinet ministers, "The power grid construction in Kingzhou City must keep up. No official should neglect his duty on this matter, otherwise I will take it seriously." "Yes." The emperor, Pang Yukun, bowed immediately. After warning the cabinet, Xiaoming looked at Lu Tong, Song Qingping and Chen Qi. "The power issue is also extremely important in the production of weapons. You have to cooperate with Lin Wentao and Su Liang Kai in the transformation of the military workshop, and at the same time learn to use brand new machinery. Although domestic warfare is basically over, but there are still many enemies in the country. We must not relax in production and research and development of weapons. We must pay close attention to the production of metal bullets and artillery shells, and we must boldly try new types of weapons." Lu Tong, Song Qingping and Chen Qi bowed to lead at the same time. Nu Ben has been listening. At this time, it seems that in order to cooperate with Xiaoming, he said, "The emperor, the harassment of the Golden Horde has been increasing during this period, and Tsarist Russia also has the license to invade into the Guan. Tsarist Russian merchants were spotted poaching wild animals to obtain fur." Liu Kwandao, according to the situation provided by the secret guard, The fur trade is the most important source of income for Tsarist Russia. The fur hunted from Siberia has brought huge income to Tsarist Russia. In addition, the Bashu Defender sent a war report, claiming that there has been an abnormality in Tabo recently. According to the merchants who returned from Tabo, Zampa, supported by the British, has become the actual ruler of Tabo. In the eyes of the general, this is extremely dangerous. Nu Ben added. Xiaoming frowned. He said to the officials, "Look, see, one enemy just fell, one enemy after another pounced, and these forces used to be the vassal state of Great Yu. Why would they choosing to take refuge in Westerners who are thousands of miles away will be despised because of being beaten if they fall behind? Aching. We still have a long way to go in order to regain the surrounding knights." Chapter 928 Analysis. The sound of a silent needle falling in the magnificent palace of light can be heard. Swiming. The ministers looked solemn. They were all thinking about the emperor's words. They admitted that they were a bit swollen during this period, and the thinking of the heavenly kingdom of Dayu Kingdom began to spread in the court, and this caused some ministers to start not thinking about making progress and focusing on the internal power struggle. With the ups and downs, this bad influence naturally spread to the local states and counties. The intelligence sent by the cows now undoubtedly made these people's hearts tremble. Realizing that it is not the time to relax, Xiaoming's gaze swept over the ministers. He had already seen the clues of some problems, that is, the Great Yu country needs enemies, and only crisis can keep the country enterprising. After all, only in the face of foreign enemies can the ruling class of a country be able to achieve unprecedented unity, and this is also conducive to the growth of national sentiment. Otherwise, officials and people will fall into internal fighting and become lazy in government affairs. This is the reason why in contemporary countries can dismantle each other. Only by threatening and competing with each other can countries maintain vitality. You have heard the words of General Nu. There are still many enemies in Great Chongqing. Even though Great Chongqing is a tiger, the pack of wolves can still threaten the survival of Great Chongqing. I hope you will bear this in mind. Do your own thing well. Yes. The Emperor. Manchu civil and military said in unison. Turning his head to look at the cow, Xiaoming asked, "Do you have any opinions on Tabo and the Golden Horde?" In the end, I will think that the most important of the two is the Golden Horde, and Dolgo has flattered Tsarist Russia, in order to unite with Tsarist Russia to regain Guangdong and even destroy Great Chongqing. Tsarist Russia also has the ambition to expand eastward. They can be described as embarrassed. If the two threats are not crushed, there will be no peace in the north, Gnu said loudly. Fiji frowned. He said, Tabo seems to be a bad match for its generation. If it hadn't been for Tabo to let the barbarians in, Bashu would not have suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties. Together, they will inevitably be even more unscrupulous. After all, Tabo is backed by British India. This is a country with hundreds of millions of people. The most important thing is that the British have achieved their rule here. At present, the cabinet ministers of all countries in the world are very clear about the comprehensive strength of the cabinet. But other officials do not know. When they hear that the population of India is comparable to that of Great Chongqing, they all become nervous. There is a threat from Tsarist Russia in the north, and the southwest does not seem to be a safe place. The southwest is a remote place. It is difficult for the military of the Great Yu country to reach it, and it is even more difficult to replenish it. It is inevitable to suffer some temporary losses, and the Northern Railway has extended to Kanto. Soldiers and replenishment are extremely easy. Naturally, we must fight to the north first. Only when the threat from the north is gone, we can go south with peace of mind. After all, the north is too close to Kingsu and there can be no gaps. Liu Oquain's opinion is consistent with the bull. Fiji was just nagging. He was not willing to manage the army. After all, government affairs and the army are now separated, so he said, it's all up to the emperor to decide. Xiaoming smiled. The army is still in the battle. The two generals are right. The most important thing is the north. Having said that, he motioned to Qian Fu and asked Qian Fu to spread the map of the world on the hall. This world map was printed, and the sphere of influence on it was marked according to the situation of the secret guard. The moment the huge map was rolled out in front of the civil and military officials, everyone's eyes gathered. At this time, Xiaoming stepped down from the main hall, like stepping on a carpet. Stepping on the map, he took a bamboo pole from Qiandafu and pointed it north. Look, although the Golden Horde has lost its land in Guangdong, their territory is still huge, from Rozu to here. At this time, Xiaoming pointed to an ocean in the center of the inland. This place is called the Caspian Sea. The land of the Golden Horde continues here, and the northern part of the Golden Horde is the land of Tsarist Russia. There are also some Central Asian Khanates. The Ottoman Empire south of the Caspian Sea is the most powerful, followed by Persia and British Afghanistan. Seeing such a clear map of forces, the officials were shocked. In order to show the difference, Xiaoming marked the map with different colors. Among them, Great Yu was red, Golden Horde was golden, and Tsarist Russia was brown. In comparison, the land of these two forces is more than 10 times that of the current country of Dau. After all, the sphere of influence of Dau Kingdom now does not include Tubo and the northern grasslands. It's incredible that Tsarist Russia cannibalized such a vast land in the north, Yang Cheng'ai said in shock. This map is clearly marked. He used to be vague about the location of Europe. Now he can see every continent in the world at a glance. The colonies and national colors of the European countries on the map are the same. Fiji side. This Britain is really not simple. Why is the entire map of the United Kingdom? It's no wonder that they are going to be an enemy of Dau. Now they have reached out to our vassal nations. No wonder these vassal nations no longer pay tribute to us. Zhang Xingcheng said angrily. Xiaoming walked leisurely on the world map. He said, "Now you should also have some understanding of the current world. I can tell you that the most important resource areas in the world are not in our hands." While saying, Xiaoming pointed to Australia. Here is rich in iron ore, coal, and there is something called oil. After the electricity is applied, the internal gas will probably increase the schedule. Without this kind of oil, we will very passive. Even the lifeblood will be held by others. Then he pointed to South America. Rubber is a product here, and bicycle tires are made of rubber. I won't say how important it is. Now it is controlled by Europeans. Currently, only the Dutch sell it to us at high prices. Once the Dutch change, if our diplomatic strategy is shifted to Europe, we will lose the source of rubber, and it will take more than 10 years for the rubber trees in Great Chongqing to grow. Every time Xiaoming points to a place, the expressions of the officials become solemn. Now they understand the dilemma that Dau nation faces. It turns out that some scarce resources are actually controlled by outsiders. The emperor, for the future development of Great Chongqing, the lower officials think that they should send troops to compete with the European countries for these resource-rich areas in order to be fettered by others in the future. Pang Yukan said first. That's right. The emperor, my big country. How can these barbarians pinch their necks? The court ministers were very angry. Xiaoming smiled at this time, and it seemed that Dau's colonial plan would not be opposed. Ask for a day off. Take my daughter to see a doctor and ask for a day off. Chapter 928. Tsarist Russia goes south. The words of your king are in line with my intentions. If Great Chongqing does not want to become a colony of another country in 100 years, we must practice it from now on and work hard for the rise of Great Chongqing. In the impassioned and enthusiastic atmosphere of the officials, Xiaomingshan was delighted. Although the DPRK meeting was to arrange the implementation of electricity, one of his goals was to make officials feel the crisis facing the country. There is no doubt that the European threat theory he delivered at the court this time is very effective. The officials are gearing up to compete with the great powers. With this in mind, Xiaoming plans to let the newspaper introduce the current world situation after the dispersal of the dynasty, show the true strength of the European powers to the people of Great Chongqing, and let the people of Great Chongqing have a clear understanding of the current world, thereby uniting people's hearts to improve the efficiency of industrial and commercial development. After all, generally speaking, European countries have great war potentials, and they have also gotten the students who defected from the country of Dau, although these students only mastered some theoretical knowledge in writing. However, The current level of science and technology in Europe is close to the mid to late 18th century, and if combined with their theories, it may be possible to accelerate the improvement of science and technology. However, even so, he is not too worried. After all, the foundation of the country has been laid. Even if the European technology is relatively improved, the technology of the country will only improve faster. What's more, as an industrialized and populous country, he no longer needs to fear Western powers, because it is difficult for an industrial power to completely destroy another industrial power. At this time, the competition between countries is nothing more than a sphere of influence and the formulation of world rules. My Emperor Shengming. As soon as Xiaoming's words fell, the ministers bowed and said uniformly, nodded slightly. Xiaoming signaled to Qian Fu, today's meeting is over. He has given the overall plan, and now the rest is the implementation problem. After leaving the dynasty, Xiaoming went straight back to the imperial study room and asked Qian Fu to call Liu Ben and Liu Oquan over. Before the early dynasty, he had learned the news of the expansion of Tsarist Russia's southward movement, and the bull run in the court was not alarmist, and deliberately scared officials. Now, have you figured out the strength of Tsarist Russia in Kanto? After the two arrived, Xiaoming pointed to Kanto on the map and asked. The military spy was carried out by the military alone. With the maturity of the military system, the pre-combat reconnaissance is gradually separated from the work of secret guards. After all, secret guards still have many other things to do. Basically, we almost sacrificed a team of cavalry hunters. If the leader of the cavalry captain was clever, they would be caught by the Tsarist Cossack cavalry. Liu Ben frowned and looked solemn. Liu Oquan added, at present, there are about 700,000 immigrants from Tsarist Russia to the north of Jiangsu and Siberia. These 700,000 people are scattered in 7 important castles, namely Tyumen Castle and Tobolsk Castle, Yakutsk Castle, Okhotsk Fortress, Kamchatka Fort, Yaksa Castle, Nerchinsk Castle, among which Yaksa and Nerchinsk are the closest to the state, and they are also the most garrisoned fortresses in Tsarist Russia. What is annoying is that Tsarist Russia seems to have tasted the sweetness. After Yaksa and Nebushu, they are preparing the 8th fortress Morgan, which is only 100 miles away from Jiangsu. While Liu Oquan was speaking, Xiaoming marked the cities of Tsarist Russia one by one on the map, and the red dots stretched from Kanto to Siberia. More than 700,000 people. This is not a small number. What's more, the indigenous peoples of Siberia are now attached to Tsarist Russia, and the total number is more than that. Moreover, the Golden Horde also took refuge in Tsarist Russia, which is even more troublesome. Xiaoming said, according to the knowledge of the technology spa, there are many indigenous people living in Siberia in modern times, including Oskak, Nanets, Evenki, Yakutia, Kyrgyzstan, Buryatia, and Yukaki. Ethnic groups such as Koryak, Kamchatka. But these nations were annexed by Tsarist Russia one by one. Now that the fighting in the south is basically over, Liu Ben and Liu Oquan have set their sights on the north. The most important thing is that the train from Kingsu to Kanto will be open to traffic this year. The transportation of soldiers and supplies will be much easier, so that he can use Kanto's army to defeat Tsarist Russia. Although there are more than 700,000 people, Tsarist Russia actually does not have much military strength in the castles. Even the garrisons of Nerchinsk and Yaksa are only 3,000 or 4,000 per city, but their firearms are relatively better than the Japanese. Quite a lot. Liu Ben continued. Xiaoming had a plan in his heart. For him, a battle with Tsarist Russia was a must. The reason is simple. If Siberia is in the hands of the Russians, then the country of Dau will always be in a crisis of being attacked by the enemy. But once we have the whole of Siberia, then Great U country is equivalent to relying on the natural danger of the Arctic Ocean, and the strategic environment will be greatly improved. How many troops can be mobilized at the moment? Xiaoming asked. Since he wants to fight, he doesn't need to hesitate. Now he has strengthened his will. Not to mention that the journey from the Bering Strait to North America is extremely attractive. After the war in the south, The army stationed 100,000 people in the south in order to eliminate the remaining chaos and thieves while also defending Anan Kingdom in the southwest. The remaining 60,000 people returned to their garrisons, but immediately another 20,000 people went to the war country to station. Counting down, we can mobilize only 40,000 people flexibly, Liu Quain said. As the Chief General of the General Staff, he is very aware of the current deployment of the forces of Dayu, although on the whole the Dayu team is quite large. However, the number of evenly distributed troops is still not much after all. Korea, the war country, and even the southwest are in a state that is not yet completely stable and requires military monitoring. 40,000 people, plus the Kwantung army should be enough. Xiaoming was a little helpless. The huge army was scattered after the wars, and there is no way, because this is the colonial pay, the price. Of course, he can also bring these armies into one place, but with the current level of transportation this cost a lot, so he can only win at the least cost. Enough, Nu Ben said, although Tsarist Russia attaches great importance to Kanto, but Kanto is too far from Tsarist Russia, but very close to us. But they lost in logistics. Liu Quain nodded when he heard this, agreeing with Nu Ben's statement. In that case, let's give a little bit of color to the Tsarist Russians who built the city in Morgan. Now is the time to discuss the ownership of the land with Tsars. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. In modern times, he can only recall the humiliation of the land being eaten up a little bit in history, but now, he can personally change it. Chapter 929 Metal Bullet. The faint smell of smoke permeated the royal study room. The Kanto map in the imperial study room was quietly hung on the wall, but at this time the red dot marked by Xiaoming seemed to be enlarged in the eyes of Nu Ben and Liu Quain. There is no doubt that this place will become the powder keg of the next war, and this time they are going to deal with the European power and a dead but not stiff-stepped tribe. Having agreed on this, the three discussed the details of the war in front of the map. From the perspective of the three of them, it is not difficult to deal with Tsarist Russia, because the current Dayu team not only has a higher firearm than Tsarist Russia, but also fights at home, with obvious advantages. The only variable is the Golden Horde, which is shrinking in the grasslands waiting for an opportunity. These cavalry are still the real threat to Great Yu, and the main force of Tsarist Russia's eastward expansion is also an advanced team dominated by the Cossacks. They and the Golden Horde, all countries are nomads living on the grasslands. After 10 years of development, the Great Yu Kingdom has now developed into what it is today. He is very confident in the Great Yu Kingdom, but this confidence is not blind. In the cavalry, he admits that he is inferior to the Golden Horde and the Cossacks, but since the cavalry is not his advantage, he will crush the enemy's advantage, and the weapon to crush the enemy's advantage is the machine gun that killed countless people during World War I. In the past, he could only think about this kind of war weapon, but now that electricity is applied in King Zhu's industry can be fully improved, which gives him hope. This industrial upgrade will give him the ability to make more sophisticated weapons. After deciding on the basic strategy, Xiaoming asked Nu Ben and Liu Quain to go back. He settled down to sort out the scientific and technological materials of the 19th century. Now that he has electricity, he can unlock more technology. At the same time, with the improvement of science and technology, the required technical knowledge becomes more and more complex. After the emergence of electric power, he needs to participate more deeply in industrial construction. After 10 years of hard work, the industry of Dayu State has grown from scratch and now has a complete foundation. Now it is time to show the true advantages of the technology spa. After all, even if he wanted to realize the technology, he had no foundation before. Now this is no longer a problem. After a busy morning, Xiaoming went to King's University in the afternoon. In the past 2 years of war, he has never stopped lecturing at King's University. Through his own practice, King's University has given birth to many talents in science and technology. After graduation, these talents have entered all walks of life in the country. Technical backbone. Among them, the elite of them entered the various research rooms to complete the scientific and technological tasks he delivered one by one. Generally speaking, He is generally involved in the current most cutting-edge technology, and does not need to spend energy on ordinary technology, because naturally someone will do it. When he arrived at the school, Xiaoming glanced at the people sitting below: Lin Wentao, Lu Tong, Song Chengping, Chen Qi, Jiang Liu, etc. Basically, the people at the core of the industry in the country were all there. He glanced at the crowd and said straightforwardly, "What I want to tell you today is the manufacture of metal bullets." Generally speaking, the process of manufacturing metal bullets is very complicated. At least more than 100 times are required, with 20 to 30 procedures. It is much more difficult to build a metal bullet production line than to build a firearms production line, so the development of metal bullets in military factories requires everyone to work together. Metal bullets. Song Chengping's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Xiaoming had already mentioned this concept to him, but it was limited to the fact that it could not be completed without corresponding machinery. Now that the emperor mentioned it, he saw hope. Like Song Chengping, the others looked excited, because they knew that the production of metal bullets contained too many things and they also needed their participation. Xiaoming noticed the expressions of the people. He was very satisfied with Lin Wentao and others' tireless spirit of seeking knowledge. Perhaps the role of technology spa has had a huge impact on them over the years, but their own attitude is also extremely important. Because of the combination of the two, they are able to surpass the talents of any scientist in Europe. Nodding slightly, Xiaoming turned on the technology spa. This is something he must do before each lecture, so that they can remember what he said in more detail, and they can also see a machine as if they were on the scene. The production process and structure. In just 10 years, he allowed the country to develop from a country without any industrial foundation to a level equivalent to the mid and late 18th century. The technology spa is very important. The emergence of electricity will make it easier for Xiaoming to realize the technology in the technology spa, and this is why he is so excited after generating electricity. In general, the structure of metal fixed-load bullets is the same as that of paper shell bullets. It is divided into 4 parts: warhead, bullet case, and primer. Naturally, the production of bullets should start from 4 aspects. Now I will introduce you to the production of metal. The punch needed for bullets, Xiaoming said slowly. Because of the existence of the technological spa, Xiaoming has detailed necessary machinery and procedures for bullet production in his mind. It can be said that the production of metal bullets is a difficult task. If you want to produce metal bullets, one of the most basic things is a mechanical punching machine, also called a punching machine. The punching bowl required in the production of metal bullets must use this. Because the function of the mechanical punch is for the plate, through the mold, the punch can make blanking, punching, forming, drawing, trimming, fine blanking, shaping, riveting and extrusion parts, of which the bullet primer needs to be on the copper plate, stamping production on the material. When Xiaoming was speaking, a clear picture appeared in everyone's mind. This is a crank connecting rod mechanism driven by a motor-driven flywheel through a clutch and transmission gear to move the slider up and down. During the movement, one by one copper plates were punched out, and then the picture turned. They saw some precision molds, which were installed on complex lathes, and the different structures of bullets were constantly shaped by these complex lathes. Forming. In one afternoon, Xiaoming systematically introduced the entire production process of bullets, and assigned different tasks to different people. Among them, Lu Tong is naturally responsible for the priming, Lin Wentao is responsible for the production of punching machines and other machinery, and Jiang Liu is responsible for the manufacture of molds. Song Chengping and Chen Qi cooperate with Lin Wentao to check the caliber of the current firearms in the country and verify the fit of bullets and rifling degree. The Emperor, are you sure to use steel shells for metal bullets this time? After generally mastering the knowledge of metal bullets, Song Chengping raised questions. Judging from his knowledge, the advantages of copper shells are much greater. Yes. It is a steel shell. After all, the copper of the country is not rich. Xiaoming regrets that the copper of the country is not rich, and he now needs to use copper for electricity. Chapter 930 Butterfly Wings. The afterglow of the setting sun penetrated the glass windows of the school to reflect the faces of the students. After explaining the problem of the steel shell bullet, Xiaoming also explained the problem of the taper of the bottom edge of the bullet. The disadvantage of the steel shell bullet is that it is easy to jam. Changing the taper of the bottom edge can improve this shortcoming. Of course, this is only an improvement. In addition to the problem of determining the steel shell bullet, he also set the lead core copper shell bullet in the copper primer. These two materials cannot be replaced by steel. For the production of bullets this time, Xiaoming did not set the standard too high, because the use of copper shell bullets in this era is a waste, and the production of rough firearms is easy. Even if the damage rate of steel shell bullets is higher, it does not matter. This is also one of the reasons why he chose copper shell bullets. The Emperor. The production of this metal bullet is a big project. Lin Wentao couldn't help shook his head when he walked to Xiaoming's side. The machinery involved in the afternoon explanation was complicated and diverse, and this could not be achieved overnight. Xiaoming understood what Lin Wentao meant. He said, some mechanical energy in the machinery factory is handed over to other students and then given to other students. You are a top mechanical talent. Of course, you have to focus on the most difficult places. I know this set of production machinery is difficult, so I will give you time, but not for too long. Yes, the Emperor. After going back, the officials will hand over everything that can be handed over, and concentrate on studying this matter. Lin Wentao bowed and said. Song Qingping said, as soon as the metal bullet is released, the firearms will definitely undergo a major change. This is really exciting. Yes, the Emperor, this bullet is the same thing as a cannonball. The bullet can be used in a metal shell. The same is true for the cannonball. The official is now suddenly cheerful, and the cannonball should be changed like a bullet. In this way, the breech cannon is difficult. Then it was solved. Chen Qi laughed as he spoke. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. The industrial foundation has accumulated to a certain extent, and the technological explosion is an inevitable result. He gave Chen Qi a look of approval, and then said to Song Qingping, once metal bullets can be produced, your military factory will give me that kind of weapon against cavalry. This can't be delayed. Song Qingping's spirit was shocked. He understood what Xiaoming meant. This kind of weapon that could be fired continuously had been in his idea until it was confirmed by Xiaoming. The lower officials should keep this in mind, Song Qingping said. After chatting with a few people again, Xiaoming only returned to the palace. He has given out the approximate plan today, and Lin Wentao and others need to practice the rest. In addition to the metal bullets that accompany the power era, Xiaoming now has many things that can use electricity, such as radios, phones, and cameras, but these things obviously need to be developed step by step. London, England. When the country of Great Yu was cheered by the advent of the power era, the development of science and technology here has never stopped. While steam engines are popular in various industries in the UK, more research on steam engines is also underway. However, the arrival of the defectors from the Great Yu country clearly showed signs of speeding up this process, and this made the aristocracy of the entire UK feel excited, especially since they successfully imitated the captive rifle and fuse. It's really shocking that a small change in the shape of the bullet can make such a change in the musket. Maybe we can use this batch of new weapons and shells to send the rebels in the North American colonies to hell. Stern was full of confidence after watching the Sequoia army rehearse the new musket. Standing by Parston's side, Cordia said with a solemn expression, I think the most critical issue now is not North America, but the relationship between Britain and Great Chongqing. In my opinion, we should give up the hostile relationship with Great Chongqing, and to seek to improve relations with Great Chongqing to promote the development of British technology. There is no doubt that the technology of Great Chongqing is now ahead of us in some aspects. Oh, forget it, Kodia. You are an excellent scientist, but you are not a politician. If the colonies in the world are cakes, then the cakes of the world are basically divided by Europe, So the country of Great Chongqing is an industrial country. The rise of the United Kingdom will inevitably come to grab the cake we eat. This is the irreconcilable contradiction between us and nothing else. Because once we lose all the colonies, the interests of Britain will be seriously damaged. Can the struggle for interests between nations only end in war? Basically correct. Parston's expression was a bit solemn. In fact, the entire British aristocracy is very upset about the rise of this Eastern Empire, and at the same time cannot judge the next move of this empire. Like disrupting Europe, they instinctively wanted to use other countries to hold back the rise of Great Chongqing, but Great Chongqing repeatedly thwarted their conspiracy. The only thing to be thankful for now is that Dayu is too far away from them, and they still have plenty of time to prepare. So it's impossible to send some people to study in Dau country? Kodia felt a little regretful. No one will let a group of thieves enter the home to study. Now we are the thieves in the eyes of the people of Dau. Parston shrugged. Then he turned to Murphy, who was watching the excitement. I think we should talk to Tsarist Russia and let them cause a little trouble for the people of Dau. It's not necessary. They are greedy enough, and sooner or later they will have a conflict with the Great Yu country. Murphy is playing with a new style of muskets. We may be able to sell them some weapons at that time. This is a business that will never lose money. Parston gave a thumbs up. No wonder you will be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I hope Tsarist Russia will not lose too badly. After talking, the two suddenly burst into laughter. Morgan City. Vasily wiped the blood from the knife, and 3 Kantoites fell in a pool of blood under his feet. They built a stronghold from Nabutu all the way to Morgan. On the way, they burned, killed, looted and did everything. In their eyes, these natives and the beasts in the forest are still uncivilized, and they are very good at killing these savage tribes. Because they captured Siberia in this way, and now they are ordered to go south, the rich land here will soon become the territory of Tsarist Russia. Vasily, will they be true? A blond young man said to Vasily. Just now they learned from these 3 indigenous people that there is an army with firearms stationed in the southern city of Jiangsu. Ivan, when did you start to become so timid? You haven't seen these indigenous troops before. As long as 500 people can beat them everywhere. The final question is that we can grab how many things go back. This time I don't want to come empty-handed. Vasily smiled coldly. Chapter 931 Zu-34's important task. Zu-Sansi looked at the steam locomotive in front of him with a look of excitement. A soldier from a division behind him was waiting for his order to board the vehicle. The Ministry of Military Aircraft has just issued an order to lead a division to the north to be responsible for the suppression of the Tsarist bandits in Kanto, while controlling the entire Siberia. He has been in the army for several years. He has been promoted from an ordinary soldier to today's division commander, and now he leads the army alone in charge of warfare. His experience is legendary in the army. However, he has never been airy because of this, and has always maintained his simple style. Bored, he took a pocket watch out of his pocket and took a look. He made sure that the time had come. He issued an order to board the train. Today they will take 6 trains to Kanto. The soldiers with backpacks and falcon rifles were ordered to board the train in an orderly manner. Most of these soldiers had never made a train, but had only seen the description in the newspaper. Seeing the real guys now, everyone looked excited. While the soldiers boarded the vehicle, the army logistics loaded boxes of ammunition and cans into the rearmost compartment, and at the same time, field guns were hoisted on the special platform behind and set off with the soldiers. Master, can this really be in Kanto in 2 days? Sitting on the steamer locomotive, a brigade commander asked with some surprise, if it had taken them at least 20 days before they could reach Jiangsu. Zu-Sansi said, this is still false. It is only 6 hours from Kingsu to Dengsu. 2 days to Jiangsu will definitely be enough. It's really amazing. No wonder many people are going to the Guangdong. It is very convenient to come back with this. The brigade commander was amazed. Zu-Sansi did not try this steam locomotive, but he learned the relevant news from New Ben and others. This road from Kingsu to various cities in the Kanto region was not long after its opening to traffic, and it became a hot topic after it was published in the newspaper. because this means that the people of Daegu can travel to more places in a short period of time. The former deserted Guangdong attracted many merchants as evidence. Looking out of the steam locomotive through the glass window, Zhu Sanxi was a little excited. He was a native of Qingzhou, and he saw the changes in Qingzhou with his own eyes. It was for this beautiful change that he chose to join the army. Now he still doesn't regret his choice. For the emperor, he is willing to go through fire and water. With emotion, Zhu Sanxi withdrew his attention. At this time, a group of brigade commanders and regiment leaders were surrounding him. He unfolded the map near Jianzhou and said, "These years, taking advantage of the Great Yu Kingdom and the Golden Horde during the war, the Tsarist from the west occupied the land that should have belonged to us. Our goal this time is to destroy the Russian power in the Far East." After a pause, he continued, "According to the news from Jianzhou, these Tsarist bands are very cruel. They like to looting and are very cruel to the tribes living in Siberia and north of Jianzhou. They often feel angry, killing. Now they even appeared near Jianzhou. Some Kanto people living alone outside the city were looted and killed." The officers pricked their ears. They had fought against the Golden Horde, and also against Goryeo and Wa, but they had never fought against these people from the west. "It's really a nest of snakes and rats with the Golden Horde, both robbers," a head of the regiment said angrily. Zhu Sanxi smiled. "You are good at cursing, but you can't underestimate the enemy. Although the number of this group of Tsarist Russians is small, they can fight all the way from the far west, which is enough to see that they are also good at fighting." "Yes, Commander," said a group of officers. Nodding slightly, Zhu Sanxi and the officers began to study how to act after arriving in Jianzhou. After making a specific plan, he began to look at the scenery that kept slipping out of the window. Looking at the trees and flowers passing by, Zhu Sanxi's confidence doubled. Fighting an army that can be deployed quickly, Tsarist Russia would lose miserably. Yeah. The steam locomotives kept advancing in the expectation of the soldiers. They set off from Qingzhou to Jianzhou. 48 hours later, they stopped at Jianzhou station. Zhu Sanxi got off the steam locomotive at this time and couldn't help shrinking. Compared with Qingzhou, the climate in Jianzhou was much colder. Fortunately, they wore thick winter uniforms, otherwise it would be really difficult to fight in such weather. On the platform, Yin Cheng, the leader of the Qingxing regiment stationed in Jianzhou city, was waiting for their arrival. It was a regiment of thousands of people. After Liu took down Jianzhou, this regiment stayed and garrisoned, and the news about Tsarist Russia came from them. Master Zhu. Seeing Zhu Sanxi, Yin Cheng deployed a military force to Zhu Sanxi. According to regulations, Zhu Sanxi now has the highest status, and he will temporarily manage the military affairs of Jianzhou. Head Yin. Zhu Sanxi patted Yin Cheng's shoulder with a powerful hand. "How is it? Is there anything unusual near Jianzhou recently?" It was the same group of Tsarist Russians. They relied on Morgan to continue to harass and kill many local Kanto people. "I once asked the Ministry of Military Aircraft to lead troops to attack Morgan, but it was rejected." "Hey." Speaking of this, Yin Cheng sighed. Zhu Sanxi said, "The general is worried that your attack on Morgan will cause the Jianzhou army to be empty and the cavalry of the Golden Horde will take advantage of the gap. After all, the Golden Horde is about to move and seems to have the mind to retake Kanto." Yin Cheng nodded. Just as Zhu Sanxi said, the grasslands have been quite unstable recently. Qi Guanyi also sent more cavalry to hunt down the small cavalry of the Golden Horde. What Master Zhu said is that it is really annoying to see these Tsarist Russians so rampant. Zhu Sanxi smiled, pointing to the soldiers getting off the car and said, "Don't worry, I will let these Russian bandits go back obediently." After all, he and Yin Cheng walked towards Jianzhou city together. Different from the prosperity of Qingzhou, Zhu Sanxi can still see traces of war from the broken wall of Jianzhou, but since many Kanto people settled here, the wounds of the past are gradually repaired here. Under the guidance of Yin Cheng, the two arrived at the camp where the Qingxing regiment was stationed. After listening to Yin Cheng's more detailed information, Zhu Sanxi decided to take a 3-day rest and set off for Morgan. The order given to him by the Ministry of Military Aircraft was to defeat the Tsarist Russians and to sign a series of treaties to stipulate the issue of land ownership, so he did not need to manage the purpose of the Tsarist Russians, only needed to achieve his goals through war. 3 days later, Zhusanzi personally led the troops to Morgan City. After 3 days of reconnaissance, he determined the situation of the Tsarist soldiers entering and exiting Morgan City. I have to say that these invaders are very rampant, and in the next step, they may be about to attack Jianzhou. Chapter 932. Shelling Morgan. The north wind roared, and the cold air seemed to penetrate the muscles and bones. At this time, on the endless black land, Zhusanzi is leading the soldiers to march towards Morgan. For the current people of Great Chongqing, the country is inviolable. Any offense against the country against Great Chongqing will mean severe revenge. It's the end of October, and I didn't expect it to snow here. The officer alongside Zhusanzi was Gao Yingfeng, the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade, and Zhusanzi's most trusted subordinate. Gao Yingfeng is the same group of soldiers as him and a fellow from Qingzhou. The two of them cooperated in the wars these years, tacit understanding. Because of this, Zhusanzi always took him by his side. This is really a bitter and cold place. If it weren't for the war in the south, the people from Jiangnan wouldn't really want to settle here. Zhusanzi frowned as he looked at the blooming snowflakes, and now he finally understands why forced immigration. However, if only voluntary, the Kanto area will soon be occupied by other cold-resistant tribes, such as the current Tsarist Russia. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and confidant can only win every battle. Before going north, he knew about the country of Tsarist Russia. Generally speaking, the main body of this country is the Slavs. In the eyes of Europeans, they and the Germans and Celts people are called the three barbarians in Europe. So far, Europeans have no good impressions of Slavs, and politicians still call Tsarist Russia a barbarian in private, mocking its ferocious and combative characteristics. Therefore, in Zhusanzi's view, Tsarist Russia is like Europe as the Golden Horde and Great U, both of which are synonymous with barbarism. The emperor's thoughts are far-reaching, including letting us come to Jianzhou in thick winter clothes this time, otherwise we will not be able to march at all now. Gao Yingfeng patted his thick cotton coat and grinned. A trace of reverence flashed in Zhusanzi's eyes. In the eyes of the people of Dau, their emperor is now the supreme existence. They may have feared the imperial power before, but now they respect their king from the heart. As a general, every time their emperor can accurately remind them of what they have overlooked, he has to admire it in his heart. This is the king that our country of Dau really should have. Zhusanzi felt a rush of blood, and secretly vowed to defend his monarch with his life. Morgan City, this is a temporary city built, but to be precise, this is just a south post set up by Vasily. After all, the surrounding stone wall can be used as a barrier against attacks. Vasily, oh, there are a large number of soldiers approaching Morgan City. They seem to be the army of the Great U Kingdom. In the center of Morgan City, Vasily was sitting around with the soldiers roasting a deer, which they had just hunted. He looked at people coming by when he heard this voice. Ivan, you won't be drinking too much vodka. There are more deer, not soldiers. A soldier by the campfire picked up a wine bag containing liquor. He was naked in the ice and snow, and put the spirits in it. Drink it all. This is their weapon against the cold. Ivan wore a coat made of fur, and he said anxiously, I'm not mistaken, they are the army. You should sober up now, they will arrive here in 10 minutes. Vasily's hand holding the wine pouch stopped in the air. Ivan's face turned red at this time. It didn't look like he was lying. He immediately stood up and said to the soldiers by the campfire, get up all, take yours weapon. We will have work to do right away. Then he asked, little Ivan, how many people are there here? There are at least 3,000 people, and we only have 800 people. Ivan was a little worried. He followed Vasily from Moscow to the Far East. The natives who met on the road were tribes with bows and spears. Fighting with these tribes, they occupy a great advantage. But this time they saw a disciplined army, and everyone was holding muskets, which made him doubt Vasily's words. Perhaps it is not only indigenous people living in the Far East. Ha ha ha, Ivan is scared. He forgot that there is not only a Slav who can fight 10, but also a Cossack who is brave and good at fighting. Vasily's red face is still left behind by drinking. race. When his words fell, Morgan's soldiers laughed, and at the same time they began to organize their muskets and ammunition and prepare for battle. There is a deep worry on Ivan's face, but here Vasily is the boss. If you don't run away, I can only kill these enemies with you. Ivan has a fierce look on his face, and now he is used to taking up blood donations from the natives. For them, money is obviously more important than the lives of natives. In the skilled preparation, the flying snowflakes suddenly became smaller and his vision became clear. At this time, Vasily finally saw the army in Ivan's mouth, because now this army in uniform is 200 meters in front of them. Facing them is the muzzle of 16 field guns. Damn it, hide it. When Vasily saw that the soldier on the opposite side was lighting the artillery, he suddenly shouted. It's just that his reminder was late after all. With a roar, and then their wall was blown up by artillery shells. The soldiers behind the wall rose into the air with screams, and there was no sound when they landed. Outside the city, Zusansi was watching Morgan's situation. When the heavy snow stopped, he recognized these Tsarist weapons for the first time, which made him decisively launch an attack. Boom boom boom. After the first round of shelling, the second round of shelling sounded again, and under the repeated shelling, the fragile Morgan wall was in ruins. Zusansi and the soldiers waited together. This is their current combat tactics. Artillery must be prepared before the attack to reduce casualties. After all, they have to pay the price of casualties even for relatively backward troops. At least 9,000 soldiers fell on the battlefield in the Southern War. Under the continuous firing of artillery, the Tsarist soldiers in Morgan City suffered terribly. In just a few rounds of shelling, they lost more than 70 people. The main reason is that they underestimated the enemy. They did not bring artillery, which made them unable to fight back. Vasily was completely awake now, and he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It was obvious that they had encountered a real army, but fierceness has always been Vasily's style. He shouted, "Take the bayonet and let them know how powerful our Russians are, and their artillery won't keep going." Just as Vasily thought, after the 12th round of shelling, the artillery of Dayu State stopped shelling. At this time, the front wall of Morgan was basically in ruins, but just after the shelling was over, they suddenly heard a strange sound of musical instruments. Chapter 933 Confrontation on. The soldiers of the Great U State on the charge, carrying a bayonet-mounted falcon rifle, showed a skirmish line and touched the city of Morgan. Vasily saw this scene with an incredible look in his eyes. Even in the battlefields of Europe, it is rare to see such a skirmish line because it is too scattered. With the flintlock in his hand, he didn't know which one to shoot, because he knew the accuracy of the flintlock. Boom boom. When Vasily was shocked, the suddenly scattered soldiers of the Great U State began to shoot at them. An outcropping soldier was concentrated on his forehead and fell to his side with a snorting. This made Vasily stunned, but before he could think deeply, dense bullets began to fly towards him, and out of instinct he immediately hid behind a stone. The sound of bullets hitting the stone kept ringing. Fortunately, he was not hit. Vasily looked at the other soldiers. Now these soldiers were suppressed by the opponent's firepower and couldn't raise their heads. However, even so, these soldiers still had fierce eyes in their eyes, ready to kill the enemy at any time. Zusansi was observing this group of Tsarist Russian soldiers. He had to say that these Tsarist Russian soldiers were more brave. With such a disparity in strength, they still showed no signs of collapse. He understands that after all, strictly trained soldiers are not comparable to the cold-armed soldiers he has encountered before, and he is now facing robbers from Europe. Master, after the 2nd Brigade has bypassed, this time these Tsarist bandits are the ones who cannot escape. They invaded our land and killed us. Do you really think we are good for bullying? Gao Yingfeng snorted. This time Lao Tzu wants to punch out there so that they can understand the greatness of Team Dayu. Well, a quick fight. A little Morgan does not need to waste so much time. Zusansi looked to the north. This Morgan is just a south stronghold just established by Tsarist Russia, and their real nest is still in the north. Gao Yingfeng nodded and played semaphores frequently to make his soldiers speed up the attack. The distance of 200 meters was not too far. The soldiers of Dayu State were shooting and advancing, and soon they arrived in Morgan City. At this time, the corpses of the Tsars killed by artillery appeared in front of them. Compared with the larger Yugo, these people were tall and thick with hair. The soldiers who saw the Tsars for the first time were slightly surprised. Just when their attention was distracted by these corpses, suddenly a noisy shout came from the corner of the city. Vasily, who had escaped artillery bombing and shooting, led the remaining soldiers and launched a counterattack against the country. Relying on obstacles, they quickly fired at the soldiers of Great Chongqing. The bullets flew horizontally, and several soldiers of Great Chongqing fell. The attack was successful. Vasily leaned on a stone and erected the gun, and filled bullets and gunpowder from the muzzle. When he finished loading the bullets and raised his head to continue shooting, he saw that the soldiers of Dau who fell to the ground were being carried on a stretcher by soldiers with red badges on their arms. The other soldiers evaded and used obstacles to fight back, but their marksmanship was very accurate. During the shooting at each other, his soldiers fell one by one. Raising the gun, he was about to continue shooting. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that a soldier of Great U State took out a stick from his waist. Then the soldier pulled the string and threw it at him. Vasily's face turned pale, because this kind of thing reminded him of European grenadiers. Instinctively, he immediately rushed back and forth. The moment he avoided, the thrown thing exploded violently and he just hid. The place was in ruins. Damn it, what kind of army is this? Vasily spit out a mouthful of mud. After the first explosive was thrown over, the soldiers of Dau State used it one after another, and soldiers died in the explosion. At this time, Vasily finally realized that they would only die miserably in such a confrontation, so after a short hesitation, he decided to use bayonet to fight. Because according to his experience, compared with this kind of shooting, bayonet fighting will make the enemy lose courage more easily. Kill! With a loud shout with red eyes, Vasily rushed towards the soldiers of the country of Dau with a bayonet, and followed Vasily. The remaining soldiers also launched a bayonet charge. When the soldiers of Dau Kingdom saw this scene, they did not fear, but showed excitement. In today's military training, they must practice bayonet fighting, and because of the military spirit of the barracks and the necessity of encountering cold weapon troops, their ability to fight bayonet has never fallen. Follow me and kill these invaders. The first to invade the city was the 3rd Company of the 1st Regiment. The Russians just lost 7 soldiers in an ambush. The company commander was on fire. Seeing these Russians rushing over with bayonets, apart from anything else, they also greeted them with bayonets. Seeing that the company commander personally went up, the other soldiers rushed up one by one. It was their comrades who lived together day and night that had just fallen down, which was enough to ignite their anger. Kill! The angry shouts struck Vasily with his first bayonet, and other soldiers fought with the remaining Tsarist soldiers. As soon as the two sides contacted, Vasily's confidence immediately collapsed. Even though he was a head higher than his opponent and had an advantage in size and physique. But this officer of Dau is very flexible, and his strength is not lost to him. What's more deadly is that the people of Dau are very proficient in bayonet. It seems that they have undergone strict and systematic training. They can prevent stabs and stabs in one go. He occupies a cheap head, and he is probably now pierced in the heart by his opponent. It's just that he was a little bit unbearable, and other soldiers were even more unbearable. Soldiers were constantly dying under bayonet. Hearing the screams from this ear, Vasily was finally desperate at this moment. This time he obviously encountered a strong army and overestimated himself. There were fewer and fewer soldiers around, and more soldiers of the Great U State rushed into the city. Soon, their space was continuously compressed. The remaining 4 soldiers and him were besieged in a circle surrounded by the soldiers of the Great U State, while the soldiers of the Great U State outside looked at them fiercely as if they were waiting for orders. Zusansi had already entered the city. He pushed aside the soldiers and looked at Vasily. The translator who followed Zusansi said in proficient Russian, "Immediately put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will kill him." "Impossible," Vasily said hard, clutching his wrist. Zusansi showed a scornful smile. "The courage of a robber is worthless to me." He gestured at each other, Then the soldiers quickly raised their rifles and knocked Vasily to the ground. Chapter 934. The smell of gunpowder permeated the battlefield, and the layer of bright white covering the ground of Morgan City was dyed red by the blood donations of Cossacks and Slavs. Gao Yingfeng kicked Vasily, who was fainted on the ground, and said, "Master, why are you still keeping them? Just kill them. Kill them, who will bring horrible legends about us to the Russians of Nerchinsk and Yaksa. Remember, the purpose of war is to obtain strategic benefits, not to kill. Why not drive people out of Siberia?" Zusansi's eyes gleamed with wisdom, and his studies in the Army Academy over the years made him a general with a strategic vision. Gao Yingfeng scratched his head. He is a fierce general, but he is not good at calculating. He sighed, and said, "Isn't this too boring? And this battle is enough to see that the bones of these Russians are hard enough. They are not those of Korea." Softfoot shrimp, from my point of view, even if they are released, the Russians of Nerchinsk and Yaksa will probably not retreat. Zusansi frowned. He looked at the Russians who fell in a pool of blood. It is indeed not something ordinary skirmishers can do with 800 people. In addition to undergoing rigorous training, the courage of soldiers is also an element. However, if they met the previous Daewoo team, maybe they could really hold it, but they met the current Daewoo team. He admitted that the advanced weapons of Great Chongqing played a certain role in this battle, but the soldiers showed bravery and did not lose to these Russians. I didn't plan to let them go back so easily, and grab all the lives. After spending so much ammunition, I should replace them with something to compensate. Gao Yingfeng was happy now, and he immediately asked his men to imprison all the Russians. Looking at Gao Yingfeng, who was busy, Zusansi smiled, and then he took out this map from his arms and studied it. The problem he faced during this trip to the north was not one bit at a time. Now the trains of Daewoo State are only repaired to Jiangsu City, and all their logistical conveniences ended in Jiangsu. The materials needed to go north are now back to the primitive people to take the horse, which makes their logistics line fragile. In addition, cold weather is also their enemy, and he doesn't want his soldiers to die from the cold. To reach Yaksa, you need to continue walking for more than 1,000 miles to the northwest, and Nebushu is more than 1,000 miles west of Yaksa. Recognition of maps is always a must-have course in the Army Academy, just like the Navy needs to recognize charts. After measuring it with a portable tool, he probably knows the actual distance. This distance is not close. The brigade commander of the 2nd Brigade said, "The Kanto is still unstable. If the logistics is cut off, the consequences are not daring to imagine. At present, it is still necessary to establish strongholds along the way and gradually advance north." Zusansi was lost in thought. The rations they brought with them were simply not enough to support them to reach the nearest Yaksa, but it was too slow to move northward one by one. While he was thinking, suddenly there was a noise of soldiers, and then a group of soldiers chased after the woods outside Morgan City. Then there was a burst of gunfire, and the soldiers brought 2 men in fur and felt hats to Zusansi. Door people. Seeing the costumes of these 2 people, Zusansi's brain flashed, and he suddenly remembered what he had read in the book. This is a hunting tribe living near the Haijiang River basin. Legend has it that they are descendants of the Xianbai people. During the years when the Golden Horde ruled the Kanto area, they had been attacking the Door people continuously, which made the Door people continue to go north. Migration. What Door? With such a big movement, Gao Yingfeng ran over without taking care of the Russian prisoners. He looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground. He asked strangely. Zusansi ignored Gao Yingfeng, but there was a smile on his face. Perhaps he had found a way to supply supplies in such a vast area. Thinking of this, he said to Gao Yingfeng, "You immediately go back to Jiangsu City and ask them to find someone who understands the language of the Door people. The slaves who lived here will definitely know how." "Yes." Gao Yingfeng got up to look for the cavalry. "No, we understand the language of Daewoo." One of the older Doors suddenly spoke. He glanced at the corpse of the Russian on the ground, and he continued, "It's good that these cannibals died." Zusansi is also a shrewd person. From the words of this middle-aged Door, he heard a deep-seated hatred of the Russians. He caught this point and he had an idea. Letting the soldiers let go of the 2, he said, "Our trip is to deal with the Russians. Now it seems that you have been attacked by these bandits. More than an attack, said the middle-aged Dor. Now every Dor knows that they are cannibals. These beasts walked all the way, and we were miserable when they met and ate. This was the second time Zusansi heard this person say the word cannibalism. He realized that the Russians must have committed cruel crimes against the Dors. He said, "They ate your people?" The middle-aged man nodded with red eyes. "That's why I brought my son over to take revenge." Zusansi was overjoyed, and had to say that this was a perfect opportunity. The Dor people had never chosen to belong to them, no matter when they were ruled by the barbarians or by the Great Yu Kingdom. Now they may be able to take this opportunity to let the Tada people belong to Dayu, although the population of this tribe is less than 20,000. In this way, they can establish contact with the Dor people living on this land and easily get supplies along the way. "Now it seems that we have a common enemy," Zusansi said to the two of them. "As far as we know nowadays there are a large number of Russians living in Nerchinsk and Yaksa. If we don't drive them away, your tribe will lose this hunting land forever." Zusansi's words clearly touched the heart of the two of them, and both looked at Zusansi at the same time. If it weren't for the arrival of the Russians, from Jiangsu to the vast snowfields were their hunting grounds, but now everything has changed. The Russians have come, not only killing their people, but also taking away the hunting areas they depend on. Furiously hunt prey for fur. Because of this, they clashed with the Russians several times, but in the end they all lost to the powerful Russian firearms. "Are you really willing to drive away the Russians with us?" the middle-aged Dor said excitedly. Zusansi nodded. "In fact, there are many tribes living on the Siberian snowfields, but these tribes are too small, and the battle with the Russians often stays on the scale of the street. So under the advantage of firearms, they simply can't win." "Of course I do. This is the purpose of our coming here." Zusansi showed kindness. Chapter 935. Arm businessman King Zhu Xiaoming is reading the historical classics in the technology spa, all of which are from modern times. Although the history of this world has completely changed and cannot be measured by the standards of the contemporary world, it is still possible to use this historical knowledge as a reference. After all, no matter how history develops, the impact of history on some inaccessible places is still very small, such as the Siberian snowfield. At the same time, he also read the history of Tsarist Russia's aggression in the Kanda region, and found some unappetizing records. For example, when Tsarist Yakutsk chief Golovin sent Boyakov to the southward invasion along the Lena River, after arriving in the Dor area under the jurisdiction of the heads of Dor, they looted everywhere and even killed the Dor people in an exterminous manner, so that they were called cannibals. And this is enough to see that this era has not completely escaped from barbarism, but from a savage and civilized free zone, where evil and good camps are equally distinct. The Emperor, Zusansi, is an opinionated general, and General Nu Ben has always admired it. Qian Fu understands Xiaoming's mind well, and speaks of comfort in time. "I trust Qian Fu and Xiaoming very much," so the two of them chatted like they were talking about family. He said, "Because of this, I approved Zusansi to go to Jiangsu for him. He is now very happy to promote young generals, not only to prevent the consolidation of the military class, but also to allow some generals with modern military combat thinking to lead the army. Luf, Liu Xin, Qi Guanyi and others are certainly the current outstanding generals of Dayu, but with the increase of Dayu's troops at sea, he needs to have someone on his own in the colony. At that time, these veterans are naturally not suitable. Expatriate Nu Ben still has some vision, and I am also very optimistic about Zusansi. This is a pragmatic and able to fight man." Xiaoming laughed. Qian Fu dragged the whisk and joked, "This Zhu family is interesting, one Zusansi and the other Zhu Liu, but the two brothers have completely different temperaments, one is straightforward and the other is slick." Xiaoming smiled. "This Zhu Liu started from nothing and now has 1,000,000 family members. Now the court is using him to publicize, so that more people can join business. After all, with the expansion of the market, the industry and commerce of the country also need fresh blood." In contrast to Zhu Liu, The court also promoted Zhu Sansi and set him up as a private example. Now the court needs models to inspire the people, so as to make the country full of vitality. But the two are also very competitive. They have real skills and are not a tool for the court to deceive the people. Xiaoming retracted his gaze from the drawing. In fact, he had the typical idea of the forest from the beginning. Propaganda is also a political method. Qian Defu nodded. It's not wrong at all. Now many people want to follow the example of the two, one in the army and the other in the business industry. That's right. I didn't waste any effort at all. The Great Yu country still needs the imperial court to guide. Just like this time going north to drive out Russia, it is necessary to treat the symptoms at the same time. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Qian Defu was puzzled and listened attentively. After clearing his throat, Xiaoming said, "Do you know why the Russians can reach Siberia so far and still occupy this place? The old slave is stupid, and I hope the emperor will make it clear. For the sake of fur, in Europe, Russia is a large exporter of fur. It is through the fur trade that they can have money in exchange for European technology and weapons. The Siberian snowfields and the Kanta region of Great Yu are the areas with the richest fur. When it was sweet, they naturally refused to leave, and because of this, the occupation of Siberia changed from a civilian behavior in the beginning to a state behavior in Tsarist Russia. According to the intelligence provided by the secret guard, he basically figured out the power of Tsarist Russia's eastward expansion. After all, Tsarist Russia has always been playing in Europe and other countries. That's it." Qian Defu suddenly became cheerful. Xiaoming continued, "The Siberian snowfield may be a fur hunting ground for Tsarist Russia, but it is a barrier to Great Yu Kingdom. This is why I am determined to take Siberia, but I rely solely on the army to control such a vast land. It's a bit difficult. Because of this, I have the idea of letting merchants participate in Siberian affairs, but in this way, Great Yu will learn from Europeans and open firearms to merchants." The Emperor, "This is absolutely impossible. This firearm cannot fall into the hands of the merchant. The business of the Merchant Council has just ended," Qian Defu said nervously. Xiaoming laughed when he heard the words, and he said, "I understand your concerns, so I now have the best of both worlds. This is to allow the private sector to establish mercenary companies, which can only be established after the court review. Armed protection only needs to spend money to hire some mercenaries, which can solve the problem of some retired soldiers who are unwilling to farm. This is a coup. In this way, the court only needs to supervise the mercenary company, instead of worrying about the establishment of merchant arms, and it is safer for royal family members or trusted people to set up mercenary companies." Defu breathed a sigh of relief. "It can also solve the problem of firearm replacement," Xiaoming added. "In this era, merchant armed groups were actually part of the state's power, such as the notorious East India Company, which trained mercenaries in India at its peak and even possessed some national military functions. Similarly, arming merchant ships at sea is also part of the naval power. It is through armed merchant ships that the United Kingdom has obtained a steady stream of naval soldiers. After all, the crew of these armed merchant ships live on ships all year round, and they can drive warships with a little training, as an important part of British maritime supremacy. In contrast, Great Chongqing is a bit lagging behind in this respect. According to the current development momentum of Great Chongqing, businessmen will naturally look for their interests, and the interests of merchants are where Great Yu's interests lie. The interests of Great Yu are also the interests of businessmen. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to relax some civilian armed controls and let businessmen extend overseas as the tentacles of the power of the Great Chongqing. This is another idea that can be accomplished in one fell swoop. Qian Defu couldn't help laughing. Xiaoming nodded slightly. "What I want to do now is to take Siberian surgery. Don't the Russians like the fur business? Let's this trade from them, and let the merchants from Great Chongqing go to Siberia to hunt for fur and sell it to Europe. I'm afraid that the Russians will regret that they have provoked our country." Qian Defu smiled predictably. Chapter 936 attached. The mercenary company. What is this? In the early morning, A conspicuous headline in King's daily attracted the ideas of businessmen. Since the surrender of the country and the influx of industrial products from the country of Dau, they have not been so excited for a while. Mercenaries, soldiers fighting for money. Trained mercenaries will be able to be hired by anyone, and even participate in wars to get rich returns. Starting today, merchants will be able to hire these special soldiers to protect their overseas trade, even hiring them to participate in wars for commercial interests. The only taboo is that mercenaries and their employers cannot harm the interests of the country, or they will be regarded as traitors. In a shop on a commercial street, Dai Singh supervised his subordinates to clean the bicycles they bought yesterday, while reading the newspaper they had just delivered. With the popularity of newspapers in King's now have the business of subscribing to newspapers. As long as you pay 20 silver dragons a month, you can read newspapers for a month. This small amount of money is of course not a big deal for a big businessman like Dai Singh. For him, it is very cost-effective to learn about the important events of the Great Yu Kingdom with only 20 silver dragons. It's a pity. This mercenary company probably won't be our turn to intervene. After reading the newspaper, Dai Singh picked up a cup of tea and drank it. Next to him is his nephew Dai Hui. Since his success in King's, the old family members have gone to King's to join him, which quickly made him the most inconspicuous person in the family. Why? Now, besides the Ding family, the richest in King's city is our Dai family. As for Zulu, it's still near the fire. Dai Hui looked like the world. Hui, don't talk nonsense about this, otherwise you will make outsiders laugh out loud. Whether it is Ding's or Dai's in King's, it's just a small one. Those who are really wealthy are the relatives of the emperor who do business with the Chamber of Commerce. Since the accident in the Cow family, the emperor has obviously relaxed the control of the royal family, which seems to have the meaning of balancing the power of private merchants. Therefore, this mercenary company will not be able to turn us on. It will only be a relative of the emperor. Dai Singh took everything see-through. Dai Hui sighed deeply, and he said in annoyance, if the Merchants' Council wins, will our Great Yu country look different? As soon as his words fell, Dai Singh immediately became nervous, looked around and found that there was no one nearby. He said angrily, Hui, if you are still so unobstructed, you will roll back to Chang'an next time. Should you say that? Now that the country of Dau is flourishing, it is not the turn of such crooked heresies to run rampant. Today, my uncle tells you that if the Merchant Council wins, the country of Dau will be forever. Dai Hui was sweating on his forehead, and he was also quick to speak for a while, and when he recovered, his back was soaked with cold sweat. Uncle, the child is wrong. Uncle, don't drive me back to Chang'an. I won't dare again next time. Dai Hui said hurriedly. Dai Singh's breath eased slightly, recalling that he had left his hometown and came to King's to seek a life. At that time, he was running with the wise martial arts of the sage. In fact, it was the original choice that was long ago. Now his position in King's, he earned the first batch of silver from casting cement pipes, and then received generous reports in supporting the northern expedition. Since then, he has the capital to build everywhere. The factory does business. It can be said that his brilliance was built on the prosperity of King's. Businessmen seek profit, but business also has the right way. Business has no borders, but businessmen have their own monarchs. Without the prosperity of the country, no matter how much money we earn, we will eventually fall into the pockets of others. Understand? Dai Singh taught. Yes, uncle, my nephew remembered. Dai Hui respectfully said. When the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly came. Brother Dai said that this mercenary company's business is the emperor's own consideration, and businessmen like you and me are naturally for the long-term stability of the country. This business some can be done, and some cannot be done. This is the way of business. Hearing this voice, Dai Singh breathed a sigh of relief. He said, well, you Ding Wu, you have been eavesdropping. It was Ding Wu who came here, and he doubted. I just passed by, just because of Brother Dai's talk. Dai Singh smiled. It doesn't matter if you listen. The emperor always understands who I am, and he will not be indiscriminate. Ding Wu shook his head. He really didn't hear Dai Hui's rebellious words. He said, "I am too lazy to listen to what you say. This time I am here for the business of the country of Japan." Daisik Singh's eyes lit up and he said, "Could it be that your business has also been frustrated?" "Yes, although Yamada Nobunaga has surrendered now, the territory of the country is not calm now. The riots have not subsided. Only a few ports are safe. So the mercenary company came out at the right time. My brother hired a team of mercenaries and asked them to protect our caravan in war." "This is okay." Daisik Singh nodded slightly, just as the so-called risk and profit are the same. "Now if you want to seize the Japanese market, you must use some extraordinary means." In King Zu, when the mercenaries were making trouble, Zusansi was not idle. In the vast snowy field, he and two doors arrived at a tribe located in the forest after a day of trekking. This tribe has a population of only 1,000 people. They live in tents made of animal skins. Men, women and children of all ages wear fur clothes with a dark and thin complexion. When he came, Zusansi had learned that the middle-aged Dor was called Gada, and the tribe he led them to was officially the tribe where the Dor headman belonged. "General, come out." After reaching the outskirts of the tribe, the Dor soldiers in the tribe blocked them out of the tribe with bows and arrows and long hairs. They have been waiting for the communication between Gada and the headman. If all goes well, the Dor people will now be attached to Dayu State and become border residents of Dayu State, and they will also get a supply line. "Master Zu, this is our head of Phuket. He said that as long as you and our blood are in alliance, we will believe you," Gada said with a serious face. Gao Yingfeng curled his lips, and just wanted to express his disdain for this tribe. Zusansi stopped him. "Although the number of Dor people is small, they are very familiar with this place. They need someone to provide stable help in this place. Therefore," he said, "of course, you can use the enemy's blood as a testimony." After all, he asked Vasily to bring him over. Seeing Vasily, the head of Dor showed a satisfied look. He drew out a short knife and suddenly slashed Vasily's arm. Then he asked the tribe to fetch 2 bowls of wine and drip Vasily's blood donation into the wine. Zusansi served another bowl, and the two drank the wine at the same time. Chapter 937 Prussian mission. Snowflakes bloomed one after another, and the extreme cold turned the gas out of the population into fog. The Dor people made a primitive and ambitious voice after the headman Phuket and Zusansi's blood alliance. Although Zusansi didn't understand what this meant, he was definitely not a bad thing. "At least, you yellow pigs, wait, our soldiers will kill none of them." Vasily's eyes are red, still arrogant, but before he could finish his words, it became a scream. The soldiers of Dayu State used their rifles to tell him how to be a prisoner. Seeing Vasily screaming under the beating of the soldiers of Dayu, Phuket nodded slightly, and then he said something to Gada. "Master Zu, the head of Phuket said that he is willing to lead the tribe to the kingdom of Great Yu, and he is also willing to be your eyes in this forest, sea and snowy plain, and lead you to Yaksa." Gada was excited. A stone in Zusansi's heart fell to the ground. These Dor people have been living on this vast snowfield. With their guidance, they can avoid a lot of detours when traveling to Yaksa. "Please tell the head of Phuket, as long as you are sincerely attached to the country, we will guarantee that you will not be bullied by these Tsarist Russians." Gildier nodded excitedly and told Phuket what Zusansi had said. Bare his white teeth, Phuket bends over to Zusansi to perform Dor etiquette, which means tame. "Master, it's all right now. It seems we can continue to set off for Yaksa." Gao Yingfeng licked his tongue, and he wished to chase the group of robbers back from the west immediately. On the way here, he learned about the atrocities of the Tsarist Russia on the snowy field from Gudat. He treated the small tribes on the snowy field. The Tsarist basically took the method of extinction. Now many small tribes have completely disappeared, and their purpose in doing so is to completely occupy the Siberian snowfields without leaving any hidden dangers. Gada's narration made the generals feel chills. They are very fortunate that the Great Yu Kingdom has become stronger and stronger under the rule of the Emperor in the past 10 years, otherwise their fate must be as tragic as the Dor people. These Tsarist Russians must be driven back to their hometowns, otherwise they will become a permanent threat to the northern part of Great Chongqing. "We fought and drove away the Golden Horde, and we can no longer let the aliens that threaten Great Chongqing appear in the north. Zhu Sanzi the look is firm. After pondering for a while, he said, "It shouldn't be too late. Now with the help of the Door people, we have a rest for one night, and we set off for Yaksa." "Yes, teacher," a group of generals responded in unison. Vasily was still screaming. His heart sank as he watched the soldier of the Great Yu country who showed a serious face, and a bad premonition spread in his heart. Over the past 100 years, Tsarist Russia has concentrated on Europe. After wars of all sizes, the land they obtained in Europe has its own gains and losses. Generally speaking, the process of seizing land is very difficult. It was in this situation that the relatively easy-to-conquer Siberian snowfields became the direction of the Russian caravan. Starting from Moscow, their footsteps have extended to what is now Alaska, and even their caravan has traded with the Japanese people on the islands in the north of the country. For them, Siberia is their sphere of influence just like the British colonies overseas, and the massacre of natives is also a logical thing in their eyes, because they see natives as assets, not people who are equal to them. But now, they have obviously hit the iron plate, and this will be a shame in his life, because the white people lost to the colored people. This will be the biggest joke in Europe where white supremacy is pervasive. In his opinion, this stigma will continue, because apparently this army armed to the teeth is ready to continue northward to capture their Siberia. King Zhu. 3 days after the news of the establishment of a mercenary company was allowed to be published in newspapers, 2 mercenary companies were established in Kingzhou City. The names of the 2 mercenary companies were Snow Leopard and Goshawk. At the same time, news of the recruitment of mercenaries spread. What makes some Kingzhou people excited is that these 2 mercenary companies will pay a high monthly amount of 20 golden dragons a month, which is more than working in the factory. The Emperor, is it appropriate to hand over this mercenary company to King Yong and King Huainan? Pang Yukun still had some doubts in the Imperial Library. What's inappropriate? Now King Yong and King Huainan have cut their own domains by themselves. As compensation, I also give them some errands. Otherwise, these 2 people who have bowed their horses all their lives don't know how much they will provoke me in Kingzhou trouble. Besides, one of them is my uncle and the other is the biological father of the imperial concubine. This mercenary company is more secure in the hands of both of them than in the hands of other businessmen. Commenting on the memorial, Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukun shook his head slightly. He said, "The smooth cutting of the domain is indeed the credit of King Huainan and King Yong. Now both the land of Huainan and King Yong are under the rule of the court. In the past 2 years, the traces of the 2 princes have gradually been erased. That's it. They can't turn over any waves now. The prerequisite for joining the mercenary company is to pledge allegiance to Great Chongqing, and they can't control these mercenaries as enemies." Pang Yukun looked at the emperor in front of him. Over the past 10 years, he was about to enter the year of standing. At the same time, his political skills became more and more invisible to him. It's just that he clearly felt that after the events of the Merchant Council appeared, he began to rely on the emperor's relatives and seemed to be maintaining a certain balance. After a little thought, he had some enlightenment. The Merchant Council incident this time does not seem as simple as it seems. The most deadly among them is not the Cao family, but the people and businessmen who were bewitched by the Cao family. In a few words, from here, he saw clearly the fact that the people are a group of people who are extremely easy to be deceived. After all, what the King Long King has done has proved this. The people who followed the King Long King have lost their lives, but this is only for the sake of a false promise. Now Xiaoming's move to strengthen the imperial power is to prevent unpredictable changes one day, when he at least still has cards to play, so that the country will not be destroyed by some people with ulterior motives. The lower official understands. Pang Yukun didn't want to ask this matter anymore, but said, "The Emperor." The lower official received a memorial from the Dengzhou government office, saying that a group of people claiming to be the Prussian mission sent the credential and requested see the Emperor. Prussia? This is really an interesting thing. Xiaoming showed an expression of excitement. As far as he knew, France and Prussia in Europe have never been right. Moreover, in the war with Prussia 7 years ago, Prussia was defeated and the 160,000 square kilometers of land divided by Prussia from Poland was cut off. Prussia has always hated this. This time Prussia came to Great Chongqing and his actions were intriguing. Chapter 938 Schroeder's experience. Dengzhou. Schroeder watched the steam locomotive driving. His heart beat unsuspectingly. The stimulation he received in Dengzhou these past 2 days was really great. Before coming to Great Chongqing, he never paid attention to the country of Great Chongqing until the Dutch brought back steam engines from Great Chongqing, and at the same time spread the prosperity of Great Chongqing throughout Europe. This made King Ferry II of Prussia tempted, especially when he learned that France and Britain had stolen more advanced technology and produced more advanced firearms from Great Chongqing. He became more and more unable to sit still. After all, Prussia is now weaker than France. If they fall behind again on firearms, they will lose more of their voice in Europe, and a unified German confederation will be nowhere in sight. It is precisely because of this that the Prussian mission is here. They believe that Great U now needs an ally in Europe, and they will be more reliable than the Dutch. Everyone, please visit slowly. The news of your arrival has been sent to Qingzhou by the last steam locomotive. It is estimated that there will be a reply in the evening. If it goes well, you can arrive in Qingzhou tomorrow. Schroeder's side is Liu Oxinyi, the current governor of Dengzhou. He was once Yang Cheng'ai's most effective acceptance. After Yang Cheng'ai entered the cabinet, Liu Oxinyi was appointed as the next governor of Dengzhou under the review of the cabinet and was responsible for the administration of Dengzhou. Thank you, Liu Oxinyi, you are such a good person. Schroeder showed a grateful expression. This time they came to Dau country to prepare very little, and even when they arrived in Dengzhou, they did not have a person who could speak the language of Dau country to be responsible for communication. Had it not been for the large number of translators in the Foreign Affairs Office of Dengzhou, they would have returned without success this time. Liu Oxinyi stroked his beard and smiled. He has been in Dengzhou for a long time. He is already familiar with Westerners who come to Dau to do business. But this is the first time he has seen a Prussian. According to his knowledge, this Prussia can only be said to be a small country in Europe at present, with a status similar to that of the Netherlands. However, the Dutch navy is slightly higher, while the Prussian army is stronger. Therefore, unlike the United Kingdom, countries such as France can expand their power to Asia and can only have small territories in the Americas and Africa. It's a small matter. In that case, the messenger will take a look at it slowly. The official has important matters, so he can't accompany him. Naturally someone will accompany the Foreign Affairs Office. Liu Oxinyi arched his hands. As the governor of Dengzhou, he was very busy. Since the railway was connected to Dengzhou, the development of Dengzhou has been changing with each passing day. Now a large number of businessmen choose to build factories in Dengzhou. In this way, their goods can be shipped to Korea, Sanshan Kingdom and Ryukyu by merchant ships as soon as possible. The influx of a large number of businessmen is certainly a good thing, but it has also brought many development problems to Dengzhou, all of which are considering his abilities. In addition, the strength of Dau country makes him very confident now, and he treats Westerners with a normal mind. The foreign affairs offices of these missions can be responsible, and he does not need to ask more. The reason why he came this time was nothing more than a normal etiquette procedure. Before arriving in the country, Schroeder was still ambivalent about the country. After all Europeans now believe that Europe is the center of the world and that the world should be ruled by white people. Even though the war in Europe continues, this kind of thinking is deeply ingrained, but now everything in the country of Dau has completely subverted his thinking. From the moment he got off the ship, he paid attention to all kinds of new things along the way, such as the smoky warships at sea, the fishing boats using huge trawls, soldiers carrying advanced firearms, and various exquisite industrial products on the market. Everything here has destroyed the country of Dau. It is a golden country, but the indigenous people are very ignorant of Europe. Watching Liu Oxinyi leave, Schroeder was still unfinished. He took a deep look at the steam locomotive, and then asked the officials of the Foreign Affairs Office to lead them to visit the factory in Dengzhou and even the naval base. Schroeder spent the whole afternoon in constant shock. The popularity of the steam engine and the use of all kinds of magical machinery in the country left him stunned. Back to Dengzhou City with a shocked mood, they got news in the evening, and tomorrow they can take a steam locomotive to Qingzhou for an audience. Prepare our gifts to the Emperor of Great Yu. This time, we are going to establish a long-term relationship with Great Yu. Stupid British and French, their prejudgment mistakes will be our chance. Full of confidence, the next day, they would wake up the officials of the Foreign Affairs Office early. With his gift, Schroeder boarded the steamer locomotive heading to Qingzhou under the leadership of the officials. Sitting down in his seat, Schroeder looked out the window nervously, as the crowd was squeezing from the platform into the steam locomotive, which surprised him a bit, because he realized that the use of steam locomotives in Dau country seemed to be a common thing. Thinking about it this way, the steam locomotive slowly moved forward after the loud whistle. Schroeder no longer thought about this, but looked out the window wholeheartedly while experiencing the ever-increasing speed of the steam locomotive. When the scene in his eyes flashed past his eyes, Schroeder finally couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really a magical country." Amid the roar of the train, 6 hours seemed to flow quickly. They set off in the morning and arrived at Qingzhou Station in the afternoon. Following the flow of people to the outside of the platform, Schroeder's eyes instantly magnified. Compared to Dengzhou, Qingzhou's prosperity is different. Especially when he saw someone on the street speeding on a two-wheeled iron frame, he couldn't calm down even more, which seemed weird to him. However, the accompanying officials obviously didn't want to explain anything, and took them directly to the palace. After a brief briefing, they were taken to a beautiful garden. In the center of the garden, a young man dressed in bright yellow costumes was waiting for them, and around him were some serious officials. "Emperor, these are Prussian messengers." The official of the Foreign Affairs Office bowed and said. Xiaoming nodded, and he asked directly, "You guys come to Dau country, don't you know what you can do?" Schroeder is also a person who has seen the world. He often travels to various European countries and has become accustomed to meeting high-ranking people. He said, "Dear Emperor of Great Chongqing, we are the envoys of Prussia in Europe. We are here to establish stable trade relations with Great Chongqing. I hope that the Emperor of Great Chongqing can agree." "Prussia? Is that country on the Baltic Sea coast?" Xiaoming asked. He was not sure about the situation in Prussia now. After all, contemporary historical records are useless at all, and the development of countries in this world is different. Chapter 939 The Plan of Eternity. Your Majesty is a learned man. As Your Majesty said, our country is on the east coast of the Baltic Sea. Schroeder glanced cautiously at the Emperor Dau, who was wearing a dragon robe. This time he came with a heavy burden and didn't want to make any mistakes. Sitting in the pavilion, Xiaoming nodded slightly. The European intelligence that the secret guard received from the merchants was limited. After all, the news of this era was blocked. Even people in his own country sometimes could not understand some of the truth, and the news revealed to the Dutch. He has always remained skeptical, and has never trusted these former colonists 100%. The country of the messenger is really far away from the country of Dau. Rather than talking about it, the messenger might as well mark the situation in Europe on this map. Xiaoming motioned to Qian Defu, who placed a map of the world in front of Schroeder. Looking at the detailed world map spreading out in front of him for a full 2 meters, Schroeder was stunned. There was also a world map in the Prussian palace, but compared to the precision of this map, their map looks very old. "Yes, Your Majesty." Schroeder did not refuse. In fact, he had never paid attention to this Great Yu country before he came. In his opinion, this Great Yu country would naturally not understand Prussia. If it's a little longer, he won't even be able to reach the country of Dau. Only because Europeans have extended their tentacles here, they can find it smoothly. Picking up the pen, Schroeder carefully marked the approximate area of Prussia on the map, and soon he presented the map to Xiaoming. After taking over the map, Xiaoming scanned his eyes and thought about it. The Dutch did not lie to him about matters in Prussia. Generally speaking, the current European land hegemony is France, and the maritime hegemony is the United Kingdom. In addition, there are Portugal, Spain, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Poland, Switzerland, Finland, Prussia and Austro-Hungary, as well as the ununified empires. Italy. Prussia in this period was still a very small country without the land of contemporary Germany, because the entire Germanic nation was still in a state of division. Only the unification of these German states scattered in Central Europe can become the German Empire of later generations. It turns out that the territory of Prussia is only this big, but I heard that such a large piece of land is a Germanic country, right? Xiaoming asked. Schroeder's expression changed. This question touched his heart. In fact, the unification of the German Federation is the dream of every Prussian. It's just that the French are in their own interests, and it is impossible for them to unify these Germanic states. Because of this, their relationship with France has always been extremely bad. Your Majesty is right. This has always been our Prussian regret. Schroeder was ashamed, and he went on to say, so this time the king sent me to the country of Dau, just to establish a good relationship with the country of Dau, gain the power to unify the German Federation. Xiaoming smiled. The actions of the British and French made us unable to believe you Europeans. Should I believe you with a few words? Your Majesty, we understand that there is no interest in diplomacy. Two countries will not cooperate. The British and the French are enemies of Your Majesty, but they are enemies of Prussia. The enemies of the enemy are friends. We Prussians are in Europe, containing the French, the British and even the Russians. I think your country will save a lot of effort when capturing colonies. Schroeder's words hit the nail on the head. The Prussian colony is negligible, so in his opinion, there is no essential contradiction between them and Dau, while the British and French have huge colonies around Dau. Xiaoming laughed, and he said, it seems that you are a smart person. In that case, I won't go around with you. Just like the Dutch, Great Duke can also establish trade relations with you. The British and French are Europe's cancer. With them, Europe will not be peaceful, and the world will not be peaceful, but there is one condition for establishing trade, and that is to use the currency of Great Duke. When he learned of the arrival of the Prussians, he settled on the idea of helping Prussia, because Prussia and France were natural enemies. As long as Prussia is strong, the turbid waters of Europe can be stirred up. If Europe falls into civil strife, he can first sell arms, and secondly, he can seize the colonies and the resources of the world while Europe is busy with civil strife. Great Duke country currency settlement. Schroeder's eyes flickered. In the past, Europe needed silver to buy things from Great Chongqing, so Europe mines a large number of silver mines in the Americas in order to buy various commodities in Great Chongqing. Speaking of which, it means to settle in the currency of the country. It's just that now that the Emperor of Dau State says so, it is obvious that he can't use the rough way of trading before, but uses the real currency of Dau State to buy things. But they don't have a bit of Yugo currency, so he hesitated. He said, it's just that we don't have Yugo currency. Should this be settled like this? This is not my concern. Maybe you can bring gold or silver to Great Duke country to exchange for the dragon coin of Great Duke country. Xiaoming smiled. Now whether it is Jiaoli or Wago, he has stretched out his financial tentacles. Now Jiaoli and Wago must use dragon coins to settle the purchase of Dayago goods. He also had this requirement in the deal with the Netherlands, and now it is Prussia's turn. The reason why he did this is simple and evil, and that is to make the dragon coin of Great Duke country an international currency. And the significance of international currency, this will mean that the currency of Great Chongqing has become a hard currency similar to gold and silver in the world. Once he achieves this goal, Great Duke is like a contemporary American emperor, and an increase in interest rates can make the whole world nervous. After all, the contemporary US dollar is the world currency. For the US emperor, the currency can serve its economy. Not only can it become the largest debtor country, it can also issue bonds to serve the economy. In previous economic crises, other countries have to pay for bonds issued by the United States. Therefore, the contemporary US imperialism has to maintain the dollar system even after its old life, because this is very important for the US to maintain economic hegemony. Simply put, this can alleviate the economic decline of the US imperialism, and the whole world must be the economic crisis of the US imperialism. Pay the bill. All in all, the national currency is an international currency for the country to benefit nothing. Since it is so important to make the currency of DAU country an international currency, he naturally has to start layout now, otherwise once Westerners continue to develop in finance, they will realize this problem. At that time, they are probably about to demolish the Taiwan of the country. Chapter 940 Embassy. As the breeze blew through the imperial garden, Schroeder couldn't help but shiver. This time he felt nervous in front of the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom, because he found that he could not use what he had learned to guess what the Emperor was thinking. "I can promise this on behalf of His Majesty the King," Schroeder said solemnly. Before he came to Great Chongqing, he got the bottom line of the deal from Ferry 2. In fact, because Prussia and Great Chongqing are too far apart, and the cooperation between the two cannot endanger each other, it will only benefit. "That's very good." Xiaoming, Pang Yukun and the others looked at each other, like a fox eating a chicken, and Schroeder obviously didn't realize the hidden trap. The money of Great Yu is currency in Great Yu, and you can buy things, but in Prussia, it is equivalent to waste paper. Prussians may not accept it, so this feature will put Prussia at a disadvantage in trade. They must use the currency of Great Chongqing to buy goods from Great Chongqing. In this way, Great Chongqing only needs to buy Prussian resources at low prices, and sell industrial products at high prices to maintain a high trade surplus. Having negotiated the first step of cooperation, Schroeder became bolder, and he directly said, "We want to obtain the firearm manufacturing technology and steam engine technology of the country of DAU. Hope your Majesty can achieve it." As soon as Schroeder's voice fell, the officials were first unhappy. They whispered one by one, obviously dissatisfied with Prussia's greed. Xiaoming took the tea and took a sip. The smile on his face thickened. He understands that the changes that have taken place in the country can no longer be concealed, whether it is railways, steam locomotives or bicycles, factories roaring with steam engines, warships driven by steam engines, or weapons carried by soldiers. Anyone from other countries can see and understand these as long as they enter the country of DAU. After all, Western merchants have been living in trade ports like Dengzhou all year round. From the newspapers, it is easy to get relevant news from the mouths of the people of DAU. However, these things are the basis of the prosperity of the country. How could he give the Prussians the technology he is using? Even if he believes in the sincerity of the Prussians, once the technology reaches Europe, it will be easily stolen by others. And the most important thing is that once the Prussians learn the technology, they no longer need the country of DAU. This is a reason for the disciples of the church to starve the master to death. At that time, what can he use to restrain the stronger Prussia? Therefore, he immediately rejected Schroeder's proposal. For him, the best way at present is to let Prussia buy ready-made industrial products from Great Chongqing and cultivate a group of Prussian comprador forces in Prussia. Thinking of this, he frowned and shook his head resolutely. "Emissary Schroeder, your request is too demanding, and I can't promise you. Whether it is gun manufacturing technology or steam engine technology, it is the foundation of the great power of the country." Schroeder's eyes dimmed a bit when he heard the words. Of course he knew that his request was excessive, but negotiations have always been to ask for a high price first and then talk slowly. "This is really regrettable. So what does your Majesty mean?" "Like the Dutch, we are willing to sell firearms, steam engines and other industrial products to your country," Xiaoming said lightly. "Regardless of whether the Prussian can crack the gun and steam engine technology, he must first make the first money." "Does it include steam locomotives and battleships?" Schroeder asked tentatively. "No, this is the advanced technology of DAU state, which is not within the scope of the transaction." Xiaoming's tone became a little harsh. Schroeder nodded. He now has a plan. What DAU sold to them is not the most advanced technology, although it is a bit regrettable. It is better than nothing for him. "Well, I hope that your Majesty can give us a detailed purchase order for us to choose," Schroeder finally said. Xiaoming motioned to Li Kaiyuan at this time. Li Kaiyuan brought a booklet to Schroeder, and under the cooperation of the translator, he he negotiated with Schroeder. Pang Yukan shook his head at this time. The Emperor, is this Prussia really reliable? There are only interests between countries. They are not reliable and unreliable. Now we need Prussia to create chaos in Europe, so we will help him. If Prussia becomes stronger a few years later, we will have to find ways to repair him. Maybe at that time France made us again as the ally of China. International affairs are ever-changing, and you, the chief minister of the cabinet, need to be more flexible. Now domestic affairs have to be handled, and these foreign affairs have to be handled," Xiaoming said sternly. Pang Yukan's face blushed. He never thought that a scholar like him would one day interact with these Western Yidi. But now the situation in Dau is happening too fast, and sometimes he can't keep up. The discussion between Schroeder and Li Kaiyuan lasted for more than 10 minutes and then ended. Li Kaiyuan gave the booklet to Xiaoming at this time, which marked the industrial products Schroeder wanted to buy. There were 100 first-generation reciprocating steam engines in Dau, 10,000 Concord muskets, 60 field guns, and some ammunition. In addition to these important industrial products, Schroeder bought some special products of the Great Yu country, such as tea, porcelain, silk and the like. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoming handed the book to Li Kaiyuan. Obviously, Schroeder had made careful calculations and the things he bought were also purposeful. However, from this point, he is also enough to see how much Europe now loves tea, porcelain, and other traditional products of the country of Chongqing, because these things also account for a major share in the trade between the Dutch and the country of Chongqing. But he believes that with the improvement of the industrial level of Great Chongqing, Europe will buy more and more industrial products of Great Chongqing. After all, the industrial gap is not too wide. Once the power revolution begins, Dau will be able to take the lead in technology. That's it, Xiaoming said loudly. Schroeder smiled. Although the scale of this trade is small, it is a big step for Prussia, because for him, he is not so relieved of Dau. But even so, he has made up his mind to continue to maintain a good relationship with Dau. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he must find a way to obtain the most advanced technology from Great Yu, even if the exchange is for Prussia to attack France. After pondering for a while, he said, "Your Majesty, in order to maintain the friendship between Prussia and the country of Great Yu, I implore your Majesty to leave a permanent envoy in your country so that you can exchange issues between the two countries at any time. I hope your Majesty will complete it." Xiaoming nodded. He felt it was time to formalize foreign affairs, so he said, "In this case, I will allow you to purchase a piece of land." The building built on this piece of land is called an embassy. Chapter 941 Welfare Outlook Embassy. Really? Schroeder smiled. He thought that the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom would not care how they stayed in King's, but he did not expect that he made such a perfect suggestion. www.swyman.la Yes, after you have the embassy, your envoys sent to Great Yu can handle affairs between the two countries and promote the exchanges of trade and culture between the two countries. Facing Schroeder, Xiaoming probably proposed the specific functions of the embassy. In fact, there have been consulates that can only be close to the embassy in contemporary Europe, and tracing the history of the consulate, this will go to the Middle Ages, when Western capitalism has risen, and merchants are doing business in various European countries, and even settled in cities where they did business. These people often have trade disputes with their countries of residence. In order to resolve disputes, they act as arbitrators or mediators with each other. So the merchant arbitration consul appeared. Now, Western civilization is basically in the middle and late 18th century. Generally speaking, this is a period of prosperous international trade. Western countries have paid more and more attention to the value of the consular system, and even formulated laws for consulates abroad. However, compared with the West, the diplomatic system of Great Chongqing is still relatively backward. After all, Great Chongqing basically did not establish contacts with countries outside the tributary system 10 years ago. Countries within the tributary system only pay tribute every year, and there are not so many things to speak of. But now there is Holland first, and now Prussia again. He believes that as the country of Chongqing shows its edge in the world, more and more countries will go to the country of Chongqing to establish embassies. At the same time, in his opinion, with the rise of Great Chongqing, the brilliance of civilization he brought from the technological spa will spread to the world centered on Great Chongqing. Whether it is Asia, Europe or America will be affected. After all, people in this world are constantly moving. The expansion of the country's commercial activities will inevitably add to the country's culture, economy, and technology. This is just like when the West is colonizing. It also brings its own technology and culture to the colony. This is exactly what we hoped for. A stone fell on Schroeder's heart. Judging from the attitude of the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom, they were willing to cooperate with Prussia. And in his opinion, the only one that can cooperate with the Great Chongqing is Prussia. First of all, Tsarist Russia's interests in the Far East are destined to be unable to cooperate between the two. The Netherlands is too small, with a limited population, and a weak army. A total war, and Austria and Hungary are not monolithic. While the Austrian emperor concurrently served as the Hungarian emperor, the Hungarian nobles were also seeking more rights and interests. As for Poland, this country is being eroded by European powers. Needless to say, France and the United Kingdom, Portugal and the United Kingdom signed the Treaty of Anglo-Portuguese Alliance for hundreds of thousands of years. It will not be used by Great Yu, and Spain has many colonies overseas, so it will naturally be a long-term ally. Thinking of this, Schroeder seemed to see through the limitations of the country's current exchanges with European countries, so he boldly said, "His Majesty, I have one last request. I hope we can send the noble children to study in the country. I hope your Majesty will make it happen." Study abroad? Xiaoming's eyes rolled. He had thought about this question before Schroeder came, and now he has the answer. After pondering for a while, he said, "I promise you this request." Schroeder was ecstatic when he heard this. He didn't expect these noble children who had studied abroad to learn the most advanced technology of the country. He just hoped that what they learned would not let Prussia be left behind by Britain and France. They could not think about Britain and France. Similarly, we use the internal war of Great Chongqing to capture the talents of Great Chongqing. Accepting Schroeder's last request, Xiaoming and Schroeder discussed some details of cooperation, and finally, he asked Pang Yukun to entertain Schroeder. Watching the group leave, Fiji said at this time, "Is this Prussia really so important?" The emperor actually agreed to their request to study abroad. "Very important," Xiaoming said. "Now that Britain and France have received the help of traitors, they will inevitably surpass the current European countries in technology and firearms. In this way, the process of colonization by Great Chongqing will become difficult. Europe will also be out of balance because of this. A unified Europe is not what I want to see. Therefore, now we must help Prussia as much as possible. The rise of a European power will inevitably cause chaos in Europe." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, studying abroad is not all bad. Through the cultural influence of the country, at least a group of aristocrats who are pro-DAU country can be cultivated among these overseas students. Later, they will influence the decision-making of Prussian high-level officials, which is extremely beneficial to Great Chongqing. Otherwise, even with cooperation now, it will be difficult for us to control the direction of Prussian diplomacy." The old minister is still a little worried about the leakage of technology. After all, this is a weapon for Great Chongqing to defeat other countries. Fiji is now paying more and more attention to technology. Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed lightly. Old Fiji's worry is superfluous. Now the overall technical level of Dayu country cannot be surpassed by a few overseas students. I will also require strict confidentiality of the cutting-edge technology. What we learn is only backward technology that we discarded. He still has nothing to say, that is, with him, the technology of Dayu will always be in a leading position. As a result, the old minister is relieved. In fact, the cabinet has been discussing this issue recently. With the emergence of electric power, some steam engine technology is outdated. There is no need to invest money in research and the cabinet has stopped. We invested in some backward steam technology, But it is a pity that the steam engine industry disappeared in this way. After all, this was built by the court with a lot of money. Therefore, instead of sealing it in dust, it is better to exchange these backward technologies and products. Money improves the lives of the people of Great U. After all, these technologies are not backward for other countries. What does the emperor think? Fiji said cautiously. Xiaoming looked at Fiji with satisfaction. After these 10 years of polishing, the former Confucian scholar has kept up with the development of Great Chongqing and can think about some unique issues. You have a good idea. Instead of letting these technologies and industrial products rot, it is better to exchange actual benefits. I have always thought of having enough money to realize all the free education and medical care in Great Chongqing, and to establish my own country like the Dutch welfare system. In a conversation with Brandon, he learned that the Netherlands had established a social welfare system with the generous donations of many entrepreneurs 50 years ago. They use these funds to vigorously fund scientific research, invention and innovation, and increase the income level of residents. These have become the soft power of economic development, attracting European technology elites and businessmen like a magnet. Chapter 942 Snow Dilemma. Stepping on the thick snow, Zhusansi trudged through the white snowy field with difficulty. www.suimng.la. There are no roads, no densely populated villages here, only endless forests and open land. Although with the help of the Dor people, they were able to find the Dor tribe along the way to obtain supplies under the guidance of Gada, but the road to Yaksa was still very difficult. Commander, we found a Tsarist stronghold in front, with more than 60 Tsarist soldiers. While Zhusansi was thinking about it, the scout in charge of the reconnaissance brought news. Master Zhu, this is the stronghold set up by Tsarist Russia along the way to provide supplies to Tsarist soldiers going south. There are more than 20 strongholds like this around Yaksa. Gadak knew the situation very well, and he reminded that the Tsarist stronghold was nearby. Zhusansi exhibited a map and marked the locations of the strongholds on the map. He said, if Gadak is not wrong, these strongholds have served as a post and supply station to provide Nurbachu, Yaksa and more. If this is the case for the supply before the route, we should now clear the surrounding strongholds and turn Yaksa into an isolated city. Gao Yingfeng nodded. Now he has put away his impetuous heart and fulfilled this task steadily. The cold and the fighting power of the Tsarist Russians in the cold made him dare not underestimate the enemy. Because it's just that during the march of the past few days, some soldiers have been sick because of the cold. They just want to occupy Yaksa as soon as possible and sleep in the warm house. Commander, I suggest that we divide the troops now and remove these strongholds as soon as possible. There are not many soldiers in Yaksa, and our numbers are enough, Gao Yingfeng suggested. I think so too. It may not be a good thing for more than 10,000 people to gather together. From now on, we will conquer nearby strongholds in regiments. Zhusansi gave an order. All aspects of intelligence show that Tsarist Russia is not very strong in these places. Nebushu and Yaksa are only two cities within the border of the Great U Kingdom. Tsarist Russia also has many colonies located in Siberia east of the vast Ural Mountains on the snowy field. According to his understanding, the area of the Siberian snowfield reached an astonishing 12 million square kilometers, which is more than twice the size of the current land of the country of Dau. The 700,000 immigrants of Tsarist Russia are distributed on such a huge land. Therefore, Nebushu and Yaksa are mainly used as military outposts to serve Tsarist Russia's southern invasion. Because he thought so, he could do a lot of things with superior forces. Upon receiving the order, Gao Yingfeng immediately led a regiment of soldiers to march forward and over a hill. They saw the following Tsarist stronghold on the only way forward. This stronghold is surrounded by a neat wooden fence. Inside the fence is a circular field about 200 meters in diameter. There are 7 or 8 meters high wooden watchtowers on the site. On the north side is a row of wooden houses. Many meat drying racks are hung with dried meat and bear, deer, and mink fur. A bonfire was burning in the middle, and a dozen Russian soldiers were lazily roasting meat and drinking wine. A caravan's carriage was parked by the gate of the stronghold at this time, and the remaining Tsarist soldiers continued to carry the first stored in the house onto the carriage. "Hey, you can lay down this stronghold not only to eat, but also to sleep in a wooden house." The second group leader, the person who led you, sneaked over and took this stronghold for me, Gao Yingfeng said sharply. "Yes, Brigade Commander," a stubborn man replied in a low voice, then waved his hand to greet the soldiers and descended from the mountain to approach the stronghold of Tsarist Russia under the cover of the woods. Gao Yingfeng followed. They didn't rush to attack, but made a roundabout with their superior forces to completely surround the entire stronghold. After completing the encirclement, Gao Yingfeng called the marksman in the army and asked him to kill the sentry on the guard tower so as not to be exposed when attacking. Boom! With a shot, the sentry on the watchtower fell to the sound of the marksman's gunfire. At this time, Gao Yingfeng led the soldiers to attack from the front, and the gunfire suddenly burst. The gunshots also alarmed the Russians. They ignored the immediate transaction, picked up the firearm and looked for obstacles to fight back. Because of the frontal threat, all the Russians gathered in the front. At this time, the soldiers who walked around sneaked into the stronghold. The Russians didn't know anything about it. When they were fighting, there was a burst of gunfire behind them. Before they could react, the Russians fell one after another. The gunfire stopped, and Gao Yingfeng strode into the stronghold with his head high. Although they had an advantage in number, he did not adopt a reckless offensive method. Everything was mainly to reduce casualties. "You go back and report to the division commander, and you say everything went well and you can move forward," Gao Yingfeng said to the soldier beside him. The soldiers left, and soon Zhu Sanxi arrived at the stronghold. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are still many strongholds like this. It shouldn't be too late. You and your guides should cooperate to clear the strongholds around Yaksa as soon as possible." After receiving the order, the officers who entered the stronghold counted their own numbers, distributed the bacon in the stronghold to the soldiers, and then proceeded northward. Zhu Sanxi watched the soldiers leave, and then said to Gao Yingfeng, "The Russians have chosen a good stronghold. Now this is ours. You choose some soldiers to stay and transform it into an inn, which can help us provide supplies so that we can contact Jianzhu." Gao Yingfeng nodded and sighed. "What's the use of this bitter cold place? If you need the fur, you can change it for the industrial products of Great Chongqing." "You know what a fart." Zhu Sanxi stared fiercely at Gao Fengfeng. Since entering the snowy field, many soldiers now have this idea. He said, "The country can't let a single step. This is a bitter cold land, but it is also a big in addition to the territory of the country of you. We will continue to move north after taking Yaksa. You have to understand that land is a resource. What we are doing now is to build a foundation for future generations. If it is your thoughts, this place will eventually be occupied by Tsarist Russia. It's not enough to destroy Tsarist Russia," Gao Yingfeng said aggrievedly. Zhu Sanxi wished to slap Gao Yingfeng. "This kid sometimes doesn't like to use his brains," he said. "It takes at least 10,000 miles to get to Moscow from here. How to fight such a long supply line?" Gao Yingfeng sighed and stopped talking. Zhu Sanxi also sighed. He said, "I only hope that the emperor can build the railway here, otherwise it is really an uncontrollable place. But the completion of the Siberian Railway will probably not be completed in more than a decade." Gao Yingfeng poured cold water again. Chapter 943 Blackmail. The cold wind blushed Zhu Sanxi's face, and he raised his leg and kicked Gao Yingfeng's ass. www.swyman.la. The railway is a matter for the railway department, and the war is a matter for the army. If Yaksa cannot be defeated, or if the casualties are too heavy, let me take care of you." Gao Yingfeng uttered ouch and grinned with teeth. He said, "I'm just nagging. It's really boring to deal with woods and snow as a whole." Seeing that Zhu Sanxi's face was drawn very long, Gao Yingfeng he fired again. Seeing that Gao Yingfeng had been honest, Zhu Sanxi snorted softly. He glanced around at the Tsarist stronghold, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was not angry with Gao Fengfeng just now, but was angry for thousands of years. The poisoning of the people of the Great Yu country, even the rulers and the people of the Li people lack offensiveness and like to fight in their nests. Although Neo-Confucianism is now turning chaos, This deep-rooted inertia of thinking cannot be changed overnight. In contrast, Tsarist Russia, a European country that is thousands of miles away, can extend its sphere of influence to Asia. British and French warships can cruise in the oceans of Asia. The internal factors are enough to cause him to think. But the only thing to be thankful for is that the Sage of the Year seems to be completely out of this list. Because of his influence, the country of Dau has only established its present great achievements in just 10 years. Thinking of this, blood surged in his heart. What a glory it is to follow such an emperor. While he was thinking, Gao Yingfeng had already selected a group of soldiers. The remaining soldiers will be responsible for operating the stronghold on this snowy field, and in the future will be responsible for managing the Dao people and other tribes in this place. After disposing of the occupied strongholds, Zhu Sanxi and Gao Yingfeng led was 1,000 soldiers to continue northward along the mountain road. In more than 20 days, they conquered 5 strongholds and annihilated more than 300 Russian soldiers. On the 24th day, after arduously climbing snow-capped mountains, traversing mountains and forests, and stepping on snow, they finally arrived at Yaxia city. Yaxia, finally arrived. Gao Yingfeng shed tears almost excitedly under the city of Yaxia. This nearly 1-month trek was simply too difficult. If it weren't for the soldiers who had been trained and had a firm will, it's estimated that there would be almost everyone running along the way. Zhu Sanxi also breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult part of this march was the transportation of artillery and ammunition, because the road was rough, which slowed their marching speed. But while being happy, they will face another problem next, which is how to attack Yaxia. Because the city of Yaxia was actually built on Jiangxin Island, the Heilongjiang water is divided into 2 here, bypassing Jiangxin Island and then combining into one. The city on Jiangxin Island is Yaxia City. This is our Dao city. This group of robbers took our place and drove all the people in the city to extinction. Geda's eyes are red, and he can't wait to rush to the island now. Since we are here, none of these murderers want to run. Zhu Sanxi picked up the binoculars and looked at Yaxia City. At this time, the Tsarist soldiers in the city apparently also found them. The soldiers in the city immediately rushed towards the wall on their side, and he also saw the artillery on the wall. Master, it is estimated that it is 50 meters away from the riverside to the city of Yaxia. We have to build some rafts first, Gao Yingfeng said after observing. Zhu Sanxi put down the binoculars in his hand, and had to say that the location of the city of Yaxia was good. But using this city to deal with the Dao tribes who stayed in the Cold Weapon Age was quite effective. But for Dau, who has mastered artillery and firearm technology, the 50 meters is not a problem at all. I don't think it is necessary. You see that a thick layer of ice has formed along the river. It is estimated that the river center will be completely frozen in a few days. Then the river surface will no longer be an obstacle, and we will attack. The people in the stronghold have not yet returned. There are less than 2,000 Russian soldiers in this city. In short, it is not the best time to attack, Zhu Sanxi analyzed. On the way, the getting colder and colder weather was annoying, but now he was a little lucky. Geda was a little surprised. He just wanted to remind Zhu Sanxi about this matter. He didn't even think about this general. So he added, yes, according to this time, the river surface should be frozen. The Russians used to be too. It struck Yaxia when the river was freezing. Zhu Sanxi nodded slightly, which confirmed his judgment even more. Gao Yingfeng shouted, stay on the spot, and then attack the city after meeting. Yes, the soldiers responded and quickly began camping in Anzhai. At the same time, the Tsarist general in the city of Yaxia was also observing the Dau team on the opposite side. His name was Burf and he was the commander-in-chief sent from Yakutsk to occupy Yaxia. Yaxia and the surrounding strongholds are under his command. Damn, what are these people? Burf put down the single-scope telescope in his hand and asked rudely. Look at their skin color, they should be from the country of Dau. A middle-aged man stood beside Burf. The middle-aged man has a rough face, yellow skin and dark eyes. Gut. These are the people of Great Chongqing who beat up your golden horde. Burf suddenly laughed heartlessly. which made Get's face a little ugly and even a little angry. If it were not for the failure of the canto, which greatly damaged the vitality of the Golden Horde, and Dolgo went crazy because of the loss of his son, they would not take refuge in Tsarist Russia and give the name of Tankan to the female Tsar of Tsarist Russia. She is all a bitch. Beref saw that Get was a little upset. He laughed randomly and patted Get on the shoulder. He understood that it would be unwise to offend the people of the Golden Horde. After all, this nomadic tribe they belong to Tsarist Russia, and they need the Golden Horde to help them expand their territories and preserve the achievements of Tsarist Russia in the Far East over the years. This is just a joke, Beref advised, since they are the army of the Great Yu Kingdom. This time I will mention you and kill them all. Thank you for your kindness, but the soldiers of Dayu are not as easy to deal with as the Dor people, Gubat reminded. Undetected disdain flashed in Beref's eyes. Kossat was easily conquered by them. In his opinion, the Golden Horde was inferior to Kossat, so he had never looked down upon the fighting power of the Golden Horde. For us Russians, there is no enemy that can't be conquered. You just need to watch this battle. Beref was very confident. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a movement on the other side. More than 30 Russian soldiers were pushed to the shore, and he recognized one of them at a glance. Vasily. Beref was shocked. Chapter 944. Not to be indecent. While the soldiers were busy setting up camp, Zusansi decided to do something. www.swyman.la. This Vasily was he used to destroy the Russian psychological defense, so his group of Russian prisoners pushed to the shore. At the same time, he asked the accompanying translator to write a letter combining extortion and persuasion to let Geda shoot Jiangxin Island with a bow and arrow in his hand. Hey, let's get some side dishes before the war begins. Gao Yingfeng licked his mouth excitedly. Geda smiled, and when he was ready, he bowed his bow and shot the letter towards the city of Yaksa. On the other side, after seeing Daeugo's action, Beref immediately asked him to fetch the bow and arrow. Vasily was his son, and he wondered why they completely cut off contact during this period. Unexpectedly, Vasily became a prisoner of the Great Yu Kingdom, which made him a little flustered. Gubat also recognized Vasily. He looked at Beref with a trace of abuse in his eyes. He knew Beref very well, and he was the most obsessive person to report. This time Daeu captured his son. He must hate Daeu, because he has always had great expectations for Vasily. If the news of Vasily's capture goes back to China, he will definitely be affected by other nobles. Ridicule. Never looked up. Commander Beref. A Russian soldier handed the arrow only to Beref. Anxiously tore open the letter. Beref read, Tsarist invaders, you are limited to evacuate Yaksa within 3 days and return to your street. Petersburg, otherwise we will use force to tell you the fate of the invasion of the country. At the same time, you must compensate all the damage caused to the country since the invasion, otherwise we will execute these prisoners in front of you, in order to emulate you. Arsehole, arsehole, arsehole. These lowly yellow pigs, I will kill them, kill them. Beref tore the letter to pieces like crazy. He was about to order the soldiers and artillery to fire on the soldiers of the Dayu state on the shore. At this moment, he suddenly saw another Dayu team coming from the woods. Suddenly, the Dayu team, which had only 1,000 people, became 2,000 people. This allowed Beref to withdraw the order he had given. There were 2,300 soldiers and 26 artillery in the city of Yaksa. It was more than enough to deal with these 1,000 people, but it was not so easy for another 1,000 people. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Beref restored the calmness of a commander in command. He said to the herald, you immediately send 2 people, one to Nerchinsk for help, and the other to Yakutsk for rescue. The soldiers of the country seem to have come prepared, and there may be other soldiers coming in the future. Yes, Commander Beref. After a military salute, the messenger turned and left. Then he asked people to find pen and paper, and also used bow and arrow to reply to the opposite bank. We are willing to evacuate, but it takes 15 days to complete. There are a lot of materials in the city and need to be moved, but before that, please return our prisoners. The translator told Zusansi the content of the letter. Cunning fox. Zusansi sneered at Beref's suggestion. Gao Yingfeng disdainfully said, calling them a fox is to exalt them, and we should call them a bear." "Ha ha ha." The soldiers burst into laughter. Zusansi said seriously, "They are not afraid of cold like bears. It is really dangerous to have the strong bodies of bears and the insidiousness and cunning of foxes. So, don't underestimate the enemy just because their guns are slightly more advanced than them. For many years from now, they may all be our enemies." The soldiers suddenly looked serious, and the smooth progress of the civil war did make them a little impetuous. They were reprimanded by Zusansi, and each of them sank. Sweeping a circle of generals and soldiers majestically, Zusansi threw Baruf's reply letter into the river, and he asked Gada to send a second letter. "Since such materials in the city can be used as compensation for your invasion of Greatu, my patience is limited. From now on, if you do not take actual action, I will give your people to the door people, and they will be very willing to kill one of their enemies every half." On the other side, Baruf quickly got a reply. His face became paler and he looked at the dying Vasily on the bank. He finally said, "Send all the gold and silver in the city to the other side." "With all due respect, Commander Baruf, what we should do most now is to evacuate Yaksa and gather more soldiers to deal with them. There are not only so many Russian teams on the snowy field. If I can go back, I can also bring the commander. Here are some cavalry." Gubate persuaded that he didn't want to die here with these Russians. Baruf said angrily, "That's because the other side is not your son, and Yaksa is not your city. If you want to go, you can go now. It's best to get your cavalry over quickly." Gut was desperate for it, so he turned and went down the city wall, following the messenger. At this moment, the Third Army of Greatu State passed through the woods and entered the field of vision of Yaksa city, and Baruf gradually became anxious. In his view, the most important thing now is to exchange his son. He urged, "Are you deaf? Hurry up, hurry up." The soldiers did not dare to delay. They loaded the gold and silver in the city on small boats. These things were originally in Baruf's private warehouse. It is said that Baruf was going to use it to please the queen. Opposite Jiang, Zusansi watched with satisfaction as the Russian soldiers saw boxes loaded onto the ship. Before he set off, he knew that this labor expedition would inevitably cost a lot, and for a general, it was also one of his abilities to minimize military expenditures. After a while, 2 Russian soldiers rowed a small boat full of gold and silver to the shore. Zusansi and Gao Yingfeng looked at each other. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the commander of Yaksa would agree so quickly. Thinking of this, the 2 people had the same idea, that there must be an important person in this group of prisoners. "Bring the boxes ashore one by one." Zusansi opened them one by one and inspected them. They were filled with gold and silver and some gold and silver utensils, as well as pearls and gems. And while he was checking, 2 more boats rowed over. Zusansi nodded in satisfaction. This time Baruf did his best to save the prisoners. After receiving 3 batches of supplies in a row, Zusansi returned the captives to them as promised. He didn't care about the status of these captives, because those who could come here must also be fringe figures in Tsarist Russia. What's more, as soon as the end of the battle begins, this Yaksa will be annihilated. Here, the trophies were counted, while the captive followed the boat back to Yaksa, and a letter followed the bow and arrow to Zusansi's feet. Baruf changed his humbleness, and cursed in the letter, "Stupid pigs of the country of Dau, I will cut off your heads as urinals." Zusansi sneered, and he said softly, "Come and not be indecent, let the artillery send them 300 shells in return." Chapter 945 Clash of Civilizations. Boom boom boom. Amid the huge roar of the artillery, black shells roared along the river and flew straight to the Russian soldiers on the front wall. Swim and la. Immediately, the artillery shell that hit the city wall exploded with a bang, and the flames, smoke, shrapnel and shockwaves caused the Tsarist soldiers in the explosion range to stagger as if they were in the center of an earthquake. The Tsarist soldiers at the center of the explosion jumped directly into the air. Some soldiers had their clothes torn to pieces by the shock wave, and they fell naked from the air, with their stumped arms and limbs scattered on the ground, blood splashing. Baruf was stunned by the sudden bombardment from the Dau team. Looking at the 16 artillery that kept firing at them from the other side, he shouted hysterically, "You idiots! What are you waiting for? Kill the artillery. The Tsarist Russian soldiers on the city wall were a little surprised, but they did not get confused by the use of the bombardment bombs by Great U. They encountered bombardment bombs more than once during the war in Europe. The only difference was that the accuracy of the bombardment bomb explosion was not they can compare. Kill them with blooming bullets. Perfanged with red eyes. The army of Dayu was very cunning, and they had secretly arranged artillery positions during the confrontation. The artillery was hidden by them on the swelling river on the opposite side of the river, and covered with white cloth. It was difficult to find if they were not paying attention. The flashing fire of these artillery did not reveal their position until they were shelled, but this made them lose their preemptive strike first opportunity. Now it was just a shelling and they lost 6 artillery. Upon receiving the order, the Tsarist soldiers immediately opened the ammunition box on the side of the artillery and took out the bombs from it. These bombs were similar to the discarded bombs in Dayu, and the fuse needed to be cut to determine the time of the bomb explosion. A gunner measured the position of the artillery position of Dayu State, cut some of the fuse and stuffed it into the muzzle. Fire. Following an order, the Tsarist soldier holding a torch covered his ear with one hand, and the other hand skillfully lit the wire. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the 24-pound shells rushed straight into the artillery position of Dayu State, and the black shells landed on the artillery position of Dayu State without error. Damn red-haired ghost! The artillerymen who were loading their bombs were frightened by the sudden arrival of a shell. After seeing the wire that was about to burn out, the 3 people in front of the artillery ran a few steps and immediately rushed back to stick to the ground. They have used cannonballs, so they naturally know how to avoid them. Boom! The explosion caused bags to fly into the air, and the Dau country field artillery that was hit soared 1 meter in the air and then fell to the ground. Bah, bah, bah. After the explosion, the 3 artillerymen got up from the ground and immediately went back to check the damage to the artillery. The wheel of the artillery has fallen off, and there is nothing wrong with the barrel. The young artillery reported immediately, "Fucking, it's unlucky, how come we were hit?" The old shells looked at the other shells. The Russian shells kept exploding at their left and right positions, but they didn't hit them. "This is shameful. No, we have to fight back, or we won't let people die." Then, another young thing picked up the wheel that fell off, and took out the screws, nuts and other parts from the bag he carried. Repair. When they were rushing to repair, the artillery battle became more and more fierce. With 20 artillery, Tsarist soldiers frantically shelled the artillery positions of the country, and some shells fell directly into the camp being built, and casualties began to appear. However, the loss of Tsarist Russia was even greater. Although the artillery of Great U State slightly lost to them in number, the explosive bomb loaded with the fuse exploded accurately. 13 more artillery pieces were destroyed in the opposite shot, and the country lost 2 artillery pieces in total. At the same time, using the shooting distance of the Falcon rifle, Zusansi suppressed the Tsarist soldiers at the head of the city and couldn't raise their heads, and the Tsarist soldiers with flintlocks were only beaten. "Ha! I think you are still arrogant." Gao Yingfeng relieved his anger, and they had the upper hand whether it was artillery or musket. Zusansi said, "These Tsarist Russians are indeed fierce in fighting. We have the upper hand in weapons. If the weapons are equal, the casualties will not be so disparate." He learned a truth from the Army Academy, that is, not to be blindly arrogant, nor to be blindly inferior. You must see your own growth as well as the enemy's growth. Only in this way can we not lose a must-win war because of arrogance. The simple thing is to despise the enemy strategically, attach importance to the enemy tactically, and be confident that we can win this war, and be cautious in specific operations. Gao Yingfeng nodded. He understood that Zusansi was not arrogant. When Morgan was fighting Vasily, he could see that these Russian soldiers also had their own beliefs. Because of this, they will fight with them desperately. If you meet on a narrow road, the brave wins, then it depends on whose swords and guns are sharper. Gao Yingfeng's voice was a bit wild. Zusansi smiled. What he admired most was Gao Yingfeng's spirit of not being afraid of the sky and the earth. He said, "With the same weapon, we will not be afraid this time. But since the weapon is superior, We must use it. This kind of advantage, isn't that how they bully the natives? Then the two laughed at the same time. At this time, Baruf in the city of Yaksa almost collapsed. The wounded and dead soldiers were continuously carried down from the wall. Now 400 people have been killed, 200 people have been injured, and more than a quarter of their troops lost. And now, they have only shot each other for a while. He had to admit the fact that this army from the southern country was not so easy to deal with. Father, this army is more than this number. They also have subsequent soldiers. Now they can no longer continue to wear soldiers, otherwise Yaksa really can't hold it. Vasily was full of scars. He was beaten and hungry again along the way, and it was a miracle to be able to return to Yaksa alive, having suffered a loss in front of the soldiers of the country of Dau. He is very clear about the current situation. Only by holding on to Yakuza and waiting for reinforcements can this army be brought down. After all, the supply of 10,000 troops is a serious problem. You're good, my son. We can no longer be fooled by this great country. Baruf's eyes flashed with danger. In any case, he could not lose Yaksa. Before going to the Far East, he had personally sworn to the Queen to protect Yaksa with his life. Now he has no choice. Ordering the soldiers to tear off the front wall, Baruf gave up the confrontation between the two armies, and after their artillery ceased, the sound of the Dayu team's artillery disappeared. Yaksa city suddenly fell into a strange silence. Chapter 946 Xiaoqi reappears King Zhu. www.swyman.la. Schroeder looked at the embassy with the Prussian flag hanging in front of him with a knowing smile. He has been staying in Kingzhou for almost a month. In addition to in-depth and detailed on-site inspections of Kingzhou's industry and commerce, what he did was this embassy. According to the plan, they were planning to purchase a vacant lot to build the Prussian embassy, but time did not allow him to do so, so with the help of the Daya Foreign Affairs Office, he bought the San Francisco for 70,000 golden dragons from a businessman. Stories. Although the style of this building retains the characteristics of the carved beams and paintings of the country, the building materials are made of material called concrete by the businessman of the country. He carefully tested it and found that this building material is very strong and impressive, feeling surprised. In addition, the windows of this building are all made of glass. There is tap water in the room to provide water supply, and the toilets also have clean and beautiful ceramic toilets and bidets. Such an advanced municipal system made him also have to admire. Although their urban tap water and glass have been popularized, the design of Dayu country is obviously more reasonable, and the glass and water quality are even slightly better. Mr. Schroeder, congratulations, congratulations. If you have any diplomatic matters in the future, you can directly ask the embassy staff to go to the Foreign Affairs Department to negotiate with us, Tang Wenji said to Schroeder with a smile. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, responsible for diplomacy with other countries and implementing the foreign policy of the court. 5 years ago, he was still a student at the School of Political Affairs. At that time, he learned diplomacy by mistake. He thought that his life would be abandoned. He didn't expect that the imperial court ordered him to enter the Foreign Affairs Office. In just 5 years, with his professional knowledge, he has become the current chief official of the Foreign Affairs Department, official to 4th grade. Of course, but I also hope that Mr. Tang can take care of the embassy a lot, so that the relationship between the two countries can flourish. In 1 month, Schroeder understood some of the courtesy of the Great Yu country. This embassy was established by the Emperor's decree. Mr. Schroeder feels relieved. Tang Wenji spoke fluent Prussian with Schroeder. The first skill for becoming Minister of Foreign Affairs is to master foreign languages. After studying hard over the years, he is able to speak 7 languages, including Prussian. In this way, I can return to Prussia with the goods of Dau country. Schroeder laughed. This time when he came to Dau country, he prepared a lot of gold and silver in advance. It was precisely with these things that he exchanged a lot of the currency of the country. Otherwise this time I am afraid it will take another year. Tang Wenji smiled faintly. I hope that when Mr. Schroeder comes next time, the relationship between the Kingdom of Great Yu and Prussia will go further. and at the same time, don't forget that our common enemy is Britain and France. Oh, of course we will not forget this, but I also hope that Mr. Tang will convey my suggestion to your Majesty. British India and Indochina have always provided great wealth for Britain and France. If they lose these colonies in Asia, they will suffer heavy losses. I will convey it to your Majesty. Tang Wenji's expression did not see any change, but he was not affected by Schroeder. What kind of diplomatic strategy should Great Chongqing adopt? If it has its own set of methods, it will not follow Prussia's needs. After all, he knew very well that Prussia was also a country with great ambitions, and now the country of Great Yu needs him just to disrupt Europe. For a country, there are no permanent enemies or permanent friends. The only thing that is followed is one's own interests. Maybe at this moment we fight this country, and the next moment we will become a hardcore ally. Schroeder paid a salute to Tang Wenji. His mission in the country of Dau was achieved, and it was time for him to return to Prussia. At this time, his luggage and the ticket to Dengzhou were all ready, and it was time to leave. At 11 o'clock, Tang Wenji sent Schroeder onto the steam locomotive to Dengzhou. At this time, he was relieved that his mission was completed, and it was time to return to life. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly noticed a person coming out of a steam locomotive arriving in Qingzhou from Dengzhou. This man was wearing a white gown and his skin was a little dark, but he felt very familiar. Looking at this person, he recalled carefully, and suddenly a memory flashed in his mind. This person was clearly Xiaoqi, who was wanted by the court after the conquering of Wei, and the son of King Ning. Thinking of this, he was about to greet the station guards to capture Xiaoqi, but at this moment, Xiaoqi suddenly took out a banner with a big injustice written on it, and below it was a line, "Xiaoqi, son of King Ning." Upon seeing this, before he could speak, the guards swarmed up and took Xiaoqi down. Tang Wenji narrowed his eyes at this time. If this person is really Xiaoqi, it is estimated that the court will be lively soon, but it would be a good to tell the emperor in advance. So he quickly went into the palace to meet Xiaoming. "What, Xiaoqi?" In the imperial study room, Xiaoming asked in surprise, completely ignoring Schroeder's suggestions. The emperor: "Yes, this person has been captured by the guards while holding a banner. It is estimated that news will come from the guard station soon," Tang Wenji said. Xiaoming nodded slightly. This Xiaoqi has been forgotten for a long time. He didn't expect to be mentioned again. In fact, this person is not so important to him. It is life or death, as long as you don't make trouble for him. Well, I see. Xiaoming is going to wait a while to see what the guard station does. Tang Wenji knew that his mission was over, so he bowed and left. As soon as he left the imperial study room, the commander of the Qingzhou guard station came to face him, looking like he was scorched. "The emperor, we have caught the rebellious Xiaoqi. Please send the emperor down." Entering the imperial study room, Liu Feng, who had just been promoted to the commander, said anxiously, "Really Xiaoqi?" It's true that he asked to meet the emperor to report to the emperor about important matters related to the dignity of the country. Frowning, Xiaoming said, "Go, since he is so solemn, I will meet him and see what tricks he plays." Then, he asked Liu Feng to take Xiaoqi into the palace. Liu Feng went there, and half an hour later, the sturdy Xiaoqi who had been was taken to Xiaoming's front. "Back then, I wondered why King Wei had such a young and long history as you, but I didn't expect you to be truly extraordinary," Xiaoming said lightly. At this time, Xiaoqi's expression was gloomy, like an old man of rotten wood. He looked at Xiaoming and remained silent for a long time. "The people of the Great Yu country take revenge. As for me, Xiaoqi, the emperor wants to kill or pluck, and there is absolutely no complaint below." Chapter 947 Massacre Help. Xiaoming showed a look of surprise in the imperial study room. Speaking of which, if Xiaoqi hadn't appeared again, he had even forgotten the man who had rebelled with King Wei. www.swyman.la. Moreover, since Xiao Wenxuan's death, some facts have also surfaced. According to Pan Yukun, the death of King Ning was indeed very wronged. Therefore, he didn't continue to struggle with this matter anymore. and Quan should have let him go. Xiao Qi's expression was painful, and he said with difficulty, "The Emperor, please save the remaining Han Chinese who survived in Luzon, otherwise, they will be completely killed by the Spaniards." Han and Cebu. Xiao Ming frowned. Xiao Qi nodded, and then he told Xiao Ming all the things that happened after he betrayed King Wei. It turned out that after he left Jinling City by boat that day, he arrived at Cebu Island in Nanyang from the sea, and there was a place established by the Han people. The loose country in China is called Huayan country, with a population of about 20,000. Some of the ancestors of the Han people living in the Huayan country came from the dynasty of the Great Yu country, and some were from a more distant era, but because the blood of the Han people was flowing in their bodies, they lived together in this strange place. When Xiao Qi went to Huayan country, her intention was to join Liang Daping, the former general of King Ning, and at the same time she wanted to see the civilizations of the Western nations. After arriving in the country of Huayan, he successfully met Liang Daping. This veteran who had been loyal to King Ning did not change his original intention. He regarded him as King Xining and introduced him to the nobles of Huayan. After successfully settled in Huayan country, his mind became alive. Compared with the larger Yu country, this is a completely strange country. In recent years, he has often traveled to Cebu and Bohol to learn Spanish culture. It's just that the quiet days are always too short. Just 2 months ago, the Spaniards who had been ruling Bohol suddenly launched an attack on the Huayan country and massacred the Huayan citizens. The Han people living in Huayan have always kept their feet safe. They only manage maritime trade. There is no decent army at all. How can they withstand the Spanish ships? The once peaceful and tranquil Huayan country was in just a few days, and the few surviving people fled into the mountains with wild beasts. It was also at this time that he made up his mind to return to the country of Diau for help. Is this serious? Xiao Ming looked on. Gu Jing not waved, but clenched his fists. In contemporary times, both Bohol and Cebu are the Philippines, while Luzon is the largest island in the Philippines. Because it is the closest to the mainland of the country, there are always the most Chinese. It is precisely because of this that the Spanish have always been suspicious of the Chinese. The Chinese were massacred twice during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty and the early Qing dynasty, but the reason was that they were worried that the Chinese threatened their rule. Especially after learning that Zheng and his sons wanted to attack the Philippines to avenge the Chinese in the early Qing dynasty, they not only failed to constrain, but intensified. It's true, dare to make a little false statement, Xiao Qi will definitely be dead and dead. Xiao Qi cried bitterly. At this time, Qian Defu suddenly said, "The Emperor, the Huayan country once sent envoys to Qing'an to meet, and wanted to become a vassal state of the Great Yu country. But at that time they were not welcome, and the Emperor did not accept their request. Is there anything else?" Xiao Ming didn't find any relevant news in his memory. "There is nothing wrong with this. The Emperor can ask Elder Qian Defu said. Xiao Ming nodded. "You go to the inner palace and call Fiji." In response, Qian Defu left the imperial study room, and after a while, Fiji arrived in the imperial study room. Seeing Xiao Qi kneeling on the ground, Fiji's complexion changed drastically and exclaimed, "Xiao Qi." "Old Fj, don't be surprised, I will explain to you first," Xiao Ming said, and said that Xiao Qi appeared in Kingzhou in the purpose of coming, and then asked about the vassal country. After pondering for a while, Fiji said, "The Emperor, there has been such a thing, but it happened 30 years ago and it has been a long time." "Sure enough. Why is the court unwilling to accept Huayan?" Xiao Ming asked. With a wry smile, Fiji said, "The Emperor, this vassal state is not that simple. Once Huayan state is recognized as a vassal state, it is equivalent to a blood alliance between Huayan state and Diau state. Once Huayan state is attacked, the country of Great Yu must do its best to help. Moreover, the country of Huayan is far abroad, and the country of Great Yu is beyond reach. And the most important thing is that the Central Plains dynasties in all dynasties of the Central Plains have regarded the people who emigrated abroad as untouchables and disdain it." Xiao Ming was taken aback. He remembered that the Wanli Emperor refused to attack the Spaniards for this reason, thinking that these people had little to do with the Ming dynasty. When Fiji said this, Xiaoqi suddenly became anxious. He said, "The Emperor, Mr. F said that this is wrong. I and the Han people have the same blood in their bodies. What does it matter where they were born? Such as those traitors who drink the Yangtze River, the Yellow River water, eating rice and wheat. They are real people from the Great Yu country." Fiji opened his mouth and was about to refute, when Xiaoming stopped him. He said, "The biggest reason for the father's refusal to accept Huan country back then was probably because of the incompetence of the national power and the inability to protect the people of Huan country, both, the vassal state of the messenger of Huan country. This is a separate country. Coming is tantamount to rebellion. I understand the temper of the first emperor, and naturally he will not agree to two things." Fiji nodded. "Exactly, but the first emperor didn't want to lose face, so he didn't say." Xiaoming continued, "But today is different from the past. Now that I have pacified Korea and the country of Japan, it is natural that the navy goes south to drive the Spanish away, but I only save my people, not China." "People of Yan country, you are right to say that no matter where you are, the blood of the people of Dau is the people of Dau, but there is one thing. I will not save those people who wear the skin of Dau but are ready to take a bite of the people from the country at any time." He comes from the contemporary era, and he is naturally aware that there is such a country established by Chinese in Southeast Asia, but this country is the best, a lesson for the past, a lesson for the future. He doesn't want his soldiers to shed blood, sweat and tears but raise a white-eyed wolf. "What's the meaning of the emperor's words?" Xiaoqi heard that Xiaoming seemed to point, but didn't know the meaning. Glancing at Fiji, Xiaoming said, "From today, Great Chongqing recognizes that all overseas Chinese are from Great Chongqing. No matter where, or when the people of Great Chongqing are bullied by Yidi, they will have them all. Responsibility for justice and the obligation to protect their lives and property." When Xiaoqi heard this, a blood surged in his heart. He gratefully said, "The Emperor's sage. The Emperor's sage." Xiaoming rolled his eyes, and he smiled and said, "It's just that Huan country doesn't need to exist anymore. Now, it will be called Diayugo Huan Province." Chapter 948. Nanyang Huan State had long been merged into the Great Yu Kingdom. As long as the emperor could save the Great Yu people on Cebu Island, he would leave it to the emperor's disposal. www.swyman.la. In the past few years, Xiaoqi quickly gained respected position in Huan Kingdom by virtue of his status. During this period, he deeply understood the fear of Huan people. For them, they lived a sense of insecurity. They will naturally not object to being able to merge into the Great Yu country. This matter can't be delayed. If this is the case, I ordered the Great Yu Kingdom's navy to go south and drive the Spanish out of Cebu, Mint, Luzon and other islands. Xiaomingling said. In fact, even if it wasn't for Xiaoqi, he still had the idea of going south. In the country of Dau, this Nanyang means contemporary Southeast Asia. For Xiaoming, this is the back garden of the country. When will it be the turn of the Western powers to get involved? Furthermore, the products of Dau are in urgent need of expanding overseas markets, and Nanyang's position is even more important. Of course, this is only one of them. The most important issue is that he wants to realize the strategy of controlling the Strait of Malacca. Once the Strait of Malacca is held by him, it is equivalent to completely blocking the passage of Westerners into the East Pacific. Therefore, this time he is ready to fight a naval battle with the Western powers. Only when he gains the right to speak at sea can he encroach on the colonies of Britain, France, and Spain in Asia. Long live my emperor, long live! Long live! Xiaoqi burst into tears with excitement because of Xiaoming's words. He has only deeply realized how much he needs this country since he left the country. Only when the country is strong can they live with dignity overseas, otherwise they are nothing but a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of Westerners. The reason why the Spaniards massacred the Chinese was because they feared that their rule would be threatened. In fact, another reason was the wealth of Huan. The money obtained from business all the year round allows Huan people to lead a comfortable life. This wealthy life is envied by both Spanish and Mara living in the local area. Although the massacre was fueled by the Spaniards, The local indigenous Mura also participated in large numbers. So he reminded the emperor, the Mura people on the Sulu Islands also participated in the massacre of us this time. They are by no means friendly people. I hope the emperor can tell the admiral to avoid being confused by them. Mura? Xiaoming frowned. This Mura was actually the Spanish general term for the indigenous people living in various regions of the Philippines, and there was a lot of contempt in this term. However, the Spaniards are very smart. Although they look down on these indigenous people, they have always used them. For these indigenous people, Spain can create contradictions as long as they claim that the people of Dau have stolen their wealth. This is a tactic used by politicians. If the emperor decides to drive out Spain, the Mura people must not be allowed to rule Mint and the surrounding islands, otherwise they will show their fangs one day. Xiao Qi's aides still have fear. The speed of these indigenous reproduction soon, they will not be able to catch up. If they drive away the Spaniards and replace them with Mura, their fate will be even worse. Do you think I am not as smart as the Spaniards? After driving out the Spaniards, Dau is their ruler. Xiaoming's mouth was filled with a smile. After a pause, he said, as for you, I will save your life for the time being. You will go with the navy this time when you go south, and then you will have to worry about it. Xiao Qi looked like he was giving up his life for righteousness. He said, the main emperor can save people from fire and water. What does Xiao Qi's life have to do with me? After that, he knelt down and bowed deeply to Xiaoming. Fiji sighed slightly when he saw this. Xiaoming glanced at him and said to Xiao Qi, go down. Naturally someone will arrange to go to Dengzhou military port. Emperor. Xiao Qi bowed again before getting up and going out. Watching Xiao Qi disappear, Fiji said, the emperor, although King Ning's death is a complaint, after all, Xiao Qi's father died in the hands of the first emperor. It is impossible to guarantee that Xiao Qi will not resent the emperor. Since it is an unjust case, then you have to reverse the case. How can you hide your ears because the first emperor made a mistake? If the emperor can't even bear his own mistakes, how can you rule this country? Give me a detailed account of the case. If it is true, publish it in the newspaper. Xiaoming said sternly. He didn't want to make another mistake because of one mistake. Fiji was stunned, but he was relieved after thinking about it. Now Xiaoming has denied Xiao Wenxian and the previous system of the Great Yu Kingdom, in order to establish a new country and become a different emperor. After groaning for a while, he said, the old minister obeys his orders. After sending them away, Xiaoming immediately formulated the imperial decree to go south. Now that the national power of Great Yu is becoming stronger and stronger, it is time to use his fists to get what he wants. After all, the power of Western powers in Asia is relatively weak and it is easy to break through. After deciding on the strategy of navigating Nanyang, Xiaoming sent the imperial edict to the steam locomotive to Dengzhou. That night, the imperial edict arrived at Yun's official office in the military port. Great, now our navy has things to do again. Hearing that the imperial decree had come, all the navy leaders went to Yun's official office. The smile on Yun's face also deepened. Now the domestic situation in Goryeo is becoming more stable, and there is no need for their navy station. After this, Japanese country signed the surrender, although there were some voices of opposition in the country. Due to the presence of the garrison, there were generally no major questions. Moreover, in order to strengthen the governance of the war country, Yun Chengfeng, who had been stationed in Korea, was sent to the war country to serve as the governor. They all knew Yun Chengfeng very well, not to mention that he was young and promising. At the same time, he was the nephew of the Empress Dowager and the cousin of the emperor. Sending him to the U.S. country is enough to see the strict supervision of the U.S. over the country. The 12 warships stationed in the port of Busan are enough to cope with Goryeo and the war country. This time the emperor going south has the intention of controlling the Southeast Asia, so there must be naval battles with the Western countries. You must be psychologically prepared. This is not a fight against the war country. According to the information provided by the Secret Guard, the Korean Navy, the British and French may have already cracked the artillery shells of our navy, so the war will not be easy. The generals looked serious. They were not afraid, but began to face their opponents. "General, we are not afraid of those Westerners." As the Emperor said, "If the brave meets on a narrow road, we are afraid of a goal," Liu Chen said with a grin. Yan nodded in satisfaction. He said, "Very well, your marines are ready. The others will go back to check the battleship and set off in 3 days." Chapter 950 Occupy Yaksa South Bank of Heilongjiang. www.suimng.la. After 3 days of waiting, soldiers from the north gathered here one after another. At the same time, the gradual cold weather made a thick layer of ice on the river surface. "General, I have tried it. People can walk on this ice. Now I can launch an attack on Yaksa." Gao Yingfeng ran over, panting. His body was covered by a layer of snowflakes. "The snow has not stopped for the past 3 days." Zhu Sanxi was burning by the fire. Hearing this, he stood up. As the weather got colder and colder, more and more soldiers suffered from frostbite. Now he must capture Yaksa as soon as possible. His expression became serious, and he said, "Assemble all the soldiers and launch an attack on Yaksa on time at 8. "Yes, Master." Gao Yingfeng jumped up almost happily. He was really fed up with the weather here, and just wanted to enter the city early to get warm. The city of Yaksa. Beref and Vasily had been paying attention to the movement of the Dayu team. Seeing the soldiers on the opposite side begin to gather, their hearts sank to the bottom. The world is unpredictable. They thought that the river outside the city could prevent the attack of the Great Yu Kingdom, but they did not expect that the temperature dropped abruptly in the past 3 days, and the river surface was frost-bited overnight. In 3 days, there was already a thick ice layer. This gave the Great Yu country the conditions to attack. "Vasily, you take someone away now. Yaksa can't keep it," Beref said desperately. In 3 days, the number of soldiers in the country had changed from 2,000 to 10,000, and Yaksa city there are only more than 1,400 people now. Such a weak force cannot withstand the Dayu team with advanced firearms. "Father, let's go together. Yaksa is just a small city, not worthy of our lives," Vasily persuaded. "No, this is my promise to Her Majesty the Queen. For a nobleman, a promise is more important than life," Beref said stubbornly. He knows that his country is a monarchy, and the queen is the supreme symbol of power in Tsarist Russia. Because of this, the promise to the queen is so important. If he and Vasily escape together, they will not only lose their noble status when they return, but they will also be thrown into prison and become prisoners. And this is something their family cannot afford. "I can't watch you die in front of me like this." Vasily picked up his flintlock and prepared to board the city wall. Upon seeing this, Beref said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Take him away." As soon as his words fell, 3 sturdy Russian soldiers swarmed up, took Vasily's gun and dragged him to the northern city. At this moment, the roar of the artillery of Dayu state resounded across the sky. With the arrival of the personnel, the number of artillery in the country increased, and the artillery fire in Yaksa city was basically scrapped. There was no way to face the indiscriminate bombing of the country. "Take the guns in your hands, it's your turn to work hard." Beref also picked up a flintlock pistol. He admitted that he underestimated the country. He also realized that his occupation of Yaksa was an aggression against Dayu, but if given another chance, he would still choose to invade here. Because they are the servants of the monarch's orders cannot be violated, and as a member of Tsarist Russia, they have to fight for the country. This has nothing to do with justice and evil. After all, for them, the world is weak and strong. Outside the city, artillery bombarded Yaksa city continuously. At the same time, under the leadership of the officers, the soldiers crossed the Heilongjiang River and launched an attack towards Yaksa. Among them, some soldiers carried the ladder made in the past 3 days, and some soldiers kept shooting at the top of the city to cover the soldiers resisting the ladder. Under the suppression of the powerful firepower, there was no decent counterattack at the top of Yaksa. Thousands quickly surrounded Yaksa from 4 directions like an iron bucket. "This city of Yaksa is strong." Gao Yingfeng scratched his head. Under the continuous artillery fire, Yaksa city was not damaged much. Gada said, "Since these Tsarist Russians occupied this place, they have strengthened the city a lot, which was not the case with Yaksa before." Zusan nodded. The current appearance of Yaksa city is obviously different, but it is somewhat similar to a bastion. He said, "Whatever it is, Yaksa must be taken down now." Gao Yingfeng responded and blew the horn of the charge even louder. After completing the encirclement, the soldiers of the country of Dau immediately climbed into the city through the ladder. The soldier in charge of blasting directly carried the gunpowder can to the city gate. They ignited the wire, and they immediately ran away, with a huge explosion. The entire city of Yaksa was exploded. Kill. Seeing the city gate opened wide, the soldiers roared into the city. When the explosion sounded, Baraf went crazy. He roared loudly and asked the soldiers hiding on the steps of the city wall to prevent the soldiers from attacking the city. He led some soldiers to prevent the soldiers from attacking from the main entrance. However, there were too many soldiers in the country. Some of them rushed in directly from the city gate, and some still climbed the ladder to the top of the city. The scattered Tsarist soldiers could not stop them. After boarding the city wall, the soldiers of Dau Kingdom took advantage of the range and accuracy of the breech gun to kill the Russian soldiers who tried to rush to the city wall. Many Tsarist Russian soldiers often fell in a pool of blood before reaching their range. The battle inside the city gate also showed a one-sided posture. Tsarist Russia's old flintlocks were not the opponents of breech guns at all. They were constantly being shot and killed by the muskets of the country from the shooting distance. In the one-sided battle, there were fewer and fewer soldiers around Baraf. When the gunshots around him became rarer and rarer, Baraf found that he was surrounded by soldiers from the Republic of Chongqing with bayonets pointing at him. Novel. This person was taken and sent to King Zhu for the emperor's disposal. Zhu Sanxi entered the city for the first time. In the confrontation 3 days ago, he knew that this person was the highest general of Yaksa city. It is best to take these criminals who invaded the country to King Zhu for disposal. His voice fell, and the soldiers immediately stepped forward to try to capture Baraf alive. Knowing the intentions of the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom, Baraf roared, holding a bayonet and constantly pushing back the soldiers trying to advance. Zhu Sanxi frowned. He pulled out his short-barreled gun from his waist and shot Baraf's leg with a shot. Baraf was in pain and fell to the ground with a scream. The soldiers took the opportunity to surrender his flintlock and put him under control. After the battle, Zhu Sanxi and Gao Yingfeng both breathed a sigh of relief. This Yaksa city is very important to the Great Yu Kingdom. If you retreat, you can guard the land of Guangdong. Nebuchu is not far from Lake Baikal. The next one is Nebushu. Zhu Sanxi looked west, ambitious.